Yo, what's up? What up? What up? I want to ask, do you think it's better to learn with or without music? For me, I cannot have music on while I'm doing school stuff. Well, it depends. If I'm like reading and stuff, I can't have it on. I can't focus. You know what I'm saying? I can't focus if I'm reading. If I'm doing math and stuff, I can have music on. Lunchtime and Scratch, baby. Perfect timing, Doc. What's up? Julian, I need to send you a video? All right, bet. Send it. I have to write an essay about a traveler that goes to a faraway land, and you already know I'm going to copy AOT. That's what we like to hear, Ashton. Good idea. What up? What up? How is everybody? I'm not going to lie, y'all. I'm tired. Like, super tired. I got to take my vitamins. I've been up since 1 a.m. I've been awake since 1 a.m. So, you know, we will see how today goes. What's up, Solo? How's it going? How you feeling? I fell asleep at 1 a.m. I'm not going to lie to you. So here's the thing about horror stream days. Remember when I said, like, I was just kind of feeling, like, straight-lined? I was gassed as soon as I hit in stream. You know what I'm saying? Feeling good? How are you feeling? Tired. I've always been awake. Man, I wish I could be awake right now, like fully awake. You know? And so, sent it? Okay, let me check in a second. Right after I ended stream, I was up for like 2 more hours, and then I crashed and woke up at 1. And so my sleep schedule, gone. It's ruined. Absolutely ruined. Absolutely ruined. Big ass baby. Yo, Doc, I was tired. Heart rate hit 120 several times. And it's actually your fault for coordinating the scares. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta add the One of Us command. A little bit of horror fucks Scrat up. It makes me tired. He said, yep, boy tired. You know it. Yeah, I got boxing. I'm too tired. Boxing will be good for you, Voj. Make sure you go. It's supposed to be like, oh, my heart. My heart. I watched horror when I got home and took a nap. I don't like horror movies. I'm just not a big fan of jump scares. You not sore about that nap? I'm not gonna lie, y'all. These multivitamins I have are delicious. I feel like that's a problem. They're too good. They taste like candy. It was a good damn nap, bro. We love a good nap. What? Look at them. These bitches right here, they're too good. That's the type to watch a horror movie and put on Looney Tunes on afterwards? Probably. French toast or eggs for breakfast? French toast. Easy. French toast. I rewatched Attack on Titan Season 1 today, then went for a nap. That's a good way to spend the day. That's a good way to spend the day. Or both. Both. I will go, but I'm tired, and tomorrow I'll write my test for chemistry. You got it, Voj. Oof, I don't know. What kind of eggs? Yeah, what kind of eggs are you making? Stop eating vitamins, bro. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Flintstone gummies? No. So, I have these multivitamin ones, right? These aren't that great. These aren't that great, right? But then, I got these biotin ones. These bitches right here are so good. Scratch hungry, back off. They're fucking good, bro. They're good for no reason. Turns out they're just overpriced gummy bears, no vitamins. That's probably why they're so good. You know? That's probably why they're so good. I need this. And I need to add this in. I've really been trying to learn how to use chopsticks again, eating at least one full meal a day with them, and my God, do my hands hurt. Sora, I feel you. I feel you on that. They keep cramping up on me. The Illuminati would like to have a word with you. Scratch, scratch. Yo, what's up, Illy? Good morning, Krusty Crew. Hello, Lisa. How are you today? Gummy bears with sugar are bomb as fuck. French toast time then? Good. Good. It's hard. Like, I struggle to use chopsticks. I bought some to practice with. Where the fuck are they? They're on my desk somewhere. They're like behind this fan. But I have, I bought chopsticks to practice with because that's how bad I am with them. You know what I'm saying? Morning. Yo, what's up, boss? How you doing? May the 4th be with you. Hold on, Illy's here. I forgot. I did not forget today. I forgot to play it yesterday, but not today.
Here comes the hurricane, bitch. 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 Katrina, 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 Katrina.
I'm tired. You can tell I'm tired. Tomorrow though, have y'all used those chopsticks that are together? No, the training ones? Nah. I accidentally broke a pair in a restaurant and the waitress was like, no, may the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you, Doc. Here comes the hurricane. You can go to the Asian market and buy the child trainer chopsticks. I know. So last time, there's training ones? Yeah, there are. So last time I had to actively use it, I went to a ramen place, Lisa, and I was in there on TikTok looking up how to use chopsticks. You know? But I have practice ones right here. See? Right here. I can't hold them properly, so I'm not going to show you, but they're right here. You know what I'm saying? I was literally on TikTok like, how do I use these? Of course you were. You know it. Hey, had to. And like, I heard like beforehand, people were like, just ask for a fork. And I was like, no, I'm not doing it. Whoa, Alu, that's not like you. There we go. There it is. What up? What up, Alu? I'm so bad with chopsticks. I am. It's going well. I'm trying to set up donos to get this PC. There we go. I'm on no sleep, wide awake. Alu, same. There's no shame, only progression. Amen. Amen. My wife is half Japanese, so I had to learn, but I'm still shit. It's hard. Like, what food do you practice on? Because ramen, let me tell you, don't practice with ramen. I'm Captain America. You damn right. You damn right. There's no goddamn caps in this chat. Also, you know what I'm saying, Alu? Big day today. I use chopsticks with hot Cheetos. That's a good way to keep your hands not dusty. Rice is a good one. Ramen was the easiest one. I struggled. It kept falling off. It was easy with karage though. Or easier. My hands started cramping though. Caps police here. Bro, apparently I'm like a bit Japanese, so shit, I was good with those shits. I struggle. Absolutely struggle. Doug, I'm sorry, bro. Tiered mods, just saying. Also can practice with sushi pieces. That's the way I should do it. Sushi seems like a good way to do it. Yo, watch my video I sent you. Thank you for reminding me. I got completely distracted there. Hold on. Let me pause this. And I don't know why I opened up my Explorer. Fuck that. Practice with rice, man up. So rice and or sushi. You know what I'm saying? My bad.
I mean, hold on. I gotta take this. Hello?
Ooh.
I thought I blocked you. Poohead.
JK, my bad.
No, I'm not Daddy's little kitten anymore.
Ooh.
Let's just say,
Ooh.
this kitten's grown her claws.
Judas.
Why don't you just go and call your
Judas,
mum?
why? I'm actually
Who you
cringing right now.
Apparently
Judas.
love so much more than me.
Judas.
Yeah, well, that's what you said.
I just want to say I appreciate y'all for real. I appreciate you, Alu, for real.
You promised me.
For real.
She means
Let the
nothing to
man
you.
learn. I pulled your stream up and then passed out.
Yay! Baby's happy now.
I hate baby voices. I hate them.
Bye, Pookie Bear.
I hate the baby voices.
It means I love you.
I tried eating ramen with chopsticks, and I dropped them chopsticks in my ramen. I was too scared to pick it up because it fell straight into the soup. It fell straight into the soup, and I might have accidentally touched my damn eyes. Ouch. My carpal tunnel is awful today, not gonna lie. I am sorry about that. Forehead is insane. True. Scratch. Yo, what's up, Jay? What's up? What's wrong? The weather might be bad today. Unfortunate. I think it's gonna rain today. You know, I watched this sitting in the bathroom yesterday. Like, let me tell you something. You remember to the raw emo fuckers in school? Yes, I do, Doc. I do, and I hated it. I woke up at 7:52 a.m. for school and almost didn't make it on time. School starts at 8:15, but you made it, right? In my country, it's always hot as shit. That is Texas, but it's raining today. Weirdly enough, that's how I tell the weather is bad sometimes. The worse the weather, the worse my hands. Ah. Rar, it means I love you in dinosaur. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. What a time. What a time. Where my friend left with her boyfriend and now this shit be awkward. You know, it happens. I need to add this sound, but it won't let me add it.
One of us. Gobble, gobble, one.
Add it. Okay, let's see. Remove. Damn it. Add. One of us. Okay, it should be here. I think I got it. It is. It's right here.
One of us. Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept that one of us.
I got it.
One of us. We accept that one of us.
I got it. So it's in now. The sound is in. He's sort of be here with me, so it ain't awkward anymore. I mean, he's here. LBF, it's a GG, true. But guess what, though? What, Illy? What? You're the only one with the power? Time on Doc for 10 minutes. Scratch Show Jake. Oh, yeah, that's right. That is right. Where is it? This clip of Jay just completely just jumping off. Wait, I muted it. Hold on. Of Jay just jumping off a cliff. Do you have that command yet? What command? One of us? Curse time now. What happened? And there's Jay. There's Jay jumping up. Oh, yeah, it's exclamation mark initiation. Exclamation mark initiation is what it is. He always times me out. What happened? I missed it. I was looking for the clip. This is abuse. What happened? Oh, Sora, did you see? You see what you got now? You see? You see it? Next to your name, you see it? There it is, see? Initiation. There it is. Yeah, because I just can't. Her intrusive thoughts win. Yeah. I agree with Doc and Curse times me out. Yeah, she let the intrusive thoughts in, you know? She did. She just like me for real. I told her yesterday, I was like, that was up there with Alu's clip. I had a long series of W for it, but it's gone because of, damn. Guess what though? What? So you uploaded one of the Fortnite clips and it blew up to 2.1K views on YouTube Shorts within 2 hours. See? Repost them. You know what I'm saying? Doc is famous. You know what I'm saying? Let's like reposting. It works. It works. We famous. Doc is famous. I'm telling you. You getting a follow too? Because we fucking love you, buddy. Yes, we do love Alu. Repost some bitches. Damn. Jamal, stay flaming me, bruh. Like I thought we was friends. Now that you're famous, can you buy me some McDonald's? Good question. Good question. That is a very good question. Friends, I pray on your downfall more than Sora. Damn. Damn. I'm positive now, guys. Shut up. I would buy that for you to literally grind it into the ground beneath the power of my greatness. Damn. Damn. My friend, get ready to say the most diabolical sentence humankind has ever uttered after I said, I respect the rights of minorities. What? What? Thou shan't soil thy taste buds with mixed shit. Positive, you say? Made scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast for apocalypse tonight. Damn. Good breakfast. Well, I know where yeah, you know where it's going, Alu. You know where it's going. That's a good breakfast. Good eats. Solid eats. Today I'm running off of Red Bull and my multivitamin. Bro, what? I had air for breakfast. Yeah, I had a Red Bull for breakfast like 20 minutes ago. Waffles or pancakes? Waffles all day. Bro, I'll chef you up a goddamn breakfast. Please do. I'm dead ass wide awake and on fumes. Alu, same. I've been awake since 1 a.m. Since 1 a.m. My bro is a certified hater. Sora is the biggest. But I'm fueled, I don't know how. I need some energy. Hopefully this Red Bull kicks in soon. I was on a monkey in an Overwatch game, and I have never been teamed on for racism as quickly as that. I was just calling him a fucking idiot. We gamers, fumes is our sustenance. True. I have a monster in my fridge, but my throat isn't 100% better. Yeah, don't drink that. No wonder you was in my stream. Yeah, Illy, I woke up and saw you were live. I woke up and saw you were live and was like, let me go say hi to Illy. Yeah. I was like, oh, she's ending W stream. Yep. And I was like, all right, I'm going back to bed. And I literally laid in bed with my eyes closed for an hour. And when I say laid in bed, I quite literally do not mean sleep. I mean, I was fully awake trying to go back to sleep, and it just didn't work. I put on boring ass YouTube videos. Didn't work. Didn't work. You know? Did not work. Me at 3 a.m. My friend finna disagree with me if I say I think homelessness is a bad thing. I think he's just being a devil's advocate there, huh? I was fighting demons. Same. Eventually I gave up, Aloe. I said, I'm cooked. It's finished, bro. I'm cooked. I'm just up. It's me, basically. Bro, cancer from these hoes smoking in front of me. I'm gonna rise from the dead and haunt the rest, I swear to God. Demons. Yeah, I was like, you know what? It is what it is. I don't know what I'm gonna do now, but you know, it's just up. Being homelessness keeps the rent of houses down in certain areas so lower income citizens can afford housing. I can't help but respect the hating. I mean, you know, some people are just certified haters. You know what I mean? I came to a conclusion I was cooked. Have a good lurk, Ashton. Yeah, I was just cooked. I would be devil advocate for everything. Yeah, I know, Jamal. I know. You should try to slow down your breathing when you're trying to sleep. It tricks your body into thinking you're already asleep and you go to sleep. I'll try that next time for sure. Because boring YouTube videos definitely did not work. I thought you were going to say certified homeless. No. Adding this to my bag. Yeah, I need it. Navy tricks work after a week. Is that a Navy trick? Is that a Navy trick? Scrapes. That was crazy. Watch erotic ASMR. I'm not gonna lie, I cannot watch ASMR. Morning, happy Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you, Saul. Works for me. They got more steps, I think. Scrapes was wild. If that's Navy, I don't know. Customer, y'all fucking behave in the chat. We are. Erotic ASMR, yeah. So I can't listen to ASMR. I just can't do it. ASMR makes me uncomfortably comfortable. It makes me just uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like it. I didn't realize it was May the 4th. The reason I know is because my, well, obviously the date, and also it's my friend's birthday tomorrow. Doctor, who's that girl in the back? You should put a channel point option to pick stream type / game, like just chatting or rap battle, stream, or ASMR, not just scary games. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna do ASMR though, I'm not gonna lie to you, because I'll scam. I'll 100% scam someone if they choose ASMR. I'll be like, well, there's your points. Like someone's sitting, W friend. Bro, it has to be a bit gay if they share vapes, right? It's not hygienic, is what I would say. ASMR watchers should also drink Belle Delphine's bathwater. Some probably do. May the 4th be with you, Groundwalker. ASMR boring as shit. I want her loud in my... It's your mom's birthday tomorrow? I cannot either. It's bad, I'm telling you. Yeah, tell her happy birthday. I just want to hear you rub your beard on the... Oh, me do ASMR. Oh, we could do that. I thought you meant me watch ASMR, because I was like, if someone redeems points to get me to watch ASMR, I'm scamming. I'm scamming them. I'll be like, well, that's tough. That's tough. But if you want just like I could do that all day. Like, you want an hour of that? I got you. You know? Like, I could do that. Like, wait, let me make this better. Like, I can do that for an hour. Like, that's easy. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. I hate you. No. My friend just wrote 2 paragraphs and I responded with Tommy Shelby Sigma sticker. Take the cover off. Hold on. Sorry. I know this is weird. Let me just mute the mic real quick. Yeah, like I could literally just do. You know, like I could like all day. That's easy. Scratch X ASMR channel incoming. You know, like I got you all day. Scratch X ASMR. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Can you message me that, Curse, so I remember? You know, I could do that all day though. Maybe even put a karaoke stream in there. Karaoke could be fire. But I need to separate the audio first. Just don't do that weird thrilling sound that the ASMR asses do. Yeah, we won't. We won't. There's like, we won't do an eating ASMR, and we won't do like the weird stuff, you know? I can't. And we've already watched ASMR on the stream one time, and it was the weirdest thing we've done. I was caring enough for my keyboard back. Oh, did you get it? That's me right now. Somehow my entire VODs got muted. Yeah, it happens. That whispering shit, fuck no. Yeah, that happens, Alu. If you're playing music, it'll definitely get muted. And so I try to only play like Spotify music at the beginning and at the end. Or I just mark it in stream so I can mute it later because I'm still uploading VODs. Nah, it was the whole joint. What? Mukbang? Nah, I'm not gonna lie. One of my streaming pet peeves is when people eat on stream. That's just me. That's also why I don't really do it a lot. You know, being a Tim the Tatman viewer, it actually drives me nuts. Hit like a button on the audio track? Huh. Because like Tim will just be like, he had a Chipotle sponsorship ad and he was just going at that burrito. And I was just, my Spotify doesn't show up in VOD. Super easy, super simple. So here's my issue, Jamal. Let me show you something. So when I hit my settings, because there's a thing I can hit just to change the output right, but I'm actually stuck on simple. It's grayed out. I can't change it. So I'm kind of stuck. I left some examples within your DMs. Okay, bet. It's stuck on simple and I can't change it. Even when I'm not streaming. I know like right now, obviously while I'm streaming I couldn't, but even when I'm not, it's stuck. No, I know. Like, I know it's grayed now, but even when I'm not streaming, it's grayed. Karaoke is more pasties for the poor. Ravenous High Street just chat. Got you. I hate when people chew with their mouth open and when they talk while they're eating a mouthful of food. Same, actually. Yeah, it's broken. Show me after stream or whenever we're both free. I'll try to help you out. All right, bet. I don't know what it is that's causing it to be gray. Yeah, people talking with their mouth full. The pasties for the poor is my favorite option. That is funny as fuck. Slam Death Scrats. Got you. There you go. There you go. Like, especially if they don't even do this. You know? Close your mouth and eat the food, you foul beast. Amen. Slam Death again. Got you. They need hands? Not right now. I don't know what it is either, but I bet I'll figure it out eventually. All right, thank you.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. But yeah, like, especially when they don't even cover their mouth and they're just talking, you know what I'm saying? It's gross. It's gross. I don't like it. It's gross. Why do I have, oh, I already played that. If Myron comes through, I have to find a clip of him this morning. Honestly, eating into the mic gets me. We were just talking about ASMR too, Doc. I can't do it. I can't. You know, I can't do it. Let me see. I need to find that clip of Myron from this morning because that shit had me dying. Smackables. Amen. I also need to set up auto shout out for people. I need to do that. I need to like get that set up so I stop having to type stuff. I used to vape, but I hate the sound of someone else doing it. Oh, like that part, the inhaling sound. I just want to choose violence when I hear that shit. Is it the inhale sound? Or whistling into the mic? Oh yeah. I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Bro, there's a pen on the floor and my intrusive thoughts be telling me to pick it up and throw it at someone. Just pick it up. Free pen. Even just a child's voice in the mic. Basically a voice in the mic. I get you. Honestly, have to type it out. It's fun for me. Yeah, it's just sometimes I need it because I'll forget. And throw it, chat vote. No, don't throw it. Oh yeah, throw it in the ceiling. Make it get stuck. I listen to the mic on stream. Yes, I'm one of those. Pick it up and throw it into the ceiling. Yeah. No, don't throw it at someone. Recently, hearing a hookah bubble is so fucking annoying. I've actually never heard that sound before. I've never heard that. Like, just those annoying motherfuckers that don't stop talking when you're trying to hear. I know exactly what you're talking. There's something in my eye. Or is it my hair? Gotta make a PayPal account in a minute? Yeah, do that for sure. Get that set up. I know if I pick it up, I'm gonna throw it at someone. I'm uncontrollable. All right, do not pick it up then. Look at something else. Look at something else. You know, don't pick it up. Do not. It's awful in hearing it like 20 times in a video. Ooh, I'm picking it up. No, do the opposite. Let me know I got the money for the feet pics. Put it down. I got left in ISS and they came back to 4 brand new packs of pencils in the ceiling. Do it. Have it in my hand. Okay, put it down on your desk. Put it on your desk. Put it on your desk. Don't throw it. You know, do not throw it. Don't throw it. You know. Do I have this off? I can turn this off. I'm picking my target. Hold on. Jesus. We're gonna do that voodoo doll business. Oh yeah. That, you know, I don't think we talked about it on this stream yet. We did talk about it on Killmongers, which is funny as fuck. The only person that can throw it, that you can throw it at, if you choose a person, is the teacher. Eat that pen. And toes better be fucking long. There's no teacher. The voodoo? Oh no. Okay, so Alu, here's what we figured out. On Etsy, there's voodoo doctors on there. And they're just selling stuff that we know doesn't work. And we figured out we can start our own on Etsy. We can sell fake shit. Nigga, what? Hold on, let me show you. Hold on. Let me open an incog window because I don't want this shit on my regular history. If it gets quiet, if I get quiet, I'm taking a nap. If you do take a nap, have a good nap. Oh my God, let me show you. Yeah, let me show you, watch. But if we know it doesn't work, then why would morons buy it, Scratch? Let me show you some, Doc. Look at this. Look at this. Look, 8K people bought this. 8K. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I got you. And resin rocks that have voodoo powers, we could easily make this happen. You see what I'm saying? I put it on the stairs, so when someone steps and slips, they slip and fall down the stairs. Whoa. A fool and his money. Like, 1.7K. 2.3K right here. You see what I'm saying? Like, people will believe anything. And so, like, let's click. Let's look at these reviews. Like, some of these people are buying them for 8K people reviewed, not bought, which is hilarious. You see what I'm saying? I'm so nice. Like, people will buy anything. There's like a love potion one. Where is it? We saw it on Killmonger stream. Voodoo-based spiritual bath. You see what I'm saying? Like, people will buy anything. How do you review and don't buy? Like, I'm telling you. So we said we should just start our own. We can make fake shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you've seen those commercials of the pastor selling blessed towels. How hard is that? And people buy them for like $40. I'm gonna buy the love potion one for Sora. Like that crackhead couple that were selling tickets to heaven and they were gold painted bricks. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm learning how to crochet. We good? They still buy. You see what I'm saying? Those people those people shouldn't have went to jail, to be honest with you. Them going to jail was just hating. Like, I can't hate the hustle there. I can't hate the hustle. You know? Passive income, baby. Exactly. Yeah, they shouldn't have went to jail. It's not their fault. You know? People bought it, so, you know? False advertising needs to be a thing, though. That is true. That is true. But right now, you know, and they said they met Jesus out back of a KFC, right? Or is it a Popeyes? I forgot which one it was. But it was outside of one of those things. I can't be mad at it. You know, people bought it because there's some dumb people out there who have too much money. Popeye's biscuits will kill you. They will kill you. 100%. They will kill you if you don't have a drink. You know, it's one of the driest substances on the planet. So always have a water. Outside the brick factory, paint store adjacent. Homie, if you pull up to a crackhead and buy a gold brick as a ticket to heaven, that's not false advertising. That's you not having any brain cells. Careful that Jesus might want you to resurrect something. You know? I'm so surprised that there's no teacher here, bro. Leaving freshmen alone in a room, yeah, that's pretty irresponsible. Popeye's biscuits are easy to eat without a drink. I mean, you're just different, Sora. You're different. Oh, it's Doc's doctor. What's up? What's up, J-Tech? How's it going? What's up? BRB restarting PC? Bet. It's Doc's doc. It is doctor's doctor. You know? I can kind of feel the Red Bull working a little bit. Like I'm a little jittery right now. Oh, I know. I just mean more commercial line products. Oh, yeah. Amen. Amen. My bad. I'm watching Jazzy on this monitor. I got distracted. Let me switch. Go to my... There we go. Yeah. Commercial products, I 100% agree, because there's a lot of it. Bro, I'm crippled this morning? Why? What's wrong? I'm his physical. Ah. Okay. What's wrong, Judas? What's going on? What's up? Hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Jay. Welcome back. Got that. Everything? Ooh. Shove my finger in his ear, then lick, you know what I mean? That's an interesting procedure. A very interesting procedure, I would say. You know? But who am I to question a doctor? Not just mentally tired, you know how I be. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I'm crippled every day. It's crippling to walk around with a massive pork sword. Damn. If only I knew that pain. You know? If only I knew. You know? That is quite the way to brag, too. I like that. Okay. Is you not gonna lie? Nah, Scratch is packing. Show us your butt. You're not my doctor, bro. Shit, do you see my problem right now? I feel you. Mentally tired, I feel it. Is Sora in here? He's restarting his computer. Julian, no, not that. Wait, what happened to the real doc? He's probably talking to a customer, to be honest with you. He's probably talking to a doctor. I mean, not a doctor, a customer. Scratch, I scrolled to the bottom TikToks, hoping you did dances. I will never do a TikTok dance. I'm gonna DM you the problem? Okay, bet. I don't see me doing a TikTok dance, you know what I'm saying? That's not my vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's not my vibe. 3 fucking ads, holy shit, you know? Gotta be able to pay the doctor bill somehow. You know? Yeah, TikTok dance, that's not my, it's not really my vibe, you know what I'm saying? He's a big fat phony. A phony. Okay. Warriors game is at 8. Wait till you get 5 to 7. Sometimes those ads be ruthless. Sent it to you. Do not show on stream. Bet. Yeah, I won't show on screen. I don't know. I'm not that smooth. I'll be real with you. What do I do? No idea. I'll be honest with you. I don't have that kind of riz. You feel me? I don't know, Judas. I don't know. You know, it's never happened to me before. He's a fake, a phony, and a fraud. Julian, please. Sora comes in and sees. I don't think he's gonna see now. Unless he's computer, unless he's just lurking. You know what I'm saying? Unless he's lurking. Feel me? Hi, Beck. How are you? How's it going? A big fat phony. Watching me lurking right now. He did say he was, you gotta go full retard. I know you're not supposed to go full, but this is your only option. It is. Yeah. Curse is right. Curse is right. How are you, Beck? Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I saw this video today about unspeakable horrors of the deep sea, and I have to watch it. Even though, you know, I hate stuff like that. I have to watch it. I'm just like literally sitting on the page for it. You know Z well? I was in there the other day in a 7TV mode. Is SpongeBob? Is that real? I'm having an utterly shit day? What's wrong? That's not real, right? What is it? What's the code? Type the emote code. I'm on 7TV right now. What's the code? Like, what's the emote name? Because that's crazy. I forgot BRB. Okay. I'm usually like upbeat and generally like happy. We gotta fuck up. That's what I'm waiting for. That's what I'm waiting for. But today I almost walked out of work. Ooh. Staff or student? Who is it? Maybe today you're just tired. It's all right. You gotta rest. Praying it gets better. You beautiful Scottish lady sending hugs. Amen. Amen. Staff or student? What person in chat do we need to send? That, you know, that answer kind of depends. You know, if it's staff, we got that. And we have people who can fuck up students, you know? You know? Only get sent if I gotta fight someone. Yeah. Like Judas was ready to roll yesterday when I forgot what the name of the person came through with a wild message. Judas was ready to roll. Fuck up someone up behind the pin with the pin behind the stairs. I'm just so sick of having to do all my boss's work with no recognition. Was at a presentation yesterday where they were like, non-Catholic teachers are a danger to our school community. That's wild. Okay, let me see. That's a long ass emote. I'll bring the belt. Who child I gotta give the belt? Yeah. That's crazy. No emotes. Pause. I'll fight the non-Catholic teacher. I've dedicated a decade of my life. Why is my OZ's live? Do you guys have a version of the FFRA? What's the FFRA? What's on the agenda for today? No clue. I'll be honest with you. No clue. The only thing I had on my thing today, all right, ladies, what did I miss? The only thing I had was I needed to get the One of Us sound in. And you're saying I'm a danger? That's actually crazy. Freedom from Religion Association. Hide everything? I mean, unless you have like a certain extension, I can't type. What the fuck? What happened? That's actually crazy though. No curse, never heard of it. That's actually wild. Nice or VIP gang. I'm saying VIP gang. Welcome in. That's crazy though. Especially like when you know you have staff that is not. I hate adjusting to a new keyboard. What keyboard did you get, Sora? What keyboard did you end up getting? So adults were shitty? We'll handle them. It's his emote? Oh, it's probably private then, because I don't see it. It's probably private. Because I don't see it. Mr. Krabs forced to watch after dropping himself in prison while other people watch in the background. Yeah, it's probably private. That's a good emote. That's quite the emote name. Black Widow 3. That's a Razor one, right? Am I tripping or no? What are we hiding? I actually have no idea, to be honest with you. They fight against religious takeovers and fairness for all religions, including atheists. It is a Razor one. Okay, so I've heard of that one. That's a pretty good one. It's nice too. Nothing to worry, love. It's nice. How'd you get it back? Did they ship you a new one? Or did the person return it? Go into his chat, like offline chat, and scroll down and you'll see it. Well, I mean, he's live right now. I just got his noti. It feels amazing. They shipped me a new one. Okay, there we go. Then we also have like kids who are spitting on us. I had a laptop thrown on my head today. What is happening with these kids? It's about their hoes this time. Like, I'm just so done. Honestly, I can understand that. It's unfortunate. Oh, my grandma. What's wrong with your grandma? What's wrong with your grandma, Jay? Go into his chat and go to his 7 TV and scroll all the way down. I'm looking right now. Not global emotes. I don't see it. Okay, so I'll stop, but fuck, I'm so done. Honestly, Beck, I can see why. It's weird how they're behaving. Dropkick the kid? Oh, God, bro. Hold the fuck up. It's like, that's crazy. What am I doing? Why am I scrolling so much? Okay, let me see. Because there's no repercussions. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying? I feel like even if the school didn't have repercussions, had I did some shit like that in school, oh my God. It's at the bottom. Just copy the message and paste. Let me see. Up. Hold on. Buy some food this morning? We'll forget everything? No, it's nothing. I'ma send him and his parents to jail? Oh God. Are you calling me fat? Yo, you hear this, Scratch? Hear what? No, I'm not. What is happening with you two? Yo, you weren't lying. It's really a thing. What? I thought you were trolling, but it's actually a thing. Yo, Z is crazy. Telling you about Judas House. I know, show us. Hold on. I think you can see it right here. Like, it's actually a thing. That's wild. I didn't know that was actually an emote. I didn't know that was a real emote. I thought you were trolling. Yo, that's crazy. Okay, Z, I see you. Show the email real quick. Look at that email. I didn't know it was real. You know what I'm saying? I did not know that was a real emo. Hey, yo. I thought he was trolling, but that's a real emo, bro. Yo. That's crazy. Someone can bring me food? I got you, Beck. What you want? Wait, when this Sora Judas thing happened? Yesterday. Wait, I can't comfort you anymore? I got you, Beck. I got you. What you want? I just realized it was yesterday, Illy. Fuck this not trying to be fat thing. I feel it. You're Krabs. I'm Bob. False. 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 You know, false. That's wild. I would say don't give up. For real. Sorlov, don't listen to them. Just had some oatmeal and water. I have water. I want chicken. God, that sounds good right now. That sounds good. All right. I've been looking at this video long enough. I gotta watch it. Unspeakable horrors of the deep sea.
You probably heard me say that I'd rather eat 10 pounds of Popeye's biscuits with no drink.
I gotta watch it.
You've probably heard me say that.
Had some nuts. They're mediocre. Not bad nuts.
I'd rather eat 10 pounds of Popeye's biscuits
Water.
with no drink than ever
Water.
go out into the ocean.
Don't do it.
Well,
Don't do what?
I'd rather ride
Oh, this
cross country on a
guy?
bike
Yeah, I follow him on TikTok. Add nuts to the screen? Nah.
with a hot grill for a seat than spend half a second in the deep sea. There's
Judas
a lot
said
of
they're
living
crippled
nightmares
today
and paralysis
when
demons
asked
come
why
to life
they-
if you sink deep enough. And the Megalodon is not one of them. You'll often hear this thing about how the prehistoric apex predator never got discontinued. It's just chilling a step above hell in the abyss. This is cap.
I'm not rich enough for a healthy diet, not gonna lie, That's not even an excuse. Give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. In a borderline third world country, what do you want from me?
For actually 3 good reasons. 1, there just isn't enough food to sustain a 60-foot you to the natural order.
True.
2, if nature did keep the same jumbo jaws that peaked in the Pliocene, we at least would have seen a body by now. And number 3,
I've only eaten 2 Popeyes biscuits with no drinks. I don't know if I can do more. 3 would be crazy.
why do y'all want this to be alive so bad?
3 would be
I promise you
nuts.
there's way worse things down there. Like, I would evacuate my bowels if I ever saw a giga great white shark.
Could you imagine if that was real, bro? Like, if that was real? So you look fine as fuck today, in case you didn't hear. You do, Beck. You do for real. You're a savage. No honey, no none. I'm saying. You would deem it. 2 is like playing Russian roulette. Yeah, like that's...
Put me in front of a T-posing squid, and I'm shitting more bricks than the entire city of New York.
Sora got a
Big
thing.
fin squid
Damn,
is
Judas-
easily one of the
Judas
most
out here
disturbing
being-
things alive as I'm saying this. It's a T-posing predator with arms estimated to max out at just under 30 feet. Scientists
30 feet? 30 feet?
Newark. The big fin squid is easily one of the most disturbing things alive as I'm saying this. It's a T-posing predator with arms estimated to max out at just under
Yo, Zoopy's emo is kind of hot, though. Not gonna lie.
30 feet. Scientists believe the big fin catches bodies by dragging those arms, which can be easily 20 times its own body length, along the ocean floor like trawling nets and feeding on whatever poor soul accidentally.
I'm an equal opportunity spreading the love.
You're gonna hear me
That's
say
what we love about you,
believe
Beck.
or we think a lot. And
That's what we
'cause
love.
We don't know a whole lot about them. Almost
Sora's Gotham Ops still ain't forget the day in a life. That was crazy. I still need to highlight that. That reminds me. Sora's day in a life was wild. But damn, new AR, a 40-yard dash, S equals dash. Long arm squid, yeah, 30 feet.
every sighting and virtually every specimen studied
30
were either
feet.
juveniles or paralarva. We have no way of knowing exactly what their final form could look like.
Hey, Scratch, I dare you to go in the ocean for 10 seconds deep in. Yeah, I'll lose that dare. Oh, God. I typed some BS, I meant. The only squid to have elbows. That's in for $1 billion. I'm not going to lie. Illy. Like, the fear is that big. Nearly a 40-yard dash? Yeah. Yeah. Like, mimic octopus is like my 4th favorite marine animal. I have a list. Do you?
For all we know, this could be Junior, and we just haven't seen Mama Big Fin yet. Who would have thought?
Because why? What are you hiding? Nigga, is that a human on the screen? Oh my God, this keyboard feels great, my lord. I'm glad. What was that image? So this is the squid they're looking
Either
at, right?
Juveniles or paralarva.
And
We
they're
have
comparing
no
it
way
to
of knowing
this.
exactly what their final form could look like. For all we know, this could be Junior, and we just haven't seen Mama Big Fin yet. Who would have thought that just putting elbows on a squid would instantly turn it into the spawn of Satan? Oh, and if you thought the Big Fin was
Take a
just
few
this
hours
slow,
to actually adapt
passive
to it,
floating
though. How, like, scale of 1 to 10, Sora, how different is it from your old keyboard?
predator, then you're seriously underestimating the ocean's ability to massacre your mental health. And if you're curious, this video was taken about 7,000 feet down in the Gulf of Mexico. But considering they're believed to be the deepest living squids
I'm
at about
nosy.
20,000 feet, I have a theory. This is a juvenile, and the big boys are the ones shacking it up down in the crotch of the ocean. But good news, the big fin probably only feeds on small fish and crustaceans. Bad news, there are squids big enough to beef with the biggest predators on the planet. And the biggest predator on the planet that isn't a disgraced former YouTuber is the sperm whale, which on its own would have to be one of the most traumatizing things to witness.
More buttons, higher buttons, more button space spread, a little bit more, so like a 6. Definitely not as bad as other keyboards. Okay. Curse is putting lies in his head. Gaslighting me is crazy.
During their 2-hour hunting expeditions down in the deep sea. Well, the tankiest carnivore on Earth regularly runs fades with the giant squid. And by
I got
giant,
a teeny tiny cute new keyboard. Beck, what keyboard did you get? What keyboard did you get?
we're talking about calamari growing to an estimated 40 feet long. Not only are they themselves predators that hunt using 20-foot tentacles,
You know I can see
they're
chat, even if
opportunistic
you
cannibals
come
that
back,
would
right?
want
Yeah, you probably have the extension, right? I wasn't going to say anything, but we're hiding things now.
100% murk their entire family.
The great white orcas. I heard orcas are bullies. Seal, mimic octopus, 5 colossal squid. Okay.
Reunion for some calories. Now, nature high-key screwed up their character design.
there it is
They have
right there.
a donut-shaped brain and an esophagus running through it, meaning if they swallow something big enough, not only do
Extension not chat bug. Sometimes I can see that. Oh, because I don't like with 7 TV and stuff. I can just see it regardless. Good idea though. I should get to the extension. Yeah, orcas are ruthless to seals. I've seen them like smack. I think manta rays and shit too, like just for fun.
they run the risk of choking
You
to
know?
a flatline, they can also factory reset their entire personality through severe brain damage, which is why they mitigate this by shredding.
Seal was
their
up there on my
victims
list
with
too, but the
razor-sharp
artist,
meat and
not
what is
the
essentially
animals.
a
I mean, Seal was a good singer, huh? I don't know. I can send a pic. Okay, bet. He was a good singer. I threw the box out. Ah, okay. Okay.
tongue with teeth, the radula. That beak is such a weapon that you'll rarely see a sperm whale that hasn't been tattooed during a struggle with a giant squid.
Orcas are
And while the
savage?
plus-size
That's what I've
cephalopod
heard.
usually loses in a war with
Like, let me see. I've seen videos on it. Let me open over here. That's 2 years ago. Orcas kill, but not just for food. Here it is. Orcas are a menace to the peace, bro. That's what I've heard. Hello? Why do I hear nothing?
Often when we're filming our mammal cousins, it's very tempting to impose our own human anthropocentric values on their
Aren't you?
actions.
Tell me.
And that is, I think, a mistake. Probably the most interesting example of this I've seen has been
This
working
is
with
crazy.
orca, sometimes known as killer
They do look cool as fuck, though. I'm not gonna lie.
whale. On a beach in Patagonia, at exactly the right time of the right tide, a pod of orca will
Does SeaWorld or any marine park still have orcas? Because if they do, that's a lawsuit incoming. I don't think they do. I don't think they do after what's that Netflix documentary? I think they stopped because people got mad as fuck. Blackfish, there it is. When I went to restart my computer, chat bugged, so I saw all the messages. Orcas are the apex predator of the sea, but there are only like single-digit orca attacks.
surge up onto the sand.
Yeah, after Blackfish, I think they got they freed one. There's an abandoned one in a park in Canada. Really?
To snatch seal pups and to drag them back down into the surf where they feed on them. We waited for 5 days to see this, hunkered down low
What a shame.
against, freezing Patagonian winds, trying to make as little an impression as
Orcas have
possible
killed 4 trainers in equally brutal ways. Don't fuck with orcas. Yeah, orcas are mean, bro.
on the seal pups and drag
Trying to
them
get
back
to
down into the water. It's an incredible thing to see. Orca could weigh
He's kind of
8 or
chatting. Hold on.
9
I'm gonna find a
tons.
better video. This guy's chatting. He's just chatting. Hold on. Oh, this actually works. They're stunning though. Yo, what up, thieves? What's up? What's up? Y'all seen the guy who put a kitten in a blender? Yeah, I'm not watching that though. I've heard about it, but I'm not watching it. I'll be honest. Good morning. Good morning, Thief. How are you? How are you? Killer, orcas, even though I prefer to call them killer whales, are cool. No, Curse ain't capping. He an instigator, but you don't lie about his instigation. Doing okay yourself? I'm exhausted, Thief. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been up since 1 a.m. I've been up since 1 a.m. What's wrong with people? A lot. Yeah, he got arrested because Twitter doxed him. Damn. Same, bro. I feel you. Yeah. I hadn't heard, but now I'm mad about it. Yeah, Alf mentioned it yesterday, but I'm just not gonna. You want to come to my blanket for it? Please. What's that Twitch extension? Either 7TV or BTTV. 7TV, there's a setting. So, you can, so even if it's not my stream, I can see when someone says something crazy in people's chats. It's because I was nosy. That's why I got the extension, to be honest. My nosiness kind of
Been
won
trying
out.
to tell y'all, killer whales are just waterproof black Air
Yeah, you
Force
saw that. It just smacked it. Damn. Same. Yeah.
Been trying to
Sometimes
tell-
I'm like, what did he say? And so I got it because I'm nosy. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, I get arrested. I guess that don't fuck with cats doc was a real warning.
Y'all, killer whales are just waterproof
Don't fuck with cats. Oh, I remember that documentary.
black Air Forces with fins. Their entire personality is bullying
I
every
remember
animal in
that.
the ocean senses for no reason at all. Let me explain why this video is way worse than you actually think. It's actually well known that orcas will tail
Yeah,
slap their
they'll
prey.
look at that. You see how high that seal was? They just hit him out the water. It looks so cool though.
That orcas will tail slap their prey. It's the fastest way to make a seal join the air.
Got it. I shall hydrate. I shall hydrate. Yo, you know what? Ever since I mentioned that Chinese food thing yesterday, with UKers and Chinese food, I've been inundated with videos about it. Absolutely inundated. I've seen so many now about their Chinese food. Superb documentary, by the way, and the fact that the guy was found by random Facebook dwellers is even better. When I missed the Chinese food video, okay, so here's what's going on, Beck. On TikTok, UKers are getting flamed for what they call Chinese food. They're getting, like, actually flamed. I want to ask something from the younger people here. Ask away. They're getting flamed, though. Let me find the video. I have to re-like it on my phone so it's at the top. Like, legit? Need your input. Okay, bet. Younger people? Hold on, let me find it. I'm 54, can't relate. I am not 54. I did like it, but I can't find it. Hold on. I mean, I assume it's not for the chips and curry sauce and chicken balls and shit. That is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, Beck. They've been getting roasted. Yeah, what is considered, like, what age group? I be lying and shit on the internet. Y'all know. Like, what demo? Chinese food in the UK. Okay, let me just search it. So I'm not lying. I'm not hiding anything. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Chinese food in the UK. Yeah, they're like, it's stuff like this, Beck. Like this. And what she called it, the video. Chips. Like, people are roasting them. They're absolutely getting roasted for this stuff. Not Chinese food, some Chinese. Curry sauce. So my son, 16, is dating another 16-year-old. He's been raised right, so he doesn't mistreat her or disrespect her. But she is prone to something, mental health, and she tends to break up every time, and that hurts him. I can see the love, but it seems like she cannot improve. Been 2 years, and I'm very confused because he came to me for guidance today. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if it were me, Saul, I would tell him, look, I get his call, ultimatum. I just feel like if it were me, it's probably not worth it. Yeah, that's the nice way to say it. It's not worth it. You know? It's not worth it. Like, I understand that he has, like, big emotions, especially as a teenager. It feels, like, huge. You know what I'm saying? But I would, like, think about what would you do in that situation, Saul, right? Has he expressed to her the stress he feels every time that happens? Yeah, that's a good question, too. Not saying she's faking it. Yeah, I'm not saying she's faking it. I'm just saying, like, in the long run, she will destroy your son mentally, and you'll be doing your best to pick up the pieces. APAC out here asking the right shit. Yeah. If he was being a jerk, I'd definitely take the girl's side, but he's being a gentleman to her, and every time she's upset, she just wants to disconnect with everyone. He'll begrudge it if you say to leave her. For me, I don't think you should be in a relationship if you aren't mentally ready for one. Sometimes people come together to work and grow together. Sometimes you're good, but slowly break down in the relationship. But if the mental health affects you enough to break up and get back together repeatedly, then you shouldn't be in a relationship. That's what I'm saying. That's actually, Sora said it perfectly. That's it. But also, APAC, Apocalypse also asked a very good question. But he can't control that. But at the same time, like, if she's doing it, it's going to affect him too, right? I definitely agree. He asked me today if he should end it for good because he can't take it anymore. And so, like, at that point, you know, like, it's not necessarily his job to make sure to always be there to be the one to be comforting her when she keeps boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with Sora on this. If he's borderline tired of it, I say end it. Yeah, like, if it's impacting him that much, he has to think about himself too, right? Like, he has to take himself into consideration here. Don't tell him to leave her, but point out that she keeps hurting you, then you should think about letting it go. It's like a stove burner. Would you keep putting your hand... the way Curse is saying it is right. Sounds like your boy is a man. Yes, sir. You're not kidding that he was raised right? He is. W father. The way I would present it the way Curse is saying. I think you should teach him that breakups don't always have to be in bad taste. True. True. I agree. He can't control it, but at the end of the day, as a person, your goal is to put you at the top of your life since it's your life. Parents are different. He needs to think about himself as well. She needs to learn that she isn't ready for one. I agree. I agree. Wholeheartedly, to be honest. I agree. I agree. You turn this lower. I agree. Both sides have a play in everything, whether it's big or small. I just wanted to be sure before I tell him to end it for good. I genuinely want her to become the best version of herself. Yeah, I would just present it in a way where it doesn't seem like you're the one telling him to end it. You know what I mean? Kind of like let him come to his own conclusion, if that makes sense. People grow apart. It happens. Doesn't mean that he needs to hate her or vice versa. True. Although, yes, in a relationship, care for each other, either way, I still don't think you need to take care of a person as a whole. She needs to focus on herself. Amen. She just has a horrific relationship with her family, and that projects to herself and everyone else. Yeah, like, I feel for her, right? Like, it's a tough situation. But, like, your son also has to be able to think of himself, you know? And if it's taxing that much, sometimes, you know, it seems like he's done all he can and could do. But at the same time, like, those situations for her, she probably needs therapy to help and grow before she's ready to be in a relationship. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. One thing, too, we as humans have the tendency to want to save someone. It's not worth it at time. Example, me catching someone falling 4 feet. Now I'm doing spine decompressions. Yeah. At some point, you have to cut some people off. Exactly. Like, you can't save everybody, you know? And trying to save everybody will really get to you. It's basically a situation where people in our house just don't get along with each other, and it ends to end up in fighting, which ultimately really hampers a kid that's 16. That is true. That's true. So, like, I do feel for the situation that she's in, right? But at the same time, you just can't save everybody. And at some point, you have to think about yourself, too. And it's okay to be selfish sometimes, you know? And so, it is tough, but that's what I would say. You know? I can see your son as a gentleman, but if he's ruining himself in a relationship, it's saying something. Not saying the girl's a monster, but you do need boundaries. Son, not son. Yeah, I got what you were saying. I got what you were saying. Got it. Thank you. I did have him after being drunk. I just got some orange creamsicle G Fuel, and man, it's fucking delicious. That's good. Yeah, I do think wanting a relationship is rational at that age, but I'm sorry to say this, but at that age, with those problems, it's another responsibility with some people can't handle. Yeah. W dad, though. I personally got into a relationship, I realized I wasn't improving, and I was only going to hurt the other person, so we broke up. It took a few years before I was mentally good enough to even see myself in another relationship. I need my Monster Man, I'm falling asleep. I mean, you want to try it? Not right now. I'm pretty good on, like, the energy drink thing. This is from when I was 16 till now. It's okay to be selfish sometimes. Bet. Let me go flood your Discord with my videos. That's why we have the self-promo, Wolf. I've been saying. That's why it's there. Use it. Use it. Saying this from experience. Yeah. Yeah. Same, actually. You'd be better if you told me what your height. It's true. He stood by her for 2.5 years now. I think I will tell him to end it, but be there for her and also let her know that this doesn't mean she's cut off from our family. If she needs someone, we're there. Yeah. You know, you can tell that you raised a good kid, so, you know. You can definitely tell. And so, just let him know he has to take care of himself, too. And like I said, it's cool to be selfish sometimes. Obviously not all the time, but it's good to think, like, you got to put number one first sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Because think about it like this. If he keeps taking on, I'm going to use this word for lack of a better word. If he takes on the burden, right, to try to save somebody, and it keeps wearing him down, he won't be able to take care of neither him nor her. So, me and my now best friend were romantically attracted for some years, but I realized along the way I didn't really like her like that. I was just depressed and needed someone, and I felt so bad about it until I told her, and I love her even more now. And you'll never know if I'm telling the truth or bullshitting. Well, I mean, it sounds good, Alf, and you are a writer, so I'm kind of questioning you. I'm selfish. With how crazy our world has gotten, You should be over the moon proud of your son coming to you with this. Not a lot of fathers like yourself. Very true. As a father, I cannot possibly cut her off and let her suffer more. I think it'll be good if she knows she's still welcome and still has a father and mother figure watching. Maybe they can rekindle in the future, but not right now. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Wolf, you are more than welcome to flood. Oh, Beck, your keyboard's nice. I like it. Sorry, ADHD. But you're more than welcome to flood the Discord, the self-promo. That's what it's there for. I'm honestly nothing special. I just raised him to open up. Always told him to never hesitate because family will save you first. I mean, but a lot of people weren't raised like that, you know? Some of us just keep it in. They keep it in, you know? Want something wild? Yes. Yes. This way for you? Love, but it doesn't mean anything now. Love you only, and that I promise. That's crazy. Okay, let me see. Oh, let me mute the other video. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here.
Robber was gunned down by a store clerk. The pair acknowledges it was and bring a gun to work for safety, period. These siblings are furious. Their brother, who police say was an armed robber, was gunned down by a store clerk.
Whoa.
The pair acknowledges that he was wrong for...
Wait, they're mad that their brother tried to rob a store and he got gunned down? That's actually crazy. I wasn't raised that way. Being a roughneck country boy, I just gotta hide it. Yeah, like, I'm very much a keep it to myself guy, you know? So it's good that your son is willing to talk about it. Now, that isn't the problem. You promised 3 to 4 times and then continue to hide it. Now that's the problem. He's messed up many times, but I've always made sure we correct it first, help him, and then discipline him, not the opposite. Well, I didn't know how you react. That's insane. That's actually insane. How can you... See the quote on the bottom? Yes, he was robbing him. Oh, well.
Roosevelt Rapley to try and rob the Dollar General on North Gettysburg Avenue, but they say the clerk shouldn't have had a gun at work. Rochelle and Juwan Rapley say their younger brother, Roosevelt Rapley, was the second of 10 siblings killed by gunfire.
I'm a privileged asshole, but my family always had those redneck stances.
I don't believe it. Like, at the end of the day, I don't believe my brother is dead. It ain't kicked in yet.
And they're furious about how it happened.
And thanks for the advice, chat. Sending much love to everyone. Yo, Saul, like, you can tell you're a really good dad. Like, for real, for real, for real. Much love, much love.
That's not right. Police say a Dollar General clerk shot and killed 23...
He tried to rob a Dollar General? Like, a Dollar General, bro? Who robs Dollar General? What the fuck? Thanks for trusting us with this and wanting to talk about it. Yes. Who the fuck robs Dollar General, bro?
Year-old Roosevelt, who showed a gun and demanded cash Wednesday.
Witnesses indicated that the weapon was brandished.
Rob a bicycle store at that point? Like, bro, what the fuck? Bro tried to rob a Dollar General and failed, bro. I steal from there all the time and I haven't been caught. Don't expose yourself. Easy gateway. It's always good to talk to people. Scratch has built an amazing community. It's because of you guys, to be honest. You guys made it. A motherfucker with nothing to lose. Let's get back to shit posting. Hey, man. Bro, that should be his headstone. Got shot robbing a Dollar General like a dumbass. Exactly. Who robs a Dollar General? Who does that? I mean, a Dollar General turned into a $1.50 store now. That is true. I changed my mind.
As employees.
The siblings recognize their brother's wrongdoing.
He got some responsibility, but not all.
But
he's got some responsibility, but not all. What he tried to rob the store with a gun. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, can I tell you a secret? I'm here because I don't have anyone to talk to. I mean, we're all here. Ain't nobody got 50 Cent laying around. That's true. Who wants to rob a Dollar General with me? I'm good. You know, I'm good. Robs a store, gets shot, plays the victim. What? No, so their brother's dead. These are the siblings saying he didn't deserve to be shot.
Say that still doesn't warrant the clerk's actions.
Right and wrong is wrong. That was wrong for that clerk to shoot my brother in the chest. Yes, he's robbing y'all. Oh, well.
Yes, he was robbing him. Oh, well. Yes, he was robbing us. Oh, well, is a crazy statement. That's insane. This man should have played the Uno reverse card. I mean, he got the Uno reverse card. He went in there with a gun, and, you know, this is a classic case of fucked around and found out, you know? He just robbed a store. Y'all acting like he robbed a Walmart type beat. I don't condone stealing. That's what I'm saying.
Call police. That's what y'all supposed to do. Y'all not supposed to take matters in your own hands. If that's the case, I'm going to take matters in my own hands.
She just threatened to shoot up the Dollar General? That's the wildest thing on my For You page this morning. Yeah, this is fucking crazy. That's actually insane. What the fuck is that? I'm just waiting for the Mad Max shit to start. Like, gets better? Wait, did I miss? Hold on.
The clerk was legally allowed to have the gun. Meanwhile, officers are looking into the possibility Rapley may have been involved in several other commercial robberies.
Oh, so it wasn't his first one. It wasn't his first one. Okay, got it. Got it. The deceased might have been involved in other crimes. Yeah, got it. That's great. Love that. Thank you and hi, Wolf. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Oh, well. Yeah, that's the, let's have a moment of silence. Ah, well. Don't steal unless you're already rich. Want to end up like Buddy? Yeah, no stealing. We don't condone stealing around here. I love how I say I write and then I write flames instead of flame. I mean, it's all good. You know, it's all good. I gotta like that. That was crazy. That was crazy. I can't believe. Yeah, he stole. Oh well, he tried to rob. I just can't get over the fact that he tried to rob a Dollar General. Like, of all the stores out there, a Dollar General. Nobody that speaks English is grammatically correct. Whip it out, bro. No, I'm good. Want a quick laugh, my dude? Yes. Yes, I do. Why not a bank at that point, right? Like, if you're going to rob something with value. It's funny how their family can play the victim in this. Yeah, it's weird. But come on, that'd be a Dollar General. Like, a Dollar General? I'll send you a video with the timestamp. Give me a bit. All right, bet. Let me know. That's crazy. That's absolutely wild. Like, yeah, he stole. And? Oh, well. That's crazy. If you have a gun, you can rob someone. But if you have a bank, you can rob everyone. Some DC villain. Yeah. Or some CEO. Some CEO, to be honest with you. You know? He stole. Oh, well. Yeah, like, that's wild. And then at the end, she's like, I guess I should take things in my own hand. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? It's like the would you rather steal from an autistic millionaire or a Dollar General? Dollar General. Don't pull that thing out unless you plan to bang. Outcast. Facts. If you have a gun, you can rob a store. If you have a pen, you can rob millions. Some banker, I don't know. Millionaire, I don't discriminate. Yeah, the millionaire. Well, that's what she said. Yeah, she said she would take matters into her own hands since they took matters into their hands, even though he tried to rob them with a gun. So, you know, that's pretty fucking wild. That's pretty fucking crazy, bro. Millionaires or so last year? Bruce Wayne, probably. That's, man. Video sent via Discord DM, timestamp 40 seconds. Bad. Let me see. Let me mute said tab for a second. 40 seconds. Boom. And let me untap. Yeah, she gonna get packed up like him. It seems bro don't miss. Yeah, he was good. Millionaires are the poor for rich. Yo, what's up, JT? What up? How are you? All right, let me see. Let me see what we got here. 40 seconds. Hold on.
Breast enlargement. What about penis enlargement?
You know what they do is, like, every man has like 3 or 4 inches of it's like in their body, and they just pull the rest of it out.
If I pull hard enough.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that, Wolf? Yesterday I was in a stream and that got brought up in the stream. I have more inches in me than out of me. That's what did I just hear? Hold on, I got you. Let's play it again. I literally was in someone's stream yesterday, and that got brought up. Like, that's actually crazy. You know? Day off, what could be better? We love a day off. We love a day off. That's it. It was only 60 seconds. I'm playing it again.
This account. No, ban his account. You're out of this church.
There's breast enlargement. What about penis enlargement?
You know what they do is like every man has like 3 or 4 inches of it's like in their body, and they just pull the rest of it out.
If I pull hard enough.
That's a real thing, bro. This shoe wall is fire though, bro. That's the dude? Yes, a YouTuber? This shoe wall is fire, bruh. I need one of these. Shoe walls gas. Country accent. So if I pull hard enough, pull the rest of it, won't that hurt? Yeah, it also won't work. So it won't work. If a bee stings your dick and can enlarge it permanently, I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I'll die, so I won't do that. I have more inches inside of me than outside of me, Scratch. Yeah, I saw. Are you listening? Yeah, I mean, that's true. I knew that, you know. If I pull enough, I'll break my dick off at that point. Yeah. One of the dudes on Love is Blind had a shoe wall like that. I need that. Same. Yo, what's up, Pizza? How are you? What up? The dude.
Make the weirdest.
Oh. I'd actually never heard of the dude before. I pass out in some streams and wake up in others, but I remember seeing the same video. That's first you lie to me, then you laugh.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. You see the scratch? I see you what's going on. I see you, Sora. I'm reading it silently. I have 3 to 4 inches inside of me. Sounds like a Jon Snow comment. On God. She lied, gaslit me, then laughed at me. Do you see that? Love, I'm not laughing at you. Him and Grizzly hang out in Soup? Hold on. This week won't be complete if we don't do some Badlands today. You know what, JT? You're right. Let's see what Badlands has been up to. Why was that not... That sounded different. You know about the Burger King prank call? What? So he drank... Okay. So, I mean, like, he drank Prime, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough from Badlands Chugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, every Prime drink, that's not good enough. Police knock versus FBI knock. The FBI knock is better, I think. It's like more... It's funnier. My most walked up, I have no problems friend just opened up to me today about his problems. Mission accomplished. Damn, how'd you do that? Yesterday you played Outlast. How was it? It was terrible. My heart rate got to 120. Prime mid, not gonna lie, I have never tried it. I can't say that I've heard of it. Got a link? Prime is trash? I've actually never had it. Bro, someone that was not paid to say Prime is good said it was disgusting. I guess he finally had problems to cry about. Let X plus U equals 15 and X plus 5 because you def a 10. Damn, Pizza. Damn. Pizza's a Riz god. I'm going to be back. I don't know.
Howdy, folks. I'm Soup, and welcome to my prank call compilation on Rainbow Six Siege.
On.
A lot of you...
Hold on. YouTube always gets weird when I click a link in chat. Math Riz. I'm saying. Damn. How did that WrestleMania garb? What kind did you have?
Guys have taken these clips and shared them on
why everyone
Reddit,
hate Prime? It's
iFunny,
mid.
Instagram, or some other place that I don't know about. And that kind of thing really helps me out. It brings a lot of new people to my channel. So as a thank you for that, I've started a second channel. There's a link down below. And once that channel hits 100,000 subscribers, I plan on giving away something like $500 in Steam gift cards to you guys or something along those lines. So if you go over there and subscribe, maybe send me a tweet or a picture showing that you subscribed.
I think I have to.
I'll go through and pick some people to give some free stuff to. Thank you for all the support. The links to these original...
Before I leave, I've been thinking about you from the AM to the PM, so I decided to hit your DM. Bars.
Videos are down below as well.
I love the
Go
White
sub
Cannon
to my
Monster,
second channel
I guess
if you'd
with
like,
the
and
users,
enjoy the video.
Love KSI, though.
Oh, God.
His talent at building a parasocial relationship with his viewers is immaculate. Truly a master of his craft. You know who's the best at that? XQC, bro. I'm scared of the juicers. I'm not gonna lie. Oh God. I love the French color can. Like I'm scared of the juicers.
Insert address here.
How can I help you?
Can I get the bread bowl?
The bread bowl? Alright, what would you like in it?
Bread.
Did you scratch? You don't know how I... Yeah, you do. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. What?
Just hung up immediately.
What the fuck is wrong with us? Okay, I see it. I've actually never seen someone play Rainbow Six before.
Did he start laughing? I swear I heard him start laughing before he hung up.
A funny meme? Put it in the memes. Put it in the memes. Siege's ass? That's what I've heard. I swear to God. Try not to laugh. All right, let me see. I'm actually... let me see your rainbow clip. All right, bet. Let me know when you send it. But you don't know me, Scratch? You know the 20-year-old college student on the internet? I could be a middle-aged man hiding out in the forest, being a radical environmentalist. You'll never know. That's very true. But I gotta go. I actually have to do schoolwork. Damn. Do well on your schoolwork, Judas. You know, you only got a few weeks.
So stupid. That's so funny.
I'm tempted to call back and be like, "Can I get an ETA on my bread?"
Yeah, the links.
Tell him you're playing with the do.
I'm gonna watch this one, like this last call, and then I will go to.
And with
Chris's.
the do, and also, can I get a large Venus burger?
I'll see y'all soon. See you soon, Judas. Love you.
Call him
And
back,
being a
call
road
back.
environmentalist is awesome.
Open with the same sentence.
So awkward. I don't like it.
I'm playing with the dude. Do you not understand? I'm playing
I'm
with
about taking
the
every
dude.
L possible. Did you
Alright, one
win?
more time
I didn't see it. Oh shit, JT, I see you. I see you.
Kugo the Mighty.
I don't like people playing on my phone. Okay, hold on. Hold on. There's a lot of video links I'm seeing. Hold on. I'm pretty sure not JT. I'm pretty sure that Doc's doctor tried to rickroll me. I'm gonna see right now. I'm literally gonna see right now. Video sent in the meme channel. Thank you. Rickroll, but a different link. Yep. Not doing it. Not doing it. Wait, are they RRing? Is that why everyone's getting timed out? Is that what's happening? Are they RRing? Why is everyone getting timed out? What happened? Oh, Chris tried to post a link. Let me see what his link is. Seems like it. Yeah, I think everyone's RRing. What's going on? Yep. Let Illy go. She ain't do nothing. Yeah, Illy RR'd. She RR'd. Mm-hmm. Why do we get timed out for that? For what? Posting a link or for RR? For RR, it's Russian roulette. So if you lose, you get timed out. You know? Yeah, for RR, it's Russian roulette. And if you lose, you die and you get timed out. So that's like part of the game. So if you survive, you don't. But if you don't, you get timed out for a minute. It's the risk, you know? It's the risk. Bot thinks it's the hard work. Yes. Nah, but just putting the command muted me. Yeah, because you lost. It's because you lost. So if you win, you don't get timed out. But if you lose, you get timed out. That's the game. You know? Yeah. That's the whole game. I think, who set it up? I think it was Jazzy who set it up. All right, let me see Chris's meme. Let me see. See what we got going here.
If you
I thought it was
laugh,
something that
you're
switched
black.
permanent. No.
Just like me.
Wait, what?
If you laugh, you're black. Just like me.
I'm not.
If you eat this piece of pizza, you don't make it into heaven.
I'm on mobile right now, so I can't see why they're getting timed. I can see, but like it's moving, so I kind of miss it. I miss it. See, right? You saw a moment. No, it's okay. I've had to explain it to, like, if you weren't here when it first got set up, it's weird. Good morning. Yo, what's up, Celino? Can you play my clip first? Want to know what you think? Because I'm going to dip for a bit. All right, bet. right, let me see.
I'm acing right now.
So I'm 1 for 3 right now.
I'm about to ace, guys. Guys, I'm about to ace. Trust me. Watch.
I think it adds more time. Does it?
Moment.
No, I think it's 6. I just love the ace. That was funny. I like that one. Let me look at the other one. Illy, put the water gun down. There's people who care about you.
Why are you doing so bad? Yo, why are you doing so bad? Yo. Oh yeah, Hispanic Jamal. Let me give you some HP.
I had like 4 hours in this game at the time.
Damn, Hispanic Jamal.
Mira's in there. I don't know if you got her already, but she's in there. She was in there.
I'm telling you, Sora's a god at
Wow,
every
he
single
aced?
place.
That's yeah, crazy. Look at that. He got an ace before you. Demir, you let him ace before you.
I've gotten an ace before. What are you talking about?
No, you haven't. Not in
Why are
unranked.
you lying?
He's like a god at every game he plays, bro. I'm telling you. Sora's like a god at every single game he touches. You know? Memes. Link sent in meme channel. I love this song. Okay, hold on. Guy goes off at Popeyes.
Got the fucking nerves talking about some fucking boneless wings. Bitches on. Hello?
I think I figured out the chopsticks. How? What'd you do?
Hello.
Hey.
Wait a minute. I need the meta. I need the meta for the chopsticks. Wait a minute. For what? I saw Hispanic Jamal. Yeah. Let me post one. It's not. Trust me. You can see it too. All right, I'm going to permit you this one time. Go ahead. Not a Perry god, though? True. I haven't seen him parry. Was that Sora? Oh, yeah. Funny memes compilation shorts. In this video, you will see many different memes from the internet. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. All right, I'll copy it. Copy current address. I'll copy it.
I ordered a goddamn 3-piece, and y'all gave me one goddamn chicken tender on my goddamn plate. Matter of fact, I'm coming to the goddamn Wonder.
Uh-oh.
Hey, folks, straight back up. Mind your goddamn business, man.
Damn.
Mind your fucking...
About to be tested today. Star Wars Jedi, here I come. Yes, sir. Speaking of pairing, bro, pairing the chainsaw on Resident Evil 4 feels amazing.
You don't know me
Let me
like
tell you,
that.
Wolf, I would die. I would die. I 100% would die. I think that's two different people. Hold on,
You
I'm
don't
gonna
fucking
whisper
know
you.
me
Hold
like
on.
that with them ugly ass rims.
Damn.
Fuck up, get your ass back in the...
Yo, his tire's flat. His tire is flat. You notice that, right? These big ass rims with a flat tire. All right, I'll be back. All right, bet.
car.
No scratch?
Already pissed. Folks always want to jump in shit. God damn, mind your goddamn business. Roll them fucking wonders up. Come to the fucking one. Come to the fucking one.
It's two different people. Yeah.
I ordered a fucking 3-piece for my goddamn auntie, and I ain't getting number one fucking piece of chicken in it. What the fuck is going on, sir?
Check your back pocket or something, sir. I'm afraid you have a mistake.
Man, you want to fucking play? I'll get out here and beat your African-looking ass.
Like I said.
Damn. I don't think he wants smoke from Popeyes employees, though, bruh. Popeyes employees, this is where they train to go work at Waffle House. You feel me? Like, you can't just be yelling at Popeyes employees like this. I did parry a thrown axe, and I was in awe. It's getting so epic. Like, these people are in training right now to move up to the Waffle House. You feel me? Poor guy, like, I don't get paid enough for this shit. That motherfucker about to cry or pull out the chopper. This is Popeyes, Alf. They will fight you. They will fight you at Popeyes. You can't just disrespect them like this.
Hey, can I speak to the manager? Can y'all get this African motherfucker out?
Look how unfazed he looks. Does Waffle House sell waffles? I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. Look how unfazed he looks, bro. Like other restaurants, this person's getting visibly upset. He does not look like he gives a fuck.
Out the window. Hey, can I speak to the manager?
Like he looks, look at her in the back. She's ready for this, bro. Look at her. She is smiling. Popeyes or Waffle House workers, though? Waffle House. Waffle House. Popeyes is the Waffle House training ground. You know what I mean? Like, working at Popeyes is a prerequisite to working at Waffle House. You know what I'm saying? Call Waffle House on stream and ask. This Popeyes employee is like, Lord, this man doesn't know what I used to do. Right? Like, look how unfair. She's smiling. He's like, you lucky I'm working right now. That's Gus Fring. Anybody black and likes the chicken man. Mm-hmm. She about to pull out the blick. Like, you see him, bro. They're ready. What? Let's see if another one pops out.
Can I speak to the manager? Can I speak to the manager? Can I speak to the fucking manager? Open this goddamn one. Come, I need to speak to the goddamn manager. Get your black ass out the one. I won't talk to you. Hey, why you fucking laughing? This shit ain't funny.
You see what I'm saying? They're laughing at him, bro. He's mad as shit. And they're laughing. Like, they don't care. Popeyes employees will fight you.
Bring your ass over here. Bring your ass to the Wonder. See, that's why I don't fuck with y'all Popeyes. I'm finna come in there and pop y'all motherfucking
You shot me, don't talk.
eyes out y'all fucking head. I'm gonna pop you goddamn. What's going on? Why I got a 1 piece? I ordered a damn 3 piece.
You see the difference? Like,
You want a 3-piece?
I ordered a 3 piece. I got 1 piece.
I know that question pissed him off. I know that pissed him off.
Okay, let me see your receipt.
No.
Yeah, go ahead and shut off your phone. Not gonna lie, a 43, 34, 215-year-old supposed to know Waffle House. Like, even she will fight him, bro.
I need my damn money.
He ate it? I bet he ate it.
Right fucking now.
Okay,
And you got this fucking African by you acting like he's hard.
give me your receipt.
And he's playing with me.
Huh?
Can I get my money back?
Bring that ass here. I'm gonna pop your eyes out. She's the most dangerous? Yeah, she is. She's too calm. She's too calm right now.
You know what? This Popeyes, but y'all gonna make me pop y'all goddamn eyes out y'all head.
See? She didn't give a fuck. She was like, come inside. Come inside, bro. Like, come inside. My laptop's a fucking phone. Okay, close. All right. Okay, Alf. Is this your go-to line, Alf, right here? Hey, girl, feel my sweater. Know what it's made of? Boyfriend material. She manages a Popeye she can solo? Yeah. She can, actually. She can. She can. Like, let's, hold on. Popeyes. That's Pizza Riz? It is. Hey, watch my goddamn video. I don't remember the link. I'm not going to lie to you. Popeyes. The song is top tier. Like, here we go. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying happens at Popeyes? You see what I'm saying? Like, at Popeyes, this is the training grounds to Waffle House. Like, they don't fuck around in Popeyes, bro. They do not. They do not fuck around in there. I'm going to give this song like 20 seconds, Alf. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to give you like 20 seconds on this song. Not the training ground. It is, isn't it? Like, that's where they go. That's where they go to fight them. Popeyes will pop your eyes out. On God. It's Fire Trust. 20 seconds.
Yeah. What? What have you met? Praise God.
20 seconds.
Stop jerking off. Stop jerking off. What? Stop.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Wait, what's these vids? These were in the memes. So I was checking out the memes. 10 seconds. Let me see. No, I don't think I will. Yeah. I'm getting stressed. Yeah. Give it 40? I can't, bro. I can't give it 40. I'm not going to lie to you. That intro sold you. You should have gave me a timestamp. That intro sold. That's when it gets good. Trust. All right, I'll start it at 40. That's like half the video.
I am a man.
All right. Here we go.
Every word he spoke is the truth. Don't believe me, read the Bible, that's the old and the new. 1 Corinthians 6:18. Wouldn't stay away from sexual immorality. That's right, Matthew.
Stop jerking AO, but I got like 3 or 4 more inches I need to get out. If I just pulled hard enough. Yeah, like, wait. Yeah, like we have a goal here, bro. Wait. Okay, what's up? Whispered it? Okay, 1 second. This is satire, by the way. I'm completely not Christian. Oh, I know it's satire. I know it's satire. You know? There's not enough pulling in the world to get an extra 3 to 4 inches out. I'm just saying. Yeah, you got to get the surgery for that. You know what I'm saying? Never mind, understand the vid? Okay, bet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get the surgery if you want those results. All right. If this first meme is not funny, the bone replacement surgery, that silicone, I think so. It's basically a Christian video, stop jerking off. Exactly. Bored, come over. Can't right now. Did you hear the hub got banned in Utah? Yeah, you know what? Moment of silence for the brethren in Utah, huh? A moment of silence for the brethren in Utah. Hold on. That's crazy. That's crazy. And you know what's funny, JT? So it happened yesterday, right? You know what the most searched term in Utah was yesterday? VPN. VPN. How will the Mormons get their stress out now? Soaking. Soaking. More soaking. You know what I'm saying? NordVPN. Yeah. Google searches for VPN. Yep. Most searched term yesterday. VPN. That's crazy. Asking me for my ID to look at the hub is insane. I don't know how they thought that was going to work. Soaking? I heard about that. Good God. You know what? After this, I saw a Truth or Drink with Mormons. We got to watch it. Just more felony abuse from the Duggars. Yeah. They still got exit red. Don't ask me how I know. There's so many, Ellie. There's so many. Hey. Yo, just call me Rizzo. Thanks for the follow. I like your name. I'll call you Rizzo, just like you asked. I got you. Oh, wait. I missed it. I'm bored. Come over. Can't right now. I'm busy. Okay. Rizzo got Riz. He has to, right? He has to. Oops. He has to, bro. That name is actually dope. No cap. I'm Sam. Send another vid. I'm so bad at editing, so don't add me. Oh, bro, that I just felt his pain right there. Just make sure you got that top tier ad blocker so you don't catch CPU herpes. Yeah. Trust me, let me tell you something, Millie. As a kid, I mean, as a fully grown man, I got a virus that said the FBI were coming to me and taking over my computer several times as a kid. And me, I just wiped my hard drive. I'm not going to lie to you. I wiped the entire computer. But it kept happening. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just not using ad blockers and shit. You feel me? So, yeah. Get you some good ad blockers for those websites. Ad blocker and VPN is amazing. I haven't had my card compromised for about a year now. That's true. That is a lethal combo.
Oh, I got a crap.
I'm definitely using it. Yeah. So, I mean, that wasn't bad. Not my sense of humor, but not bad. I'm not mad at it. It was a good try. I definitely won the try not to laugh there, though. You know? It's already on my phone and my laptop. There you go. There you go. Bro's out here using LimeWire to download. Yep, I was. LimeWire, I was just downloading everything. Everything, you know? I was like, ooh, this sounds good. This sounds good. Then it was like, this is the FBI. We've taken control of your computer. I was like, no, the fuck you don't. Wipe. Bitch. Try again next time. The fuck? There was no way they were getting me, bro. There was no way. It's like, FBI? Hell no. And for a little bit, I thought it was the actual FBI. Let me see. Mormon. Truth or drink. Scammers hated you. They were like, damn it. It was so bad, Cursed. I had a CD that was ready to just wipe my whole computer. I just popped that bitch in, boot off the CD, wipe it, and reinstall Windows. And I was like, you'll never get me. I'll be damned. I will be damned before you get me to pay money. I don't need any of this shit. Killer CD? I did. Okay. I sent you another link. We should watch some blind date vids. I am down. I gotta watch this ex-Mormon's Truth or Drink, though. I got to, since we talked about it. Funny meme compilation? All right, I'll watch that later. Bet. All right. Ex-Mormons play Truth or Drink.
Perform a passage from the Book of Mormon as a rap song or take a
Well,
shot.
the same, but mine would cause the hard drive to unlock the RPM limiter and shatter the drive. That was better than mine. That was way better than mine.
And he had a cause the cursing to come upon them. Yeah, even a... Oh, no. Shut up.
Okay. Ex-Mormons. Here we go.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Who are you two and what are you doing here?
I'm Ian.
Speaking of FBI, bro, I had a call that my local police station was coming to get me. I had to pay X amount. I hung up and called our county sheriff. He and my father are buddy-buddy. After I told him about the call, he said, son, if we had to come for you, your dad would have killed you before we got there. True. I appreciate her at least holding a consistent tempo. Yeah. That was good work there. Let's go to the bottom. The bottom feels right over here. That was a weird statement, but you know what I mean.
I'm Bobby. And we're here to talk about the...
I had the Anarchist cookbook on my PC, so I needed to be able to really destroy the PC. Yeah, I didn't have that. That's the ex-drummer me. You played drum, JT. Did you play drums in high school? Were you in band? Or were you just like in a band? I need to know, because I'm forever jealous of everyone that actually got to play drums in band. I was, yeah. As a trumpet player, me too. Yep, Wolf, I was a trumpet player. I never got to play it. Play Truth and Drink? What game rule is it? If they don't want to answer the question or do the thing, they drink. Food choice, guys, make a poll for me, please. All right, what's the choices? Remember, drummer, first thing I'm playing is the hub. And I taught drums for like a decade. Also played trumpet, though, too. Jazz and shit. That's cool. Burger King, Chick-fil-A, Popeyes. Got you. What should Illy eat? BK, Chick-fil-A, Popeyes. All right. Polls up. There you go. Polls up. I think if you had access to the AC, you would have been in so much trouble like me. ADHD and a book of explosives, hacks and free shit were a deadly combo. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Luckily, I didn't know anything about that. I was just trying to download Get Rich or Die Trying and shit like that, you know? Random movies, you know? Shit like that. What about KFC? KFC's mid. Looks like Chick-fil-A is winning here. It looks like Chick-fil-A is the winner. I'm not gonna lie. Unfortunately, the KFC on our side cooked rats and shit, so I can't go for it. Yeah, I feel that. Chick-fil-A slaps? It does. Oh, Popeyes won. There we go. Popeyes it is. There we go.
LDS Church, the Mormons.
Now, are you...
Calling KFC mid is generous. I was being nice. I was being very nice. Popeyes with the comeback. You know, they fought for it. KFC means kid fucking cars. Interesting way to go about it. Okay, Popeyes. Thanks, guys. No problem, Millie. No problem. All right, let's do this. Yeah, make sure you get all your nuggets. Don't end up like that guy in the last video.
Hey.
Hi. Who are you two and what are you doing here?
I'm Ian. I'm Bobby. And we're here to talk about the LDS Church, the Mormons.
Now, are you currently Mormons or...
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck no. Absolutely not.
I have not really actually had the chance to talk to anybody who's been an ex-Mormon too. Like, I mean, I'll share the experience, but like not with another ex-Mormon. So I'm really excited about that, and to hear someone else's experience.
You want to trauma bond real quick?
Yeah.
Hold on.
We love trauma bonding around here.
I feel good though.
You know, they're trauma bonding about being Mormons. We trauma bond with Badlands chugs, chugging salsa, chili, beans, and everything. Mormons be wild? Yeah. Yeah, they do. That tan on her, though, that was very Jersey Shore-esque, wasn't it? Very Jersey Shore.
Okay, do you want to go first?
Sure.
All right, let's see.
Why did you leave the Mormon faith?
Okay,
really
good.
started
Starting
when I was
strong. Starting strong here.
And it was the baptism.
Yep.
And they're like, yo, we're cleansing you of your sins. So basically, you now have to live a perfect, sinless life.
That's difficult. That's difficult. I get free change from change machines, use tones to override payphones, hack networks with the same shit, make thermite, napalm, tennis ball grenades, bow and arrow grenade launchers, etc. I wish they had an updated version. That is crazy. I didn't know that you could do all that, especially back then. If I get Chick-fil-A, guess what? It's down the block, so Nuggets is going to be full for sure, or yelling like the guy in the vid. Literally impossible. Yeah, it is. Literally impossible.
And that was a ton of pressure, and that was where it really began, like, feeling that way.
Yeah, so he was like, live perfect, fuck all that, can't do that, I'm out of here. I don't blame him.
Obviously, I'm gay. So that was the leading factor. Going into college, I was like, I'm gonna try to express my queerness as well as try to be active in the Mormon church, and what really didn't get received well by a lot of people.
They were very, very homophobic to my mother. She came out, and I saw the behavior they had towards her, and it just left a bad taste in my mouth.
Misogyny, homophobia, racism.
I'm not trying to be mean. I just can't stop. I can't stop looking at the tan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know Latter-day Saints is fucked up. You know what I'm saying? The tan. I can't stop looking at it. What tan? I can't stop looking at it. Look at her eyes, though. Not the same complexion. Yeah. The orange sitting there? Yeah. She's... That girl right there, yeah, I can't stop looking at it.
That was the final straw for me.
Say that sweet, sweet repressed sexuality. That's good stuff.
You know, she has nice nails though.
Let's see. Okay, what was the first sinful thing that you tried once you left the faith?
I'm gonna guess. Send another vid and memes. What the hell is this video? Ex-Mormon's Truth or Drink.
So I guess.
Got her tan at the same place. She spends good money on that tan too. Yeah, she does.
After I left, I would say drinking. I remember going to like my...
Did Donald Trump gender reveal on the left? I didn't think her hair makes it worse. Let me see. Let me go back. Wait, I went too far.
College, I was like, I'm gonna...
The perfect, sinless life.
I went too far.
That was a ton of pressure, and that was where it really began, like, feeling that way.
Obviously, I'm gay. So that was the leading factor. Going into...
They were very, very homophobic to my mother. She came out, and I saw the behavior they had towards her, and it just left a bad taste in my mouth.
Misogyny.
Oh, because it's ultra blonde. You're right. The contrast there. The orange girl had a wild life. Her mannerism and one question she asked seals my assumption. We'll see. It's because her hair's like, the contrast is there.
Misogyny, homophobia, racism. That was the final straw for me.
Say that sweet, sweet repressed sexuality. That's good stuff.
Let's see.
And her roots coming out too. I think that's a trend now, isn't it? Is that back or no?
Okay, what was the first sinful thing that you tried once you left the faith?
So I guess after I left, I would say drinking.
The lived-in look, you know, it's the aesthetic. I'm not sure if it's in now. I have to look on TikTok.
I remember going to like my first college party.
You too, bit hussy.
Like, as soon as I moved out from my parents' house, just before I officially left, and I went to...
You're in now? I hope so. I hope so. Bitches be broke and can't keep it, but they call it trend. I think that's what it is. I actually think that's why it's a trend. It's expensive to keep for the upkeep.
a friend's apartment where they had the 10 Commandments written up on the fridge, and my friends and I just set out to break all of them except for murder in pretty much one day.
Damn. Okay. I'm glad that she really said except for murder there. You know? To call out, upkeep some bitches. Damn, Jamal, damn. I'm glad that she said that, you know, except for murder.
We had a wild day.
We had a good day.
I mean, technically, if I've been sinning while I was a Mormon, I guess, because
It's not true if you don't do all 10. I mean, you know, you'll get locked up if you do all 10.
I drink soda. I drink soda
Coffee,
and
tea.
coffee.
Sorry, Scratch has been pretty busy at work. Oh, you're good, Doc. You are good. You're good. Let me do it. Don't do it. You are good.
Tea, soda.
So Mormons can consume as much heavy.
Wait, did she say drinking soda was a sin? I didn't know
Set
that.
out to break all of them.
I didn't know that
except
was
for
against like
murder
Mormon
in pretty
rules.
much one day.
We had a wild day.
We had a good day.
I mean, technically, if I've been sinning while I was a Mormon, I guess, because I drink soda. I drink.
I'm at work, waiting to be told what to do. Hopefully you don't get told anything to do. If you get all 10 punches on the card, you get a free Slurpee. That is enticing. We do love Slurpees here.
Drink
We
soda.
bitch who can't work and chat at the same time.
Coffee, tea, soda.
So Mormons can consume as much heavy cream and potatoes as they want. That's the requirement. They
And
have
awful
to.
casseroles.
Awful
Yeah.
casseroles. But what they can't have is caffeine. The reasoning is they say that any addiction that you have on earth will translate to heaven.
Oh, can't have a caffeine addiction in heaven.
I felt some kind of way the first time that somebody handed me a Frappuccino when I was... And my friend was like, no, you've lived your entire life without coffee. Like, try some of my Frappuccino. And
About a cocaine addiction? That's just as bad, I think, you know? I think it's just as bad.
was like...
I work with contractors. Means going to job sites and showing them units and working with multiple programs, so suck my ass.
Oh my god, I can't. The
I can't.
caffeine,
And
the
2 years
espresso.
later, I was sucking a dick. You know, and that's just...
Damn. Caffeine is the gateway drug. Caffeine's the gateway. You know what I'm saying? Not even a Mormon, I'm a certified caffeine hater. I'm addicted to being... Sounds like an excuse to me, right? I'm addicted to being... Yeah, I think that is a sin. What they gonna do? Caffeine is the gateway. Good God, talk about projection. Caffeine is the ultimate drug. Wait, caffeine is the gateway to sucking dick? Apparently. I mean, you heard him.
Some of my Frappuccino, and I was like...
Oh my god, I can't. The
I
caffeine,
can't. And
the
2 years
espresso.
later, I was sucking a dick. You know, and that...
Gateway. I'm finna try out this ghost pepper wings from Popeyes. Oh, God, Illy. Twice in 1 week, huh? Wait, Scratch drank an energy drink. Wait. I need rehab. My gateway to sucking dick is 500K. Fuck we watching? Ex-Mormons on Truth or Drink. I didn't know they had ghost pepper wings, Illy. But I've, like, twice in 1 week.
Ryan's your turn.
Perform a passage from the Book of Mormon as a rap song or take a shot.
Oh, I'm ready for this. No, not.
Oh, wait.
I thought she was really... Wait until you get a cam for that. I thought she was about to spit. I was ready for it.
Some source material if you would like some.
You have a Book of Mormon?
I do.
Oh my god. Do I really want?
Hey,
Is
don't
this the
be-
one that you highlighted, or is this someone else who highlighted this?
Oh no, I highlighted that.
You
just in case you need like help. You know, I don't know. I found it like spoke to me.
This
Okay,
was highlighted.
let's get
so
the
I
rap.
feel like
Let me
it's
get it.
calling out to me.
Oh, that
Let's
was
get these
highlighted.
raps.
Yeah.
That's for you.
Who spits?
Yeah. And he had a cause the cursing to come upon them. Yeah. Even
Joseph
a-
Smith
oh,
is
no.
dumb. Dumb.
And exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto people, the Lord God.
Ooh, Lord. Okay. They should have let him go first.
Did cause upon the skin of blackness to become upon them. This is...
Go ahead. Call Chris Hansen. They need rap tips. He would kill it. Eat super spicy shit on stream. Yeah, people love that. That's a
one of the
meta.
most racist
Yeah,
scriptures
you
in
picked
the
a good
Mormon
one.
Church.
Dang, I didn't know. I just highlighted.
Also, I don't know how I felt about that rap.
Chick-fil-A, then Popeyes Sunday. There you go. There you go.
That was great. That's what you're worried about?
Okay, when did you first masturbate?
I think I was. The whole story's weird. I'm not doing it.
All he had to say was, no one asked the story. Rapping to the Book of Mormon, Scratch. Oh, Lord. Nice ad lib. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to help. Like, no one asked him for the story. He just had to say an age. Don't worry about it, you nosy bitch. Like, he didn't need to give a story. He could have just been like 14. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have to tell a story. Right before this? Oh, you said first, not most recent. Right now?
I was probably like 11 or 12. I was in the shower. For some reason, I thought taking the shower.
Why are they telling me the whole story, bro?
I had on full blast and just right at my dick felt really nice. And then one day, stuff came out, and I thought it was an infection. And then when I learned what masturbating was, like honestly, like a year or so.
Wait a minute. Okay, what's up, Illy? What's up? What's up? Who the fuck remembers this? I mean, I guess when you're Mormon, right, and you're super restricted, you remember stuff like this. He's doing it wrong? Yeah. I would scream out, masturbation is a sin, but on the real, it was when I was 9 and the church leader said to do it. Huh. I can barely remember what I did last week. That's his masturbating experience? Yes, it is. Bro did it without touching it. Yeah, he did. Hands free.
So later, I had so much guilt about it because I was like, I had done and masturbated like quite a few times before that.
If you had to pick a worse religion than Mormonism, which would it be? If you think it's the
God can't see it. The church leader said what? Yeah, church. There's stories about churches, you know what I'm saying?
absolute worst, take a shot. It's definitely the worst.
Damn, they all took a shot. He said it's the will of God. Really? I'm hands-free all the time since I'm an innie. All I got to do is move around the right way. This man did it with no hands. You know he yelled out, "Look, Mom, no hands." Quietly, so his mom didn't find out, you know, because Mormonism.
Oh, that is gross. What is the most racist thing you saw happen in the Mormon church?
If you pull hard enough, you can get 3 to 4 out. You know what I'm
My
saying?
dad's side's Mexican Catholic, and so, yeah, I was the only brown one in my family. And being told that, if you live this whole truthful, sinless life, then you can.
Son, why is our water bill $400? I feel like regardless of that story, that's a conversation in a lot of houses. You know what I'm saying? Pastors or else, Scratch, one of the worst times I was jumped, he watched it happen. But a week earlier, when I was in the hospital, he was there too. You taking long-ass showers. I feel like that's a conversation a lot of households have,
Back wider. That was definitely a moment where I was like, so.
Okay, but for real though, my wife can't shower under 45 minutes. Don't fucking worry about it, Dad. Like, sometimes you just gotta chill in the shower, You're thinking. 45 minutes is a long shower. I feel like you run out, well, if you don't have an electric water heater, hot water's probably gone. You all did in the shower at one point, it fucking sucks. In bed, OP. I have to think about how lonely I am while in the shower. 45 is minimum. Cold showers though, bro, it just hits different. Wolf, I'm still getting there. I'm at 20 seconds now. A shower for 20 minutes. Yo, what's up, Phyllis? What's up? How are you? What's up?
I was sinful in the past. That makes no sense.
And you're just sinful because you just exist?
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, just because, what?
Yeah.
I felt like when I was at
cold showers do hit different. They hit like not even doing one in the first place. Water is the anti-lube. I'm outside your window. Tell Patty to come out.
Church, I was expected to put on an entire different piece of skin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Going to church, I felt like I needed to look like Connor.
I'm mad because my neighbor won't shut the fuck up and has been moving shit since 2 a.m. What? Are they moving or are they just doing shit? I'm at 20 seconds of cold showers. You'll get there, bro. I take about 10 minutes. Someday. Just waiting for Patty.
It was like, I'm not Connor. Yeah,
Someday
that was
I'll get
pretty
to 10
much
minutes.
the biggest
That's
thing.
messed up.
As far as like being black and still existing in the church is because I didn't feel like I belonged.
The most racist thing about Mormonism is their doctrine. The story of Adam and Eve, as everyone knows it.
Don't tell them to stop or they'll shoot you and your whole family. Yeah, you heard about that.
Cain kills Abel.
You heard about that.
Lies to God, and God then curses his entire lineage with black skin. So black skin's a curse.
Yo, I was told this in church. Someone said this to me as a kid. I remember this.
It's because I didn't feel like I belonged.
The most racist thing about Mormonism is their doctrine. The story of Adam and Eve, as everyone knows it, is Cain kills Abel. He lies to God, and God then curses his entire lineage with black skin. So black skin's a
I was told that. I remember that. I'm gonna take hot showers for a few weeks, then go back to cold showers and let you know my progress. All right, bet. What the fuck's wrong with this country? Did you hear, Cursed, about the guy that threatened the 6-year-old kid? She's not moving. Petty said there's a random dude there being shady. Mormons ain't shit. Fuck with Scientology. Scientology's crazy. I hope you slapped them. I don't remember what happened, but I remember being told that, and I was like younger, like really little. Not gonna lie though, heart rate reached 120 during yesterday's cold shower. Didn't know my back was that sore due to spinal compressions. Once you go Scientology, no one sees you again. True. Yeah, and then if you try to leave, someone follows you around for the rest of your life. So, Scientology low-key, high-key. High-key, dog. Yeah, the guy threatened a 6-year-old is the weather. He's a weather guy? I didn't know that part, but I saw that he was like, stop ringing doorbells in 2023. A 6-year-old tried to. I heard that. Like, I didn't know that he was a weather person. But I heard he was like, tell kids stop ringing doorbells. Next time. Then he like told her he's going to pull her hair and shit and make her cry and shit. You know?
Curse? It's just
Well, there's also
problematic to say the least.
What is Scientology? It's, how do I explain it? I don't know like exactly what they believe, but I would say it's a cult, right? In which when you try to leave, all of your family stops talking to you. Your friends cut you off. Someone from Scientology basically follows you around for the rest of your life. You know how it goes? It's weird. No, I think it's like actually a cult. Wait, he doubled and tripled down on it? That guy needs to have a flaming bag of poo on his doorstep quickly, followed by several Molotovs each door and window. Oh, so the KKK with less racism. What's up, dog? Yo, what's up, Incog? Reposted the Don't Ring post with the black kid that was shot. I saw that. Posted that he knows all the cops. That guy is insane, bro. That guy's actually insane. Sounds like a Jehovah's Witness. That's, whoa. No, it's still pretty racist. Yeah.
Babel's story where they built the tower to heaven and God's punishment was that they spoke in tongues. So that,
oh yeah, and there's like levels to Scientology, right? So each time you hit a level, you have to donate more money and stuff. And, you know, a bunch of stuff like that. He's unhinged for sure. Something might happen. Yeah, that's insane.
That's how they got
that guy's insane.
With like foreign languages. It's like, so everything outside of white English was a curse, basically. Yeah. So it's like you're raising.
What level's Tom Cruise at? I think he's like near the top. Let's see. I no longer care about this video. I'm not gonna lie to you. Who's Tom Cruise? Imagine what level of Scientology is Tom Cruise? Guys, I'm kidding. No, I know. OT7. What is OT7? So they say he's the highest currently achievable level. Like he's the highest level you can achieve right now. If you threaten the life of a child, you should legally forfeit your rights to safety. I agree. Actually. W honesty. It's a short man. Yes. Homie, every time I think of Tom Cruise, I think of the scene in Tropic Thunder. I will rain hellfire on you. I think of him jumping on the couch. Weirdly enough. But God, Tropic Thunder was so good. He's mad or Ultra Instinct. Yes, he is. He is. So he's the highest you can get. Win song battles? I don't know. Please tell me you've watched Tropic Thunder. I love Tropic Thunder, actually. I actually love Tropic Thunder. But I watched it so long ago. Punting and killing children are different. when he's screaming on the phone to the terrorist? No, I remember. But when I think of Tom Cruise, I for some reason think of when he was jumping on Oprah's couch. And that he still insists on doing his own stunts, which is crazy. Crazy Tom Cruise? Yeah. Put that scene on. I want to see it. I would, but I'm trying not to get my videos taken down. You know what I'm saying? These DMCAs have been killing me lately. Oh yeah, yeah. They've been actually killing me. I got it like this week alone. They've been like DMCA. So I gotta like chill a little bit. Yo, Scratch, I found the Song Battle server. What Song Battle server? Bro, that Top Gun though. I haven't seen the recent one. Can you vid my view? Okay, Flaming Dragon. I want you to take a step back. I will literally fuck your own ass. Oh, the website. Oh. Couldn't you just do that on like Uwu Fufu? Couldn't you? Like Uwu Fufu? What the fuck is that? Have you never seen Uwu Fufu? Hold on. I'll show you what Uwu Fufu is. So on Uwu Fufu, it's like a, so let's go to, let me go to one Summer sent me. So Summer sent me this one, right? Where it's like best anime fights of all time. You know what I'm saying? And so you hit play, right? You just hit start. I'm not actually doing this. So you have this one right here, right? Not playing it. And then there's Goku versus Krillin. Scratch question for you. Okay, what's up? And then you just go, boom, choose, and you keep going. I said it in general. What is your question? What's the point to having multiple bots? They do different things. So like Nightbot is kind of just general. Could you send me that link, Scratch? Yeah, the Uwu Fufu. I got you. They do different things. So like some bots are just have different capabilities. You know what I mean? So like Stream Elements gives me the gambling and stuff. Nightbot acts as like a really overzealous mod. What other bot do I have? What other mod do I have? I send it to you. I send it to you, Jamal. I don't know what other bot I have. FossaBot does a lot of my commands. It's just easier. Yeah, FossaBot does a lot of my commands. Because it's just easier for me to do. And with FossaBot, when I was looking for a list of commands, it lets me copy other streamers. So it's just easier. Yo, Scratch Check General. Got you. And so it just made it a lot easier for me. You know? And it gives you 2 different commands if you want. Song Battle IO. Oh, so I'd have to make it though. Sign in with Twitch. All right, authorize. So I'd have to make it. Yo, Scratch Check Whispers. I'm looking at my whispers. Your viewers put in songs. Okay, so let's say I took like 16. Oh, and everyone could. Okay, I'll actually bookmark that. We'll do that one day. I don't know when though, but we'll do it. Oh, when you do it online. Okay, I got you. That's actually cool. Thank you. Check Whispers. I sent a link. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not watching that. I'll be real with you. I don't know, got me fit. Stop! Not the song lyrics again, bro. Not the I admit it lyrics. Guys, figure out how I can use Stream Elements to steal points. Why? I'm just not interested. I'll be real with you. The intro sold you. If I could figure that out, that'd be hilarious as fuck. If we could have like thieves. Did I hear a dog barking? Yeah, you did. It was a meme video, and I saw it and was like, nah. I kind of noped out. You know what I mean? I noped out of that video. I'm kind of scarred with dogs since we watched that video yesterday. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm talking about? That video from yesterday. I need Scrat's honesty. Yeah, like after yesterday's video, I'm kind of just what video yesterday? So we watched a video, Cursed, in which a girl identified as a dog. So we watched several. We watched 2. We saw a tweet with one girl who said that she was trans canine. And then we saw a girl who said she was a dog and walked around as a dog, like on a leash, went to dog parks and all that stuff. It was, yeah, it was nuts. And so, you know, me and dogs, it was nuts. I'm not gonna watch it again though. What the fuck? Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. it was pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie to you. Dog's butt was barking? Yeah, I saw. That's why I clicked off, you know. I was just not interested, I'll be real with you. Yeah, like they went to dog parks and everything, Cursed. Like she was quite literally catching frisbees and shit. It was just an odd video, I'll be honest with you. It was her and her boyfriend. Like with her mouth? Yeah, you know what? I'll show you. Hold on. I'll just show you clips. She had a dog cage. When are we doing horror game? We did one yesterday. Yeah, the video's called My Girlfriend Acts Like a Dog and I Like It. I'm not showing the whole video, but I'll show you what I'm saying. Wait, we don't finish the game? No, we just played for that day. I think I muted the tab. I did. So this is her boyfriend, right? You try catching? Yeah, it's not easy. But like, so she gets the collar, which is actually normal. Dog, you watching again? No, I'm just skipping around. You see, she walks through with the collar. It ain't going down easy if it ain't cheesy. You sure you don't want to? I'm not watching it. I'm just skimming through. They go to dog parks and shit. She has a cage. You know what I mean? She's been doing it since she was a kid. I can't find the actual. There it is. She's been doing it since she was a kid, you know. All that stuff. He takes her for walks.
Why? It's very. What I
I'm
like
saying?
about
Takes her
being
for
a
walks
dog
and shit.
is
Takes her to the dog park. It's pretty wild. What happened to her while she was wearing that dog suit as a kid? God, I wish I knew. Like, you know, she quite literally crawls out of the car. Dog's lick her in the mouth. She got some fucked up shit she repressed? Yeah. That's what we were saying. We think this is like a trauma thing. She's always on her knees. That Arch game gotta be crazy, though. You know? And then she has an Instagram. Well, she had an Instagram. I think she got bullied off. But, yeah, that's what we watched yesterday. It was, I gotta see the Frisbee. Oh, let me find it again. Hold on. I don't remember the timestamp, but I don't want to watch the whole video. You know? I know that she did a photo shoot with it. Was it here? Or did she pick it up with the Frisbee? It may be here.
Like a girl pretending to be a dog isn't really the weirdest thing. I think just for a lot of people.
432, I'm capping, bro.
It's new to see
That's
it
where she,
in the way that she does it. I don't find it weird.
Wait, is this it? No, he overthrew that shit.
Hey, yo!
Yeah, he overthrew that one. I have to skim and find it. If I find it, I'll send you the timestamp. Fuck this stupid keyboard. That's fun. He overthrew it. I like it, but yeah, once you get used to it, Sora, you'll be good. You'll be good. What is this? You laugh, you replay the video.
Police! Help! Police!
Yes, thank
Help! Police! Help! Help!
Memes D's nuts. All right, let me see this. All right. Let's see. We need a soundbite of yes, officer. This one right here. Okay, let me copy that. Let me do that in a second. We'll pick one together. Let's see.
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
Holy shit, I was recording this entire time. All right, let's see.
Alex, what's this?
Bro, your ice cream!
I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to make me laugh with videos like this. I kind of just sit here like, unless it's actually funny, you know? You know what I mean? Hey, man, Scratch, like, a lot of these meme videos, I'm not trying to be mean, but like a lot of these meme videos aren't funny. I don't understand these vids. Yeah, like they're just not funny to me. I would have laid them out and then run their pockets for money for new ice cream. Facts. Watch the memes in Discord instead. I did. We did that like earlier in the stream. Like, if you're gonna, like, you need, like, memes for I'm Dante type shit to try to make me laugh on these.
Dad, what's for dinner?
Oh, shit, I thought you were, because I just sent, oh.
Dad, we're hungry. Dad, we're hungry. Dad, what's for dinner?
Facts? Yeah, like, these are. Like, yeah, he was robbing him. Oh, well. Like, you know, like, I don't know. It's just not my sense of humor. Now I'm cringing like Mad Dog. You get it, Incog. You get it.
Hey, how you doing today? I got you for speeding. Do you have your license and registration?
No, I think you were speeding, sir.
You got me, man.
I'm gonna give it like 3 more. I'm gonna give it 3 more memes. Meme vid stuck in 2018. I'm gonna give it 3 more memes.
Like Zoink Scoob, let's get out of here.
I need more dark humor ones, to be honest. All right, this last one. All right. It's just not my sense of humor, you feel me? Which is fine. It's just not like it takes a lot. Check the disc I just sent. All right. It takes a lot like something really good to make me laugh. All right, let me see what we got. The Panda Buyer. New Turbulence lore? Oh god. Not fucking Turbulence, bro. Let me see. Asian got nails like that, she bad as hell. Okay. Hi, Sophia. My parcel has been handed over to carrier for like 6 days. Is my parcel stuck or lost? LMAO, bum. Color black and walk L. Solid and his retail shit was tough. Okay. Yo, dog. Are you that broke you need to buy 50-cent socks? Yo. If a seller talked to me like this, I'll be mad as fuck. And then they sent it twice. Damn. You submitted an order, please. Hey, link permission? Got a good one. Just whisper it. Send 2 clips? All right, bet. White woman dupe skinny ginger 5'2". Okay, that one got me. That one got me a little bit. Let me check the other one. Ooh, Turbulence. I don't know if I want to watch a Turbulence vid again. I'm not going to lie to you. Ice Spice, more like she not nice. Let me see what Sora sent. Okay, let me see. I bet now we watch blind date vids. Yes. Do you have like one specific? Where do you watch them? Like cut? Like the button? Illy? Like the button? Sent it? Okay. Yeah? All right, bet. We can watch. Wait, I missed the entire thing because I was talking. Got him? Got him? This is what I'm saying. Here, I'll send a link. Okay, bet. Thank you. I think there's a new one. I think I saw that there was a new one. I was just wondering if you meant the button and then this one.
You know how many times we used Hamachi together? Yeah, IP show up on there
That's
too.
a nice spray
That's
transfer.
crazy.
That's pretty good.
Damn, but don't you just know like the area we in? You don't know the specific location.
You want to find out?
Nah. You want.
No, it's somebody else. Okay, bet.
If we had
Oh, these. Okay. Okay, hold on. And then I had a whisper. Memes that are actually dark humor. Where are my VIP scrats? 1 hour. I mean, you're getting there. I watched way more. All right, let's see.
a fight, how would you make it up to me?
I would.
Oh, I've seen this
wait
vid.
for your apology.
I've seen this vid. It doesn't count if your stream muted. You sure? Yeah, I've seen this one. I think Rage or Dante reacted to this. I've seen this. Yeah, because I think. Hold on, let me see. Watch mine. Let me see. Illy's been here for a while. That video was great. Watch again. Yeah, but I've already seen. Let me see. I'm Dante. Let me see. Yeah, I did. I think it was right. Is it this? He's reacted to a lot of blind dates. Hold on, I got someone else. Okay. Okay. Bet. Exclamation mark hand job time. What? What? While she's looking, let me see this one. Let's see. Oh, I forgot about that command. I forgot Lev made that command. Those have been here a while. Let's see. I'm giving it like 3. Cursor spent 10 hours giving Scratch hand jobs. Okay. Hold on, let me copy it. Damn it. Copy current address. Okay, hold on. I'm giving this 3 memes. 3 memes.
Do not touch me. Do not go away. Go
You got a... Oh, shit, you finna be getting $500 a day? What?
away from me.
Oh, an OF. My bad.
What are you doing? Let me out of here, Brian.
3 memes. Starting now.
Shut up, Lois.
Yo, son, dude. Yo, what's up, Jazzy? What's up? How are you? Oh, no dark humor? No more chili, I hope. No chili. No chili.
Oh, hey, it's
I'm
Gus.
Giancarlo. This is the last one.
Hey.
Do you have what it takes to win against me?
Yeah, like this.
All right. All right. The fact none of this is dark humor, yeah, I got clickbaited. I'm not going to lie to you. I got clickbaited. You know what I'm saying?
So
True facts. Okay, I have not seen this one. All right. Blind dating 7 guys based on their Christmas presents. I wanted to say hi and lurk as I can't stay long because I'm going to go see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Yo. Jazzy, enjoy the movie. Let me know how you like it. Let me know how you like it. If you're in a dick out, it might be more enjoyable for me. One of them presents going to be a dong? I don't think so. Here we go. Oh, let me go bottom cam. Of course, and will do. Remember to ask because I got you. I will ask because I would forget to tell you too. I would. Here we go. It's a dick in the box. I love that song. Blind dating 7 guys based on their Christmas presents. Let's do it. Teamwork makes the meme work. Amen, brother.
Best?
Oh, I mean dream. Or both. Yo, good morning, Taylor. How are you? Dick in a box is a classic? Yes, it is. It is. The meme dreams, if you will, Jazzy. The meme dreams.
Christmassy pickup line.
If your left leg was Thanksgiving and your right leg was Christmas, I'd come visit you.
Visit between the holidays. Good line. Good line.
Between the holidays.
Now the best song is Subway Sexist. Huh. All right, here we go. I asked my friend Franny to speed date 7 guys. She must pick one based off his present and personality.
Before we start the video, guys, I want to get and glue one because 0.3 simple in case it helps you.
Jesus Christ. My 3rd go around. And you know what? I'm looking for someone to get me a nice Prada purse for Christmas. I'm kidding. I'm not like that. I just want to find love and a boyfriend, maybe.
Okay. L ad. Yeah, we don't play them ads over here. Not over here. It's in my sponsorship. Sure you're not? Oh, looking for that. She's definitely like that? On God, she is, right? What kind of guy are you looking for during the holidays?
The guy you're looking for the perfect Christmas date.
Honestly, I feel like when I think about Christmas, I just think about cuddling up like by the fireplace.
When will you guys be free for a full Scratch stream? What?
Also, love to snowboard, so anyone wants to take me.
Looking for a BBC? I wonder what kind of people they brought out. I wonder what kind of people they brought for here.
snowboarding and we could go down the slopes together. That'd be pretty sick.
What up, YouTube? What's going on, guys? Before we start the video, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Put on your post notifications because every video I'm giving away 2 random people. But you're gonna find love today, and that's gonna be the payment enough.
You say that?
Yeah, like, so here's the thing. Remember, they're on the West Coast, right? So when I start, it's like 8 a.m. And if I don't show up for 8 a.m. streams, I'm gonna be real with you, except today because I've been up since 1 a.m. But, you know, 8 a.m., like, get your sleep. I DMCA'd for Taco Bell. Watch them be like, that was my damn bell. For me, you start at 11. Oh, yeah, you're on East. But for West Coast, I start at 8. At 8 their time. I want to know when you two will be free so we can watch and play a horror game. I'm going to redeem it. I'm usually at work, so I can't watch the whole time. True.
All right, so now we're gonna bring in her wing woman.
My little helper, my little elf.
What's up, dude? You excited?
What do you have there?
I'm here to talk
One of you got to help me scare him. Saturdays?
about my company. I really hope Randy finds someone, but this is why I'm here, because I wanted to tell you about this. And also, David doesn't know this yet, but along dog bed uses.
Just rip this out. The ball.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, now we got to the actual part of the video. Not gonna lie, someone chat was selling me last time. Supposed to be waking up at 8, to be honest, but I go to bed at like 3. Honestly, I feel that. So look, based upon these gifts, right? Based upon these gifts, fix your sleep schedule for a day so I can redeem the horror game. When I was in London, I was able to watch the whole stream. Yeah, the time difference. What horror game? Probably Outlast. Although yesterday, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's Outlast's fault that my sleep schedule's messed up right now. Because, Petty, do you feel this after you play a horror game? Like you're just like very like kind of sleepy and just very serene almost? You know what I'm talking about? Because that's how I was yesterday. And I went to bed early as fuck. And then I woke up at 1 a.m. We are farmers? Family? Yeah, it's definitely draining. Yeah, so after about 3 hours yesterday, I kind of just felt nothing. You know? And so once I got off stream, I was tired and I ruined my whole sleep schedule. And usually my throat hurts from screaming. I feel that. I have some form of insomnia, so sleeping in general is relatively hard. So when I feel like I can sleep, I do my best to sleep. Yeah, I've slept for like 3 hours, and then I was up, and I have not been back to sleep. So I do take medication for it sometimes. Yeah, screaming. I want to play that. What's that Amanda game? Amanda, the fuck is that game? I saw you playing some of it. I forgot what the name of it is, though. Is that one actually scary? I'll make you all scream if we don't decide on a good horror game. Well, we have a wheel. Amanda the Adventurer. Thank you. Amanda the Adventurer. Let me copy that. Is it actually scary? That game is so hard. I have a great fix for it. Get older. Amen. You moaning, understandable. That Mario note-taking one is great. It is scary? Okay. Oh, it's not scary. Oh, okay. Never mind then. The sleeping thing? Yeah, when you get old, when you become an old man like me, yeah.
Whoa, I hear some deep voices in there.
Insomnia's PTSD.
That was mine you're hearing.
It was mine.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm not gonna lie. It's just super creepy and twisted. It's just kind of creepy and very difficult. Oh. I don't know about that game.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. Like, this may sound bad, but I'd rather be on the blind date with this one. That's just me. I enjoyed it when Petty did it. You should try 9 Child Street or Summer 58. Okay, let me copy both of those. We also have like a wheel of games, so. W Sora. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd rather they dude. Facts, they both look white. Okay. But I think I'd rather go green. You know what I'm saying?
That would be mine you're hearing.
It was mine.
And turn around.
Okay.
Here we go. You excited?
Yeah. Who wouldn't want a present?
You already know my opinion about that, yes.
So contestant number 1, we got a big box. Without telling me what you got me, why did you get me this gift?
I got you this gift because I'm gonna drive you crazy, so this gift's gonna help you with that.
I'm gonna drive you crazy, but this is gonna help. Even for the girl on the left, baggy clothes? Okay, okay.
So
What kind of gift? El Riz? Yeah, I'm trying to also guess what this gift is.
like a massage thing?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's a ton of wine.
I love wine, so
Mm.
sure. Okay, contestant number 2.
Is the present
She got a big box. Don't even waste your time.
the hat?
Yeah, it's under the hat.
So even smaller
Yeah.
of a gift, or it's just a hat.
It's got to be under the hat, bro.
We don't know. Okay, well, contestant number 2, without telling me what you got me, why did you get me this gift?
I got you this because when I turn it on, it shows me the light.
The light.
When you tried it on,
When I turn it on.
when you turn,
When I turn it on, it shows me the light. Huh.
it on.
It
Or it's just I mean, that's possible. It could fit in a hat.
shows you the light.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Damn. Flashlight, vibrating panties. I think that may be it. That may be it. You know, when he tried them on, it showed him the light.
What's going on?
All right.
Okay, contestant number 3.
I got you
Ginger.
this.
Ginger. Oh.
Ginger.
Oh, he's ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
He's like, this is my shirt.
Let's see.
Go for it. Honestly,
I'm trying
just
to win you
okay.
over. I'm ready.
Go
but
ahead.
I got you this gift because I'm just trying to lock you up during the cuffing season, and I want.
Handcuffs. APAC, the only one who got it right. That guy, I'm trying to cuff you up. Handcuffs.
to spoil you.
Chains, that could be it too.
I feel like that meant to be cute, but I'm scared.
Handcuffs.
What about that?
Rope too. Yeah, rope. I like chains more. I don't think he's buying chains though.
That made you nervous, Ayla.
I think there's the way
cuffing.
Rope is overrated.
Like the hands, like are you?
No. It's cuffing season. It's getting cold out.
Okay.
Oh.
It's getting cold out. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
I'm trying to love
this
you.
is the time when you want to be like
Sex swing? I don't think it's big enough to fit in that bag.
And hold it down.
What do we think this gift is?
I mean, I don't think the bag is big enough.
Handcuffs.
Ain't no way if we go on here and let this nerdy chick in the green roast beef, I feel like
handcuffs.
A whip?
Whoa.
Oh.
A whip.
We know where Franny's head's at.
Okay.
You into that?
Not really. I'm scared. Contestant number 4 with the small little green box.
That's kind of big.
That's average.
That seems average size
Pretty big to me.
Can you put a ribbon? It's like a little it's cute.
Let's see. I got you this gift because
I'll be like, I got you some plan B because I don't pull out. I think that's the game winner. That's the game winner in gifts. What's up position?
I don't want you going down on your knees, so I get on mine.
I think I'm just not meant for this.
Wait.
Seems average size
Pretty
to
big
me.
to me.
Can you put a ribbon? It's like a little it's cute.
Let's see. I got you this gift because I don't want you going down on your knees, so I get on mine.
Okay. Knee pads.
I think I'm just not meant for this. I'm so confused.
Knee
What
pads.
do you mean?
Can I get down on my knee?
Get down on one knee, like propose.
He's wearing bell bottoms? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
I
That's
don't know,
that's what I
maybe.
perceived it as.
They know damn well he's not talking about proposing. They know damn well he's not talking about proposing here.
Well, it could be one or two things. One, it's a ring, right? Which could be a good thing. One, he's ready for a committed relationship, or he moves too fast and he's a psycho. Let's hope for the first one.
He might be.
Okay, so contestant number 5, you've got the sack of potatoes.
The gift I got you is really meaningful and heartwarming. It's fun, soft, wet, and you can play with it.
Hail Mary. Yeah, I guess it's a numbers game. If you propose to enough people, somebody's going to say yes, right? Like, odds are, very low odds, somebody's going to say yes. Hail Mary is marry me, trap a bitch. Like, somebody's going to say yes, you know? I don't know who, but somebody will say yes.
Slime?
You started off so good. You started off really sweet, and then
It started off.
I'm good. I'm good. You know, I'm good. I don't think the odds are high with in this chat. You know what I'm saying?
Really sweet.
Okay.
But that means there's two sides to him. He's sweet
And dirty.
And dirty?
That sounded a little dirty to me.
Okay, contestant number 6, you got the Grinch wrapping paper. Yeah. Love the Grinch.
Oh, me too.
We love.
Well, his voice was crazy.
Well, hi, how are you? Can't wait to get to see you.
Tell Scratch how many words per minute you type. He might say yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, y'all, I'm back. Welcome back, Judas. What's up?
Yeah, so
Welcome back.
I got you something. I want to really get to know the real you, what's inside, right? Not like that.
His voice when he says that makes this really unappealing. I finished the math papers. There you go. There you go. What are y'all watching? This is blind dating 7 guys based on their Christmas presents. You like that, Scratch? I mean, I think I type faster than that, to be honest with you.
To get to see you.
I mean, that's cool. But do you type 100 to 110 on the keyboard, though? On the new one? I have carpal tunnel? Oh, that's true. My fault. My bad. That is impressive. That is impressive.
Yeah, so...
Get an endoscope in there? I think so. Like, the way he talks when he presented this gift is just a little weird. I used to have 180 before carpal tunnel. Damn. Okay, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Love the Grinch.
Oh, me too.
We love.
184 words per minute out loud. Okay, damn. With a stutter. Jesus. Get fucked.
First of all, hi, how are you? Can't wait to get to see you. Yeah, so I got you something. I want to really get to know the real you.
Reading out loud is hard. Did you get nervous in school when it was your turn to read out loud? You know, when like the teacher's coming around school? Like, did you get nervous? I kept getting distracted and losing my place. That was my issue. Yeah, that was my issue. I had to be like, where are we? You know? Fucked up my whole day. I actually hated that. And it's not because I can't read. It's because I didn't know where we were. My heart was a little shaky, but verbally I would stutter a bit. Like I wasn't one of those kids that read with a flourish, though. You know? I hated that kid that'd be like, and the cat was like, woo, instead of the regular kids that would just be like, yo, and the cat said woo. You know what I mean? Bro, I took perfume out and someone snatched it from me. I was like, the fuck? Yeah, get your perfume back. Don't let him take stuff. Y'all, the Uber driver I had was mad fucking thick, and I'm like, yo, if I was a nigga with a dick, I'm definitely keeping you. I mean, you could keep him. That over-enthusiastic kid, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Phyllis. They'd be like, okay, Katrina, you can read. And that girl just be like, and the dog ran over the hill and was super excited. They'd be like, okay, Scratch, your turn. And he made it down the hill. And the teacher's looking at me like, damn, you suck at this. Keep her anyway? Yeah, Illy, keep her. Keep her. I got it back. It's the Her Mustang 50-year one. I don't think I've seen it. They were roasting me on stream about how slow I read, so we did a reading speed test. Should I do that? Reading speed test? Okay, let me find one. I don't know how fast I can read. Probably not that fast. I'm not gonna lie. If I'm told to read out loud, I'd be like, come on, bruh. Something, someone else, bro, to my teacher. What's fucked up is the teacher will then throw shade and be like, y'all need to read the same way, right? Should I wish like y'all forgot? Oh, that's right. Don't do it. I don't need to hear it again. Okay. Because I found one. Wait, gotta go BRB. All right. I need the one where it just shows you the one. I don't know how quickly I read in my head, though. In my head, I know I read faster than out loud. In my head, I know I read faster than I do out loud. I wonder if it's the one where you just go boo, 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 boo. Or the one where you just see one word. Do it, Scratch? Me and Killmonger are going to do it. All right, bet. Which one do I do, though? Do you have the link? I'll do it right now. I will do it right now. Use nonverbal comms, Illy. Just whip them out. True. I DM'd you? Okay. Bet. I got it. Thank you. Hold on. Let me free you. Let me free you, Jamal. I got you. Put the link. Do the casserole one? Okay. I should have expected that. Hold on. I'll free you. I got you, Jamal. There you go. There you go. All right, do the casserole one. Okay, casserole. Casserole one. Do I see it? Time, perception, hearing, reading speed test. Okay, I see this. Is this it? Hashtag free Jamal. On God. Press start, then pick it. Okay. We'll just do bigger font, because why not? Actually, go back. Flashbang. Hold on. Flashbang. Wait, what the fuck? Start. And we're doing casserole. Children per Arbor, woman who invented the green bean. Oh, here it is. All right, do I just start? Do I just start now or no? Second down. Do I just start? Is there like a timer? Am I wasting time right now? Oh, okay, hold on. I didn't know it started right then. Okay, hold on. I didn't know I was wasting time. Okay, hold on. Now that I know. All right. The woman who invented the green bean casserole. This Thanksgiving, some 20 million Americans will eat green bean casserole. It's a culinary classic with just 6 ingredients. It uses a can of Campbell's cream of mushroom soup and milk. It has soy sauce and black pepper. It also has green beans and crunchy fried onions. It's a retro recipe. It has been appearing on American tables for more than 60 years. It can be traced back to a woman named Dorcas Riley. She died in October last year. Dorcas worked as a supervisor at the Home Economics Department of Campbell's Test Kitchen in Camden, New Jersey. That was in 1955. She was tasked with creating a recipe. It was for a feature that would appear in the Associated Press. The recipe had to be based on ingredients that any home cook would have on hand. It also had to include Campbell's mushroom soup and green beans. Dorcas earned a degree in home economics from Drexel University. It is known then as the Drexel Institute of Technology. She got to tinkering. She and her team initially toyed with adding celery salt and ham to the recipe. That's according to today's Vidya Rao. She ultimately settled on 6 simple ingredients. They were affordable. They could be stirred together in a casserole dish. Then they were popped into the oven for 25 minutes. The prep time was minimal. The dish worked well with frozen canned green beans. The fried onions were prepackaged. It was the perfect recipe for post-war America. It was cheap and fuss-free. That kind of cooking was all the rage. Wartime rations on canned goods had been lifted. There were innovations in canning and freezing. These made packaging foods more accessible than ever. This created a culture of convenience cooking, and an ever-growing number of women were entering the workforce. But they continued to shoulder the responsibility of keeping that family fed. This fueled the demand for easy-to-make meals. This is long. The dish was originally called green bean bake. Dorcas' dish really took off from when Campbell's began printing the recipe on its mushroom soup cans. That, according to Karen Drake of the New York Times, Dorcas had created many recipes for the company. These recipes included tuna noodle casserole and sloppy joes made from tomato soup. She was somewhat surprised that the green bean casserole proved to be such a hit. It's gross, by the way. We all thought this is very nice, etc. And then when we got the feelings of the consumer, we were really kind of pleasantly shocked. Riley once said, that's according to today's Rao. I'm very proud of this, and I was shocked when I realized how popular it had become. Green bean casserole had endured over ages. 40% of Campbell's cream of mushroom soup sales go towards making the dish. That's what a spokesperson told Rao in 2015. You can find the upgraded version of the recipe. Bon Appetit recommends ditching the canned soup for whole milk, cream, and fresh cremini mushrooms. Riley's handwritten original recipe card even made it into the archives of the National Inventor Hall of Fame. Riley's pioneering accomplishments were not limited to the test kitchen. She was born in 1926 in Woodbury, New Jersey. She was raised in Camden. She began one of the first members in her family to attend college. She was a supervisor at Campbell's. She was a trailblazer in a world in which women were generally on the sidelines of corporate America. That's according to a video tribute from her alma mater. She took time off to raise her children in 1961. She returned to the company 2 decades later. She rose to the manager of Campbell's Kitchen. It was a position she held until her retirement in 1988. Riley was never one to trumpet her achievements. That's according to her son, Thomas B. Riley. He spoke with Bonnie L. Cook of the Philadelphia Inquirer. She was not a flashy person, he says. She did not bask in the limelight. She just went in and did her job every day like blue-collar people. If that's Bean Man, I love you, Bean Man. I'm just doing speed chess. Riley's approach to cooking was similarly salt of the earth. I think food should be fun, she once said, and food should be happy. Bean Man, I love you. Love you, Bean Man. Love you, Bean Man. I love you. Thank you. You made it a competition now? I thought I was reading slow, I'm not going to lie. Had I not run out of breath, I could have probably did it faster. We love you, Bean Man. Like the bean. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, busted not reading that hard? Like, now quiz, what did you take in? Eagle sound. So basically, that girl made cream. I'm terrible at reading. It's all right. I will justify it any way I can. So she made, she used cream of mushroom soup and shit from Campbell's to make green bean casserole, and she was surprised that like just stop. Oh, my bad. We gotta try the BDSM test. Oh yeah, I was as fast as an eagle, huh? A BDSM test. That would be wild. Do type racer? I do not want to do type racer right now. I have to move my microphone to do that. That's not bad though. Phyllis, you said you're doing it today? 222? AIM Labs? I am ass at AIM Labs. Should I tweet it? I'll just put the link. Link copied. I'll put it in Discord in case we forget. I'll take a screenshot, actually. I challenge Sora to a read-off. Okay, let me see.
Happy. Oh, Sora, what was your number? What was your number? Ordinary Reader. What's up? What's up? Ordinary Reader.
Sir.
Hate on it, ho. Hate on that. Send me the link for this.
Sora, did you do it already or no?
Read out loud, too. Fast as a lion. Fast as a lion, Sora.
There we go.
Fast as a lion, Sora.
I got 184.
Happy.
Oh, you did say that. Okay. I was like out of breath. Hate on it, ho. Yo, Petty, you should make that a sound. You should make that a sound. That is great. Let me screenshot so I have it. You should make that a sound. Like 100%. That's funny as fuck. Screenshot. There we go. My typer result, quicker than a speech. Get fucked, Petty. What? Double my time. I was like going. I was going there. Okay, I got it. Let me save it. I told Petty I would do 1.5. Okay. Reading time. There we go. There we go. There we go. That was long. You last in bed as fast as you read too. True. True. That's highballing. Like, that's true. I can't even be mad. Can't even be mad. Can't even. You know? I'd be lucky to make it there. Like, he can do things with his tongue. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know? I'm a linguist. Not you, Scratch? Oh. You know? I'm not ashamed. You know? I'm not ashamed. Yeah, what's up, Sticky? How are you? I'm posting in Discord just so you have the results, by the way. So we know. How's it going, Sticky? Where are my screenshots? Oh, here it is. Save pictures. Nope, not save pictures. It's in the screenshots folder. Next moment, I have carpal tunnel. My ability to please a woman has greatly been decreased. I mean, you read fast, so... Oh, you clipped it? Okay, thank you. That's even easier. So I could not find my screenshot. That was a long passage. I'm tempted to make a compilation. Oh, do it. You're doing it today? I feel like everyone who streams should do it. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just recovering. I just did a speed reading test. I got lumbago. Tell them how fast you type. That'll get them worked up. Yo, Scratch, what's up? Yo. Yeah, I'm going to do it? Okay, bet. Bet. I'm good, Duck. I just finished doing a speed reading test. This is my results. 222. I like that it's all twos. 222 words per minute. This was a long passage, though. Eric's going to do it, too? Okay. When JT streams, JT needs to do it. Nice lumbago. JT needs to do it, too, bro. Is JT still in here? If not, I'm going to link it in his chat. Because I think he's Let me see if he's streaming right now. He's not streaming yet. But as soon as he does, JT needs to do it. If I'm last, you'll never see me again. Yes, JT got to do it? Yeah. Like, where's JT? I think he's in a meeting right now. No, he's off today. When JT comes back, we got to tell him. We got to tell him to do it. But you see how, like, I'm going to get Poe to do it too? Yes. Oh, JT, we need you to do the speed reading test. I just did a speed reading test. We need you to do it too. So Petty did it. I did it. Killmonger's going to do it. Phyllis is doing it. I sent my results from new keyboard typing speed. I'm not going to lie. That took a lot of oxygen. It's long. That was a long read. 93? Damn, I see you. I see you. I'm not doing a typing test right now. I'll be real with you. I'm just not doing it. I'll do that later. Yeah. We have to get Poe to do it. Poe's will be funny as fuck, bro. Poe's will be funny. I wonder what he's going to get. This new keyboard is immaculate, but man, the button spacing is throwing me off. Post a link? Okay, bet. It's right here. There you go. And the one that you want to do is the, what is it called again? Soup? It was like canned soup one? Cream of mushroom? Something like that. Like 40? Because you know damn well he's going to be talking shit. Exactly. He's going to be like, oh, bro. Casserole. That's what it is. I'll clip mine, but I'm not going to send a clip where I stutter a fuck ton. I feel you. You don't have to do the whole thing. Just like, I mean, we do have to hear you read. You can speed the reading part up. Casserole, so it's fair. Yeah. I had you do casserole because you didn't see it. Phyllis and Eric have to do a different one. Okay. Oh, I thought you did. I thought you said because you did casserole. Oh, okay. I got you. I get what you're saying. I get you. I'll take my time reading, but as long as it's faster than Petty, I don't care. Okay. I felt like for a second, like in my head, I was like, you're going slow. I felt like that kid in school again. I was like, if I fuck up right now, is that my reading results? Okay. There it is. 184. 184. I'm sure my mom would fucking kill me in this. I was reading to enjoy it. That's a good way to do it. Honestly. I know there's someone out here. Wait, so we have to go slow? No, you just read it as fast as you can. Tag Beck. Ooh, we need to see what Beck can do. Where's Beck? She probably went to bed. Oh my God. Get Mama Scratch to do it and tell us her score? Okay, bet. When she gets back from her vacation, I'll tell her. Yeah, Beck will kill us. Beck will actually kill us in this. My mom would probably fuck me up in this, I'm not gonna lie. My mom, holy shit. Like, I know my mom would. I'm gonna get her to do it. Yo, we are 7 away from 100 people in Discord, by the way. Scratch's mom gonna get 500? Yeah, oh God, she will. I remember I used to try to race her in typing, and she'd, like, fucking destroy me. She's good at shit like that. She's the only person I haven't beat at, and, like, get Lev to do it, too. Oh God, she's not beating me. Mama read him like Rap God. Lev's not beating me. I guarantee that. Oh God, she's not beating me. She's a worse reader than me. You hear her on stream. She's not in here, right? Which article did you all use? I did casserole. I'm trying to get in the middle. I did casserole. Yeah, let's get Lev to do it. Let me message it to her. I'm gonna message it to her. I'll be like, yo, read this on stream. Where's her Discord at? Yo, read this on stream, please. There we go. Okay, I'll do it today. Bet. Yeah, don't look at it yet. I think you can just kind of pick. I think we just did it blind, because Petty, you did a different one, right? BDSM test. Okay. Let's try this. You did the same one? Okay. I don't think I can do this on stream. I think I have to take it, like, while not showing chat. I'll stop what I'm doing when you get in. Not at the top of the stream. Yeah, I don't think I can do this on stream. You know what I'm saying? This would be a hilarious TikTok, though. I'd get banned, though. Like, I'd be banned. Strict. Short, simple. Yeah, I'm not taking a long one if I do this. Yeah, don't show it. I just had you do the same one because you didn't see it. Everyone that's seen it has to do a different one. I feel that. In my head, I felt so much pressure reading that. And so, like, I started doing a thing where I was looking ahead while I was reading what I had just read. It's weird. All First time. How long is this test? Well, I didn't see the casserole one, so I'll do it too so I can talk shit. All right, bet. In my head, I was like, this is boring. It's taking forever. I was thinking this is a long-ass passage. But this is not a controlled experiment if we do different ones. The others could be longer or shorter. That's true. Plus, you're still, unless you have it memorized, I don't think it will, unless you have it memorized, I don't think it'll really have that big of a difference. Also, as long as shit, that's what I was thinking. That one is that passage was long as shit. MJ and my friends are going to hang out, but we want to take pictures to make people think we're dating. What do people do when they date? By the time I say my point, how long did it take you? How long was that? I'll look at the VOD. My VOD's not published. I don't know how long it took me. 222 words per minute. How many words was it? Let me see. Let me just duplicate it and I'll copy all the text. Hold on. Casserole. I'll do the math. Hold on. Sloppy top Jamal. Leave. Word counter. This was 703 words. It took me 3 minutes. A little bit over 3 minutes, JT. Took me over a little bit over 3 minutes. Sloppy talk. Come on, bro. Think not horny. Sit them on your lap. Less horny, guys. Come on. Sit across a table. Look like that. Sit across a table from each other and look at each other nicely. Get like a lower angle so you can look at the table and each other. You know what I'm saying? It's not too bad. Just sit them on your lap with your arms around your neck. That's normal though. If you're just starting, probably not. Get a good across the table shot. You can get some hand holding ones. You know, stuff like that. You know, those are like the tamer ones I take for engagement shoots and stuff. Yeah, hand holding is good. Some walking. We're friends that try to make it look like it, but we're just friends. Hand holding ain't bad. Yeah, so hold hands, sit across from a table, like at a smaller table, you know, look at each other. You know, that's always a good one. Taking a shit together. Give her a piggyback ride. That's always a good one. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Both smile and laugh. Yeah, stuff like that. You know? You don't need very many pictures, so, you know? You don't need that many pictures. So you can get like 2 or 3 and people will. Insult each other often. No, this is just for pictures, Genty. Like not how to act. They just need pictures. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Yeah, a little over 3 minutes. I do that normally. Yeah. But for the pictures, like, get a lot of laughing and smiley stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of smiley stuff and you'll be good. All right. I think it's Red Dead time. Huh? Red Dead? That's my little sis, to be honest. I am tired. I'm like legitimately tired. Pause? What? What? No, not like his actual little sister. No. Like, you know when you have like friends for a long time? Yeah. I thought you were saying pause to Red Dead. You didn't finish the vid though? Oh, that's a good point. That's true. Let me finish the vid. I did get distracted. That's true. My fault.
What's inside, right?
Bro, Boy Meets World? That was a good show, I'm not gonna lie. I watched that show when I was younger. Girl Meets World was ass, though. I don't know why, but I get this German band all over my TikTok. Some musicians have popped up a lot on mine, but not a ton. Because I'm the type that will 100% be like, I don't like this shit.
Not like that. Can't wait to get to see you.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got you something. I want to really get to know the real you, what's inside, right? not like that.
His voice just makes it sound so creepy, bro. That test is crazy? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. It is.
Yeah, I want to get to know you.
Are you a voiceover person?
Yes, I am. That's actually my profession.
I would believe that.
All right, I'm gonna get ready. Screenshot it, send it in Discord. Some band named Tokyo Hotel. I've never heard of them. Just hit not interested.
Wait, actually?
Yes.
Oh. For real?
Like for real. like you wouldn't even believe it.
I can't tell if he's fucking with us or being dead ass.
Well, let's keep going a couple more rounds and we'll see, you know.
Okay, I see him.
Contestant number 7 with the traditional elf bag, right? Okay.
We love an elf bag.
I got this gift because we're gonna switch things up in game all
That
night.
gap
In
though.
game all night?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's basketball.
How's she coming back?
That's definitely not a basketball.
fit in that bag? Look how thin it
That's definitely not a basketball in that bag. We know that. Oh, let me go to the bottom. It's better spot.
A deflated one.
Yeah, maybe you gotta blow it up.
Because he wants her to blow
David,
it
stop.
up.
Right now.
David, stop.
Your girlfriend's in the crowd.
David, stop.
Hey,
I
babe.
was just thinking about that. I said off top, I'd much rather green than, not that there's anything wrong, but I'd much rather green here. That jump shot though, yeah, that form was not great.
Guys, if you had to describe yourself or your love life,
Yeah, the form on that jump shot was laughable. You know what I'm saying?
using anything Christmas related, how would you describe it? Contestant number 1.
I'd say it's kind of like Santa because I only come around after midnight.
Yo, what's up, Moonsong? How are you? Oh, I forgot to add you. I'll add you after stream. I forgot, but I got you. How are you, Moon?
It was like, that wasn't the answer.
Learned all he knew from Dylan Brooks. Yeah. Good. Just got a bit of the flu, but I'm all right. Yo, I hope you feel better. Flu sucks. Womp womp. Yeah, that was not a great line.
Not the answer I was looking for.
You don't like Santa?
I love Santa, but I like to hang out with him during the day.
Before midnight.
Before midnight.
Okay, contestant number.
Yeah, he's lost. He lost. I think he's getting cut. Just trying to do some deck building for Yu-Gi-Oh! We got a box tournament this weekend. Ooh.
Number 2.
Okay.
I would say
What deck are you building?
a gingerbread house because I'm.
What is he doing? El Riz 0 for 2. Yeah, what is this guy?
David, stop.
Hey, babe.
His pants aren't moving until now.
Okay,
Hold
guys, if you had to describe yourself or
We heard
your
this
love
part.
life using anything Christmas related, how would you describe it? Contestant number 1.
I'd say it's kind of like Santa because I only
Yeah, we
come
heard
around
this
after
part.
midnight.
Don't know whether to play Sword Soul.
It was like,
Really bossy. All right.
that wasn't the answer. I was like,
Not the answer I was looking for.
You don't like Santa?
I love Santa, but I like to hang out with him during the day.
before midnight.
Before midnight.
Okay, contestant number 2.
I would say a gingerbread
What is
house
he doing?
because I'm trying to build a future with you.
That was a good
Yeah, I'm
one.
okay.
That was
Okay.
That was a
Solid
good
answer.
one.
Okay.
Trying to build a future.
Yeah.
And right now
She
you
twirling her hair and shit. Okay.
Gingerbread.
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
It's so cute.
It is. It's literally sweet.
Okay.
It's a gingerbread.
I actually love that.
Okay, so contestant number 3.
I'm also gonna say Santa, but it's because I want to give you anything you ever asked for.
L answer.
That's cute.
That's good.
That's a good one.
They don't like that one.
I'll do everything in my
Anything?
power to give it to you. Anything.
Really? That's really
Anything.
nice. That's a nice one. That's
They don't like that one.
Nice, yeah.
What would you ask for him right now? Smooch?
No.
Damn.
I would. I'm down. Everyone else is down.
She was actually looking at this Prada.
Oh yeah, that's easy.
Hard no. Yeah.
Contestant
Boo.
number 4. Okay, if you had to describe yourself or your love life using anything Christmas related, how would you describe it?
Let's see.
Nice. Yeah, they're like, that's nice. So nice. That's actually so nice.
say my love life is like a Christmas ornament because my heart gets stayed broken.
Oh my. Damn. W trauma dump, bro. W trauma dump. Back I was away for a bit. Bro, the girl in the green. She looks like my ex. Okay, Wolf, I see you. I see you, Wolf.
Anything Christmas related, how would you describe it?
Let's see. I'd say my love life is like a Christmas ornament because my heart gets stayed broken.
Oh my God.
Well, someone needs to wrap your ornaments better because my ornaments don't break.
Damn.
Can you fix that?
I mean, maybe. She's really good at mending things back together.
Yeah. Are you broken just in general? Because she kind of likes it like a project.
Oh, big project.
Oh, big project.
Okay. These choices aren't good. These choices aren't great so far, huh? You know, we love the I'm a broken man line, you know?
Great.
Love those.
Okay, spend all my time doing that.
Need some Bob the Builder on that one.
Okay, contestant number 5. How would you describe your love life using a Christmas-related item?
I would say my love life is like
He has black forces, run. He has black forces. He's about that, you know what I'm saying? Unless you like that. For me, girl, it's like Rudolph and the other reindeers playing games. Because I'm going to exclude you, girl. Stomping season, yeah, black forces. Black forces, you know what I'm saying?
like a Christmas onesie, you know? So it's fun, comfortable, and cozy, but it also comes with the butt flap, so you can whip that thing out for me.
Okay. All right.
Yo! This guy, he just starts off so good.
I gotta give him points for trying. Did you just say whip that thing out for me? Yeah, he did. I'm gonna just slide that one in there real quick. I was like, okay. I finished up the test. What, the reading test or a typing test? Like he really went for it there. At first I was like, okay.
So good. And then naughty in the end.
Hey, well, you know what? She has a great ass.
She does have a great ass, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, let's clap for the ass.
Let's go ass.
Contestant number 6. How would you describe?
Oh, the other test. My bad. It worked for her, though? Yeah, it did. I mean, it was solid, you know, because he came up with that unexpected part. Clap to that ass? Okay, you first. Jump.
Describe your love life using
My
a
love
Christmas
life is
item.
kind of like egg yolk or eggnog, because I'm kind of.
Bro, where the fuck was I for the Playboy Cardi vid? It was at the end. You weren't in here, but I did actually watch it. I legitimately did watch it at the end of stream yesterday. I think they said like 7 life sentences or something like that. But I actually watched it yesterday.
I'm allergic to that shit. But hear me out. Hear me out. That's not a bad thing, right?
He said his love life is like eggnog. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. Hold on.
How would you describe your love life using
My
a
love
Christmas
life is
item?
kind of like egg yolk or eggnog, because I'm kind of allergic to that shit. But hear me out.
All right, I thought the first guy was going to have to go, but I think voice actors got to get up out of here, my boy. Yeah, voice actors got to get the fuck up out of here. He's selling hard. Cardi B, bro, he got 2 death sentences, like 4 life sentences. Yeah, I love that video. It was good. I think they have more. Allergic to pussy. I'm allergic to pussy, girl. Like, he's selling. Bro, like, dude. Bro, like, what are you doing?
Hear me out. That's not a bad thing, right?
That's not a bad thing. Okay, explain it to me.
Because I'm brutally honest. That's the thing about me. I'm brutally honest, right? And it's not because I can't do love. I'm just.
Can we eject Osito, this dude, right now? He should just go. Cut him now. I'm brutally honest. You know? It's not bad. I'm brutally honest. You know? Like, if you look bad in that fit, I'm gonna fucking tell you. I'll be like, damn, girl, you look like shit. But that's the good thing about me. Because I'm like eggnog.
So comfortable with being alone. I like being alone. I like talking.
Hear me out. That's how the bad, good stories start. None of this shit makes any sense. It doesn't.
Talking to myself all day and shit. But I'm willing
Wait,
to
wait,
open that
wait.
up. Like egg yolk or eggnog, because I'm kind of allergic to that shit. But hear me out. Hear me out. That's not a bad thing, right? Because I'm brutally honest. That's the thing about me. I'm brutally honest, right? And it's not because I can't do love. I'm just so comfortable with being alone. I like being alone. I like talking to myself all day and shit.
Yeah, it's getting worse. It's getting worse as he talks. I'm brutally honest, like, I like by myself. I like talking to myself. Every single second of the day. I don't need you. I don't need you at all. I don't even want you, bro. I'm just here for shigs.
But I'm willing to open that up.
But hear me out. I get really swollen and puffy. I like talking to myself. We can tell.
To someone else because I am such a good person.
Wait. This motherfucker. Then go home then. Did you hear his voice change?
So comfortable with being alone. I like being alone. I like talking to myself all day and shit. But I'm willing to open that up to someone else because I'm.
Why did he dip his voice like that? That was creepy. This guy creeps me out. Is this bitch crying right now? He's like, you know, I'm a really happy person. I'm so honest about it. I'm so brutally honest, you know? I like being by myself and talking to myself. But you can change that. Do you want to change that? Because you can. I need you to. On God. I'm so happy. God, I'm so happy. So fucking happy. This man sounds like the totally radical dude that was gnarly, cha. Totally, bro. He's like, fuck. I'm so happy I'm crying. Don't let this man take you to location 2. True. True.
I'm such a good person. Thank you.
What the f does that have to do with eggnog, bro?
Yeah, that's a good question too. What the fuck does it have to do with eggnog?
Holy shit. Dude, you lost me at
Initially, I thought he was gonna be like, I'm a lot like eggnog. I taste better with liquor.
egg yolk.
That's the thing. I don't know.
He'll keep you on your toes.
Yes, so.
Maybe he's a little lost, but
He's got to go, bro. He's got to go. The girl in the green zoned out so bad her mouth stayed open while she was looking at the ceiling, bro.
without you.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Maybe he's just nervous, so he rambled on because can't wait to meet you.
Yes.
Oh my God. All right.
Yeah, he's trying to meet you, all right.
Contestant number 7. Oh, how would you describe your love life?
Like eggnog is thick, thick water is thick. Exactly.
Using like a Christmas item or thing.
I'd say probably a chestnut because I'm always nutting on your chest.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Stomping season. This guy sounds like he's from Michigan and trying to talk what he thinks like a Californian sounds like. Holy shit. Whoa. I was not ready for that. I love him, but he got to go. I mean, W honesty, right? A chestnut. W honesty, you know? But wow. One more time.
Contestant number 7. Oh, how would you
Him, El Riz, voice guy. Yeah, those 3 need to get the fuck up out of here.
describe your love
Like, look at how, I mean, she's not even paying attention. She's not paying attention at all. She's zoned the fuck out. Her face did not change.
life using like a Christmas item?
Get him the
or
fuck out of
thing?
here.
I'd say probably a chestnut because I'm always nutting on your chest.
Like, her face did not change at all. She just stuck on the forces. Yeah, she's out of here. She's not paying attention right now. She's gonna be like 30 minutes later. Did he say nutting on her chest or did I just hear that? And they're gonna be like, bro, we've been moved on. See, she's not fucking paying attention. She's acting like she is. She thought about it.
Okay. I wanted to actually say that. I got another one.
Yeah, well, you're already out, so.
No, I got
Damn. Girl green like scratch after the horror game? No. Yeah, exactly. That was me yesterday.
No, wait, can I say my other one? Can I say my other one?
It's a no for me.
Damn, if the
Which
wing
means
woman
it's
says
a no for
no,
Franny.
then it's an official no.
Well, let's just hear him out.
All right,
Maybe.
I'ma deck your halls with my balls of holly, you know? That's my go-to.
People make mistakes.
Okay, yeah, that one was just, I got a fireplace because I keep it hot.
Don't feel like.
I thought he was gonna really save. But that's what he... Can I give my actual one? Please? I'm like a fireplace because I keep it hot, bro. With chestnut. You understand what I'm saying? Get him up out of here. Who on earth hurt this man?
Wing woman
Bro.
says no, then it's an official no.
Well, let's just hear him out.
All right,
Maybe people make mistakes.
Okay, yeah, that one was just, I got a fireplace because I keep it hot.
Don't feel like that. Redeem yourself.
She goes, that one still sucked, but okay.
Dang it.
How many people are getting out?
The contestant that will be going home is contestant number 6.
Yep, I fucking knew it. Voice act, that's chlamydia. Yeah, it is. Voice actor, dude. I knew it.
Shit.
Whoa. Run. Get up out of here.
Well, let's just hear him out.
All right,
Maybe
right.
Get security.
people make mistakes.
Okay, yeah, that one was just, I got a fireplace because I keep it hot.
Don't feel like that.
Yeah, fuck out of here.
Voice
Voice actor crying.
Okay.
Let it play out. I'm like real Christmas tree girl. After 2 weeks, you want me out of your house. You know? But for those 2 weeks, it's gonna be festive as fuck.
The contestant that will be going home is contestant number 6.
Oh, that's a crock of shit.
And
what the?
Just
Run. Run.
because I just felt like the answers weren't like straightforward. They were a little all over the place.
Right.
And I couldn't really.
Yeah.
This works out because I can take him later. So.
Yeah, you like the come on me joke.
Yeah, he's not happy, obviously. He's definitely crying in the car.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
I just feel terrible about this.
Oh, it's a crock of shit. Shit. Hey, y'all. Hey, Judas, what's up? Yo, you see that? Give me a minute to type it out. Body language time. Like I said, I think Santa Friend is secretly into old girl. Yeah, he is. Look at him. Look at him, man. I'm good. How are y'all? Pretty good. Do not let this man take you location 2. You were right. Look at how he's looking at her, man. Never seen again. Yeah. Yeah. The next time you'll see her is the news. The news, for real.
No, it's cool. You like it to come on me one. That was a good one. Yeah.
It's okay. You process this however you need to.
Here's the face reveal. Oh, yeah, that's right. Red shirt and green t-shirt. Green shirt girl. When that man said, what a load of shit, both girls were ready to leave the building. Their language said, I'm out. Play it out. Got you. Yeah, you can tell he's into her by how he's looking at her. Whoa.
Why are we fighting?
Actually, he looks like someone who would react like that. He does look like someone who would react like that, doesn't he? He does.
Why are we fighting?
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This man's into Scientology? Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
How are you?
I'm Ayla.
Hey, Ayla.
He's a Mormon, 100%.
Brandy, what's
nice
up?
to meet you.
It hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
No, it's
You wanna
so
see a gift?
sorry.
He looks like he wants to play the bad guy in Beauty and the Beast. Petty. I was thinking Gaston. The top 3 buttons undone look is the worst. At most, I can give you 2. I can give you 2 buttons.
How do you open it?
3 is crazy, especially if you're not like built. You know? Like if you're not like solid, you can't have 3 buttons. You just can't. You can't do 3 buttons. Yo, so like no one has Riz like Gaston.
What does it say? On it?
I'll give you no buttons. I ain't no peep show.
Dating expansion.
Honest dating expansion pack. Yep. That sounds like it was a gift he'd give. See, do you like fuck on the first date or no? Even if you're built, it's corny now. True. But I'm saying like I can understand it if you're built, right? Like if you got some muscle, I can get it. I can understand it. But if you're not, 3 buttons is way too much. I want to bake some brownies when I get home. Do it. Do it.
Impact.
We were like gonna get to know each other.
Oh.
But to be fair, I lied to deceive you to get further in the round.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm not a voice actor.
Yeah, we know. We know you're not a voice. It's definitely more justifiable. Mm-hmm. So we know he's not a voice actor.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a fraud. So your
Okay.
intuition was great.
I swear on everything, bro. This dude is in a crime show. Craigslist killer. Yep. I'm not a voice actor. Uh-huh. Yeah, he's 100% on like First 48 or some shit. Like 100%, bro. There's a Law and Order written about this motherfucker.
I'm low-key a terrible dude.
Yep. We know. Yep. He's weird. I hope he's acting. God, I hope he is. I ain't shit, bro. Like, good intuition. You're going to be in a sewer later, you know? These cards are just going to be like a distraction while I just hit you over the head and dump you in the river. So, good job. Good shit. Good shit. You know? He should take that BDSM quiz. I know he likes being dominated. This whole facade is my personality. Isn't that terrible? It's absolutely terrible. He's that one killer that is the obvious choice, but people don't suspect him. Yeah, actually.
You're awesome at this.
Damn. You're so good at picking out who sucks. Like, good for you, bro. You saved your own life just now. I hope you know that. You really saved your own life.
What happened to number 7?
Wait, what is?
You were like, he's done. And then I was like,
wait,
let's
what's
fucking
your
go.
name? What's your name?
Christian.
Fucking course, it's Christian.
Nice to meet you. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah. You were like, number 7, that was unacceptable. I have morals. You're out of here. And then you were like,
fucking course, his name's Christian, bro.
number 6. And I was like, okay, nice little switch up. Totally bamboozled me. But
He looks funny.
Yeah.
Intuition was right.
intuition was right.
That's good.
Intuition was right.
Thank you so much.
gonna go.
I think you look like a stud.
This is a long send-off. Like, walk the fuck off, bro. Let's go. Like, dude, that killer must have had demented mind. Like, bro, I would have, I don't know, not do it. Get him off the screen, right? Like, damn, walk off, bro.
Hey, thanks. That doesn't make me feel better.
That guy thinks he's the shit for sure. Yeah, throw tomatoes. Have a good lurk, Judas. Boo. Tomatoes and canned food. Yeah, boo.
But I'm out. So still gonna DM you.
Still DMing. Okay.
Okay.
So, ta-ta. Right? How do we do?
Ta-ta. Fuck, I hate this guy. He thinks that doesn't make me feel any better. Did you take the quiz? No, I did not. I have it up, but I have not taken it. I'll be honest with you.
I know,
Good
right?
luck.
Yeah. Okay.
What was the gift? It was like a card game with questions. What quiz? BDSM quiz. So the gift was this. Dating card game. It was a dating card game.
Okay.
So, ta-ta. Right?
Ta-ta.
How do we do this?
I know,
Good luck.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Repeat that again. It sounded like you said BDSM. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. That was the quiz. That's exactly what I said. I have to get in my GIMP suit before I take my quiz. Screenshot and send it to each other. Yeah. DM each other. Yeah, DM each other. Typo.
Number first out. Yeah. Okay. I'll fuck off. Okay, bye.
All right.
No, not after that.
Hold on.
Number first out. Yeah. Okay.
The quiz asked some crazy questions. That's my guess for you.
I'll fuck off. Okay, bye.
I think I took that one. Okay. Okay, I'll just fuck off, okay? Let's see the pants.
Fran, you ready?
No, not after that.
All right, look at these guys, huh?
Okay. All right, contestant number 1. It's Christmas, and when I think of Christmas, I think of green and red. What is your biggest red and green flag in a relationship?
I'd say my biggest green flag is that I'm a master chef. I can cook anything you want, any time of day. I got you. And I'd say my biggest red flag is that I don't like sharing food.
No, for sure. Oh, okay. Yeah. Might want to change that. Honestly, I'm an info. Like, okay. So, no, he said, I don't like sharing food. Sharing food. He's like, I'll cook, but you're not getting my fucking food, girl. Like, if you think I'm fucking sharing, it's not fucking happening.
Oh.
Fuck you.
That's so
I'll
funny.
cook you. I'll cook you a plate. I'll cook myself a plate. But like, if you say you're not hungry,
I need earbuds. It's loud where I'm at. Oh, you're good.
I'm not sharing.
Okay.
That's so funny.
Okay.
I cooked this for me. If you wanted some, you should have fucking asked.
Contestant number 2.
My green flag would be like, I always look at us as a team. Like, we're always together. You always be on my mind, whatever we do. My red flag would probably just be like, if we're ever arguing, I might just gaslight sometimes.
Damn. Okay. I mean, okay. Wow. That was an answer, huh? You know, we are always a team. I hate when Chameleons takes my food. No, I feel you, JT. I feel that. Especially when you offer first. The guy wearing the onesie got to go. I mean, this guy just said, you know, we're a team, but on God, I'm going to gaslight you. So get ready. You're getting gaslit. You know? You're like, you never said that.
You gaslight?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He's out of here. He's out of here. He lost. He's out of here. Team Gaslight. He's out of here, bro. He's out. Unless he can gaslight him into thinking that he never said that. Let's see.
Oh, that's really bad.
Just sometimes you're in the wrong.
If we're arguing, I'm a gaslight. Bro, are you going to set yourself up to be down to earth and then jump off the earth? I'm telling you, bro, like, he's going to be like, you know, gaslighting was acceptable till they put a name on it. Anyone else want my results? I mean, I'm good. I'm not that curious, I'll be honest. Illy does. Yeah, DM it to Illy.
That's like I mean, honestly.
That's actually true. That's a good point, Petty.
Props for being honest.
Yeah. But do you come back and you're like, hey,
Yeah, no, I'll
just
always
wanna let you know.
Yeah, she's always right. So.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't either. He wanted me to guess.
Contestant number 3.
I think my green flag would be if we're together. Anything I do in life, I'll keep your feelings in consideration. But my red flag would be, say, like a dude tried talking to you, I would probably try to shoot him.
Damn, these answers are crazy, huh? Gaslighting was just called arguing back in 2000. Yeah, these answers are crazy. Don't let me see any guy speak to you, or it's fucking up. Any guy see talking to you is a fucking op, bro. It's up. That escalated real quick. Yeah. That's just my red flag, you know. I'm just being honest. I keep that thing on me for real.
Shoot him a mean text and just be.
Yeah, nice cleanup. Cause I'll fucking kill you, girl. For you, girl. Like, let me tell you something. I'll fucking kill for you. Santa friend is concerned. Yeah. Don't let me see you talking to another guy, cause it's up. You mean getting bricked? Wow. What an admission, huh?
Feelings in consideration, but my red flag would be, say, like a dude tried talking to you, I would probably try to shoot him. Shoot him a.
He scored slave on the BDSM test? Huh. A lot of people don't know this because I'm a weirdo, but I consider myself asexual. I just don't get horny like that, not gonna lie. And that's okay, man. That's perfectly okay. What? Yeah. He's like, I'll fucking shoot whoever talks to you. You know? I'll shoot whoever talks to you. Don't you worry.
A mean text and just be like, you know, like, stop talking to my girl. What are you doing?
That was a good quick change up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was scared.
Yeah. I think he knew that.
Look how into her he is, man.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Wow. Look how in. Yo, what's up, Broward? That's crazy. I get being a little jealous, but that's extreme. Yeah. Look how into her he is. Just look at it. Not extreme enough.
That too, when he was like, I meant text.
Okay, so contestant number 4, what is your red and green flag in a relationship?
He's in love? Yeah, like, on God, he is. He's like, thank God these answers are shit. He wants to shoot all them too. He's like, not my girl. Thank God. Thank God that these answers are shit. I still have a shot. Sandra Shirt said, I got scared. Hey, man, you projecting what you're feeling for her on us.
I'd say my greenest flag would be that our spark will always be there.
Okay, you can't really promise that, but, you know, go off. My girl would cheat on me, she getting jumped. I ain't the one jumping. I just have a lot of girls in my family. Though they don't talk to me weirdly enough.
And then my red flag would be I'll most likely apologize if it's your fault anyways.
I don't do that shit. That's probably my red flag. I don't fucking do that. I don't apologize unless I'm wrong. I'm not gonna lie to you. I just don't. I've told that story before. My mom said, right or happy, and I will always choose right. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, happy wife, happy life don't apply to me. That, oh God, like, look, bro, if you did it, I'm not fucking apologizing. So, figure that out. BRB, all right. Think logically or shut the fuck up. I do not apologize for something I'm not wrong for. logic over feelings. Like, if I'm wrong, I will apologize. But if I'm not wrong, I will die on this mountain. Even if it's a small mountain. Happy spouse, happy house. I've heard that. You know? I've heard that. It's better. That's a better one than the other saying. But if I'm not wrong, oh, God, I'm dying on this hill. Me and Betty like, yeah, be safe. Be safe in these chats, in these streets. Me, though, I'll shout it. I just won't. I won't do it. Petty just dropped off all of a sudden. JT will play, I haven't learned yet. Okay. Like, I'm just not doing it. I don't care. Most of my friendships / relationships have died out due to me thinking logically, but hey, I ain't in a position where I am still in a relationship I would have disliked. True. A German Shepherd just ran up on me. I was terrified. German Shepherds they're mean, bro. They're fucking mean. My neighbor has one and they have a hole in their fence where it looks like it can squeeze through. And every time I walk by their fence, I get nervous. I get nervous.
Oh, so that's like double green
That's
flag?
I don't.
Get your other ankle broke. I knew it. I was waiting for you to say Petty's dumb too. German Shepherds, bro, they're mean, bro. German Shepherds are mean.
That's a double green flag.
How is that a red?
That's a red, bro. That's a red. That's a red. I came in right time. Just cleaned my German Shepherd's cage. Oh, hey, Celino. I'm sure yours is nice, but in general, yeah, see? He barks at everyone, and his name is Shadow. I had a good one. The big, fluffy cattle dogs are worse, but I can't run right now. Oh, yeah, your ankle. Yeah, be safe, Petty. Be safe out there.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, he's saying sorry?
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Shadow, that's your... Oh, look, twins. Fuck that, bro. I'm just not apologizing. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm just not doing it.
I think it's a red flag because he even
I can't handle 2 chases in 1 week. Yeah. Yeah, stay safe. Boo, simping, boo. Exactly. All right, I'm about to dip out and get to the train station. All right, get there safe. So are fucking free. He's nice, though. Just got to raise them right and he'll be... Okay. Like, fix your fence. You have a German Shepherd. Yeah, there's a... Like, it literally looks like it can squeeze through. And if I'm walking by, God, it goes crazy. That BDSM test is off the charts for him. Okay. I'm still not that curious. I'm not going to lie. I'm not asking. I'm not asking. Yo, what up, Bean? I'm lighting the bean again. Light the bean. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Light the bean. I believe you, bro. I'll be telling Shadow, shut up. That's the neighbors. Fool be wildin'. Bro, I'm telling you. People who don't watch their dogs are the one who say, oh, don't worry, my dog doesn't bite. And you know that motherfucker bites, bro. You know it. You know he bites. And I'm just not willing to take that chance. I will cross the street. I will. I'll cross the whole fucking street before I go near that fence. It's too much. Jump on a random car. Oh my God. Like, I think they're just really protective of like their home, right? Is that what it is? Or are they like that when you go on walks? Proud of your success. Love supporting the stream. Thank you so much, Bean. For real. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bean's an OG. I need a VIP Bean. That reminds me. Let me do that right now. I need a VIP Bean. Let me do that. I appreciate you, Bean, for real. Hold on. Hey, Scratch. Yo, what's up, India? How are you? How are you? Community roles manager. Boom. Bean. VIP. There we go. Boom. There we go. Where the fuck is the video? I took the short one. Them questions were crazy as fuck towards the end. Basic sex, fuck the rest, you know? Oh, let me close that. Close this. Don't need this or this. VI Bean. What was your score on the reading thing? 222. You took the long one? 222, Lev. What'd you get? You have to do it on stream, though. Don't do it now. What'd you get? What was your score? Send it, Patty. It's right here. Like I did it on stream. I didn't cheat. 359? Are you fucking serious? Send a screenshot, bro. I think I said do it on stream, though. Did I not? Bro, I can't do that in stream. I talk slower than I read. Lev. Yeah, do it on stream. It's got to be out loud, not in your head. I read it out loud. Yeah, Lev, I didn't read it in my head. Hello, Scratch. Hi, chat. I hope everyone's doing all right. How are you, Samsky? Yeah, out loud, not in your head. I did it out loud. Yeah, that's why it's faster? Okay, I was about to be like, there's no fucking way. I was like, there's no fucking way you read 359 out loud. There's no way, bro. There's no way. Bottom. I read fast. Not out loud. Not that fast. What are you, Busta Rhymes? Eminem? Is this Rap God? Lev rap like Twista? I'm saying. Like she just put on Overnight Celebrity and just started fucking going. I know out loud I'm a little slow. Now I'm curious about me reading fast out loud. Busta head ass. I'm good, just tired as fuck from work. I can't wait till the weekend. Yeah, like Lev just went, let me pull this shit up. Good thing where the fuck is this song? I just clicked the album. She just went. This is Lev reading. You looking good, girl, you ought to be in pictures. Listen to me, I see your career going sky high. What's the topic now? Okay, so there's multiple topics. So I did a test where I read out loud. I read out loud to see how fast I can read. I got 222. Lev comes in here, and in her head... You what? Right. In her head, she got 359. But I'm saying she has to read it out loud. See how fast she can read out loud, right? Because it's different. I think everybody reads faster in their head than they do out loud. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like in your head does not, like, that's cool, but out loud is definitely different. Yeah. Because we were talking about how we didn't look forward to getting called on to read in class, you know? Me, because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know where we were. And, you know, you always had that one kid that was overly performative when they read. They put flourishes and emotion and shit. Everyone reads faster in their head. Not me. The voices in my head overlap. Really? It's like in my head, I read a lot faster than this. I can almost speed read. Almost. Because I actually practiced when I was younger. ADHD? I have ADHD. That's why I also don't read for very long at a time. I get distracted. But, and now we're here. Bottom. I should ask my brothers to do it. Well, one of my brother. JJ will not do that shit. If I sent that link to JJ, he'd tell me to fuck off. He's not doing it. Yeah, 359? That's actually pretty good. Bro, I read a lot. Yeah, but I need it out loud, bro. I believe that you can read 359 here. But I need to know what it is here. I get tongue-tied, so I can read way faster in my head. So, of course, I read fast in my head and on stream. Like, I'm a decent. When I saw the full text, like, Jesus Christ, it was long. That was a long passage, too.
Wow, that's a lot of words.
Yeah.
Too bad I'm not reading them.
It's probably way harder to do on stream. So here's the thing about doing it on stream. As I was reading it, in my head, I was like, you're reading like a slow bitch right now. You're reading so fucking slow, speed up. Like, come on. So all of a sudden, I switched my strategy from just reading to like, let's look ahead while we're reading there. On stream, definitely, it's some pressure. That's fun, though, when you read a story or something. Like, there's some pressure, for real. You feel the pressure. It feels like there's all these eyes on you. I was seeing chat saying what's up to Poe. So I'm reading here, and I just see chat updating, and I don't even know what was said. I have to go back and look. Talking about a girl being underpaid. Oh. Exactly, and the voices overlap, and then I just read out loud. I got to get my mom to do it, though. I know on God she's going to beat me. I was all over the place. Luckily, I just was like, I was pretty locked. I was pretty locked in. I could see chat moving, but I wasn't reading chat. I wasn't reading. I was pretty locked. I probably could have read faster had I controlled my breathing better. But, you know.
Stop talking to my girl. What are you doing?
That was a
Okay,
good
I-
quick change up there.
Yeah. I was scared.
Yeah. I think he knew that too.
I never read a book on purpose. I actually like reading a lot. Check your whispers. Petty was so flustered after that he started talking crazy. Okay, hold on. I gotta see. Bean showed up when you were doing that? Yeah, I heard it, and then I saw the bean emote, vaguely. Let me see.
Like, bro, last week I was snorting coke off some guy's dick. Now I'm fucking churning butter. Like, bro, last.
Oh my god. I was double looking at chat. I was like, what's up, bro? Probably like a 120. Crazy week. Speed reading just does something to me, man, I guess. I think I can borderline. I gotta hear it one more time. Hold on.
Like, bro, last week I was snorting coke off some guy's dick. Now I'm fucking churning butter. Like,
oh man, that is a great clip. That is great. Oh my god. That's great. I still have that video up. I literally just bailed on this shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I bailed. They started chatting and I had to get off the video. Put that everywhere? Yeah, that needs to be everywhere. Everywhere. That is a great. Snow about to appear. He's gonna be like, I heard coke off a dick. I'm here. I'm here. You rang? You play it 3 times and you'll appear. Yo, what's up, Awesome? What up? What up, Awesome? How are you? Okay. I gotta see who wins this now. I am invested. I heard we're doing lines. I always go to Great Clips. Great Clips? Like, you talking about stream clips or the haircut place? That was Petty's villain arc. That's why he was chased by that German Shepherd. Oh, it smelt the drugs, dude. Wait, who snorts cock off dicks? Oh, coke. 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 Oops.
When he was like, I meant text.
Okay, so contestant number 4, what is your red and green flag in a
I skipped the Shepherd part. I was so confused.
relationship?
I'd say my greenest flag would be that our spark will always be there.
Can't guarantee that.
And then my red flag would be I'll most likely apologize if it's your fault anyways.
Oh yeah, I said I'm not doing that.
Oh, so that's like
I'm just not doing it.
That's I don't
That's
know
a double green flag.
How is that a red?
Sucks, cocks, and dicks. Hot tub time machine. Boo. L answer. L answer. We don't like that.
Yeah.
Boo.
If I'm wrong, he's saying sorry?
I think it's a red flag because he's just gonna say sorry. No, I get why it's a red flag.
Oh.
Red flag. It's a red flag. That's a red flag all day, bro. I just don't care. I can't apologize when I know I'm not wrong. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not physically capable. I can't even utter the words. I can't.
Because he's not actually taking like the.
He just would rather.
Santa friend knows for damn sure he's the same way though. Yeah, he does. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I made you act that way towards me. Like, I know you threw that chair at me, but it was my fault for instigating it. I should have never pushed you there. My fault. My fault. I just can't do it, bro. I can't. Even in the little things, I can't do it. I can't. Santa friend got the dirty riz? Yeah. He's like, I think that's actually a double red flag. Thoughts? He's actually kind of an L. I'm sorry the chair hit me. I should have dodged. Exactly. I just can't do it. That might be the weirdest way to say he over apologizes. Yeah. The weasel riz, dirty macking, if you will. 100% I don't mind apologizing. That's why I say I could be wrong. Double red flag? Thoughts? I think, he's kind of an L, bro. I'm sorry for being sorry.
He's submitting. No, wait, whoa.
I'll just clear it up. Let him explain. Let him cook.
Is it because you're gonna submit to her just fuck it, you're right. She is right. Oh.
Yep, there. Never mind. He didn't clean that up. No, that's the weirdest way to say you have no self-confidence. Dirty Mac for sure, but everyone is young, so I didn't know if it'd be understood. Yeah, that's true. I showed my age there. Old man.
Sounds like a green.
That man about to say, hear me out. Here we go again. Yeah, it was the same answer.
Flag to me. Yeah. Okay, contestant number 5.
My red flag is that I have a really great energy, so people kind of become obsessed with me. So
my red flag is that people become obsessed with me. I think the red flag has to do with his personality in these right here. You know what I'm saying? Cringe next. Yeah. I think this is more of, this is showing what his red flag is. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of showing personality right here. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't like that type, just know, Black Forces. Bro, all these dudes are red flags. My red flag is my dick tastes like your favorite dessert. Why do the shoes show his personality? Okay, so Black Force energy, Samsky, is someone who is, for lack of a better phrase, violent. You know? That is, that's what's associated with Black Air Forces. My red flag, I have great energy. My guy, your red flag is those Santa pants in Black Force 1. See, you get it. Bro just said being a normal person is a red flag. You know? This is worse than astrology and star signs.
it feels like you have competition. However, my green flag is that I'm loyal. So, like, you just got to trust me that you don't.
So confident.
Damn, I love cinnamon buns with cream. Cinnamon buns are good. But I think I get it. Yeah, it's just like, you know, generally associated. It's generally associated with it. But he's like, yo, you know what? My red flag is I'm bringing competition, but you just have to trust me. The forces look beat up too. Extra Black Force energy. Yeah, like he's used them. You know? He should have said the Black Air Forces were his red flag 100%. He should have been like, I'm wearing my red flag right now. You know? At least you're honest.
Confident.
Yeah, confident dude. He probably talks to a lot of girls because he's maybe a talker.
Player.
Not a player.
Like he's a really good guy.
I'm not a player. I just crush a lot.
He's.
Then Black Air Forces, they seen some shit. Yeah, I'm not a player. I just crush a lot. You hear that sideways BS out of Santa, friend? Yeah. You know, maybe he just, you know, he talks to a lot of girls, but, you know, he's not that bad. And he goes, yeah, I'm not a player. I just crush a lot.
Santa, look at him.
Okay, contestant number 6.
I'd say my red flag is that I'm a little too nice to people. Probably when I shouldn't be.
Okay, that's a legitimate, that's a good answer. Nobody's finding the one like this? Yeah, they're not.
And then green flag, I'll always take care of you and look out for you. Like, especially if you ever, like, been down anywhere, like, about to hit your head, make sure you don't hit your head on anything.
You know what's crazy? That is a big difference from his first answer, huh? I wouldn't expect that out of Chestnut. I'm not a player. I crush a lot. Crush what? The ops? Context? He does.
Oh my God.
Bro, I'm too nice. None of those are red flags. Yeah, but if you'd heard his answer before this one, it was not expected from that guy. Fully flipped the story, but them shoes still rough. I did not expect that from Chestnut guy. Too nice is immediate red flag. Incoming love bombing, right? Bro, all these are cringe for real?
Jeez.
Wait, no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It's just like, you know, like when you drop your keys or like you drop your wallet, you're like bending down over the countertop.
Well, fun fact, I hit my head this week
You see?
on a kitchen cabinet and gave myself a mild concussion.
I could have been there. Could have stopped that from happening, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely would love to have someone around to not let me.
Love bombing is so scary for real. Yeah, that's a crazy tactic people use. Chestnut guy got crushed by Black Air Force Ones. That's why he's stumbling back to his words. Yeah, he's probably intimidated. And by the voice actor dude that left, to be honest.
You do that anymore?
And he looks super tall. So.
He does look very tall.
What's wrong with not being super tall?
Oh, Short King's getting mad. It's okay, Short Kings. You know, we're good. Just a mild concussion. I hit my head on the counter, and, you know, I blacked out for about 3 seconds, but we're A-okay, brother.
No, I'm super short, bro.
Yeah, all sizes
I'm
are
taller
great.
than David.
I'm getting some sun in right now. There you go. Awesome.
Yeah. All right, you discuss with her. I'm gonna go fart.
All right, who's getting cut? I think Black Air Forces have. No, this guy has to go. Are you body shaming? They lost the cool points. I think the guy that said he'd shoot any guy that was talking to her. I would say Black Forces, but remember, he said he'd shoot any guy talking to her. Remember? So it has to be him. It's like, if I see a guy talking to you, I'd probably shoot him. So I feel like he has to go. Shooter not getting his shot. Yeah, like he got to go. He said he's ready to commit murder over talking to her. Yeah, I feel like Cargo Pants has to get up out of here.
Okay, so the contestant that I will.
Green shirt girl said all sizes matter. You heard that. Did she actually? I did not hear that.
He's a really good guy.
I'm not a player. I just.
Shooter got to get the fuck out or go to prison. Yeah.
He's Santa. Look at him.
Scratch, show my results. It's in DMs. All right, one sec.
That's the number
One sec.
6.
Hold on.
I'd say my red flag is I'm a little.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It's just like we gotta stop that from happening. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely would love to have.
Yeah, all sizes
I'm
are
taller
great.
than David.
Oh, she did say it.
Discuss with her.
She did say that.
David. Okay, so.
All right, who's getting?
The contestant
She better make the right choice
I will
here.
be eliminating is contestant number 3.
Yep. Good choice.
Okay, why?
Because the shooting joke made me a little nervous. Even though he said shoot a text,
Gone.
I felt like
Yeah.
that was a safe.
Later, loser.
All right, let's see what he looks like. He doesn't look like he's like that. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hi.
What's your name?
Ayla.
Ayla. Nice to meet you.
Franny.
Franny.
Nice to meet you.
So,
Yeah, neck tap.
you guys were actually you looked through all the things because you got pretty much everything right.
Oh my god.
I have
Whoa! I knew he got her handcuffs. I called it, bro. I called he got her handcuffs. I knew it. Bro, shooting such a big boy move. He looks like the guy that picks random flowers for you. He's like, I saw this and it made me think of you. I knew he got handcuffs. I knew it, bro. I said it.
handcuffs. They guessed it right. They guessed it right. So I have
That's my boy.
I was in and out of jail a little bit.
It's
so
sexy nightwear.
Got it,
some
okay.
experience with this.
You in and out of jail?
Yeah.
Slam Death Scratch, you was correct. I knew it. I said it.
When I was 19, yeah.
Nice meeting you guys.
Dude, you're
Nice
definitely
meeting
on
you.
the
What
naughty
was your
list.
Vit.
Vit?
Yeah, it's like
Nice
VIT.
to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Girls don't know what they missed out
Really
on.
nice to meet
you know?
you guys.
Nice to meet you.
All right, let me see Illy's results real quick. Let's see these results. Okay. Switch, dominant, vanilla, experimentalist, rigger. Nah, bruh, he's in a Vietnamese gang. They don't play. That is true. Brat tamer, voyeur, submissive. Oh, not the FET test. Yeah. What's your name, bro? I thought he said bitch. Rope bunny, owner, master / mistress, brat, exhibitionist, daddy, mommy, primal. Okay. Okay. W results. Are those gonna be a reading test? No, it was a different one. My fault. Yeah, you took that test before? I still have it up. I haven't taken it, I'll be honest with you. I have not taken it. What the fuck was that? That was Illy's BDSM test that she took. All right, round 3. Yeah, BDSM test. Vitamin D is so good. I was outside earlier because I've been up since 1 a.m. Since 1 a.m. I actually feel myself fading. The Red Bull is like wearing off. The Switch Dom vanilla fits for someone with social anxiety. That's true. That is a good point. Yo, what's up, Jamal? Welcome back.
Ready, and turn around.
Okay. Oh, the Santa's Black t-shirt. I like that. Proud of you, son. Santa's Black t-shirt, like that. I'm fucking with this one.
Duds.
All right.
Scratch, are you an introvert or an extrovert? I would say, how do I put this? I would say that I am this is going to sound weird. I'm an introverted extrovert, meaning I have no issues talking with people, right? I have no issues talking with people, but I have a social battery, right? And so when that battery is depleted, I don't want to talk to anybody for a long time, if that makes sense. But I guess I would say I'm an introvert because an extrovert gets energy from talking to people, and I don't. Red Bull wears off way too fast.
Police! Help!
I know a way better thing to give you energy. Yo, you know. I love the belly shirt. The belly shirt is good. Same. Welcome back. Makes sense, and yes, they do. Yeah, so I guess I'm an introvert. Yeah, I guess I'd say I'm an introvert. Because although I have no problems talking with people. Lagate locked up? I don't think so. Welcome in, Lagate. I'm an ENFP personality. I don't remember what I was. Oh, see previous clip. Got you.
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah. I think I have those. Let me see. I don't remember. What's the site for it? Because I'll take that test. I just don't. Sounds like you are? Yeah, I would say I'm an introvert, but I have no problem talking with people, obviously. You know?
FBI, open up!
Introverts don't have problems talking to people. Some do. Yeah, not all. I just got, because I think it's when you have like super extroverted parents, because both of my parents are super extroverted. They're very extroverted people. They're the people that can get in a 30-minute conversation at a store with a random person and it doesn't faze them, right? So they're both very, very, very extroverted. And so being around them, I kind of just picked up the ability to talk. I got ADHD, but I also hate people, so I'm intro/extro. I don't hate people, but I get tired of talking. Parents, what is both parents? I don't like to talk to people online. IRL, though, is a different story. I can do it either way, to be honest. Although I'm much more likely to overthink my online talk, like correspondences, than in real life. Bro, 30-minute convo in the store? Yeah. ENFP is a person who can do convos with strangers about anything. That I can do that. Look at Copio. Childhood trauma. But I have no problems talking at all. Online, though, I'm more likely to overthink it, though, in like terms of grammar, emojis, shit like that. I wish I could do that. Like, it's because my parents kind of thrust me into it, you know? Like, my mom was the one that was like, oh, we can't find this at the store? Go ask that person over there. And I'd be like, why do I have to ask? Or I'd be like, oh, I need this done. Okay, call him. And then my dad, I told you, I'm an extreme introvert. And my dad would be like, we'd be at a fast food restaurant, and if it was a girl at the drive-thru window, he'd be like, yo, my son wants to talk to you for a second. And he'd lean back. And so, like, situations like that made it where I'm very good at talking. Like, I can talk for hours. Yeah, on both of them. Bro, your mom taught you right? Like, she would literally be like, all right, go ask. Go order your own stuff. I just cry if someone did that to me. I'm not going to lie, Samsky, the first few times, it was really, I was like, So, I just got better at it. And you know what else helped? Selling cable in stores. ENFP, real quick info. People with ENFP personality type are often described as enthusiastic, charismatic, charming, energetic, and independent. ENFPs are also creative, so they typically do the best in situations where they have freedom to create and innovate. That's a great thing. I'm so bad at talking, in person and online. You don't come across as bad at talking, though, Petty, to be honest with you. Like, I wouldn't think that you were bad at talking. I hate when I got to go greet everyone at the function. Like, motherfucker, I don't know you. Like, I don't enjoy it, but I will. I kind of wish my parents did that as a kid, even though it would have been awkward. Same scratch. Like, I would not know that Petty's bad at talking. Because now I got to face the awkwardness as an adult. Once you just get used to it, when you get used to talking, it's literally just reps. That's the thing that a lot of people don't like. It's reps, you know? Same, parents just push me out there. But yeah, being in retail sales help a ton. Yeah, it does. You know, nothing helps you more than just having to talk to people or, you know, you won't be able to eat. You know? Greeting people at the function has got to be the worst. It is. I think human is a better term. I hate when you got to say good morning at work. I don't, and everyone thinks I'm a dick. I mean, like, I'll be like, come on, bro. We know what we're going to say at this point. Yeah, like, you can't tell Petty is bad at talking at all. My dad would say, my son wants to talk to you. Bro, my dad did this too. I had to talk about tractors for a good 30 minutes. Like, the only thing that I will not do is, and most of the time, if my order is wrong at a restaurant, if the food is still good, I will not send it back. I'm too scared to send food back. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm too scared to send food back. I just can't do it. Why don't you say good morning, though? I got your customer service voice. That's always good to have, you know? I don't even talk to most of my coworkers, and I just say hey and dip. If someone walks up to me and says, I'm an ENFP 123, I'm never talking to you again. Most people don't say that. I don't believe so, unless you're asked. Come and say hi to blah, blah. Then you get there, and they're like, you don't remember me? No, bitch. Yo, okay, hold on. Did you guys have the parents who would be on the phone with someone, and they'd be like, oh, you want to talk to so-and-so? And you're like, and they go, oh, he's right here. Here he is. You can talk to him right now. I hated that shit. Yes, I hated it. Facts is embarrassing as fuck to complain about food. Yeah, it is. Mad respect for that. I'll send it back, but hella nice about it. Chameleons will talk shit immediately. That's what I need. I literally walked away. Yep. My mom would literally put the phone to my ear. Same. They'd be like, here he is. And then they'd go like this real quick. Say hi. And you're like, hello. Oh, I'm good. How are you? And it dies. The conversation dies there. It dies. I'm not a morning person, and I don't like gossiping and drama that most workplaces have, so I only talk to people when needed. My parents would never do that, to be honest. Lucky. But hey, built me who I am now. True. My mom did the complete opposite. She knew I was more so introverted, which is why I've gone to small schools all my life, which low-key didn't affect me much in my adult life, but I'm getting out of my comfort zone now. There we go. My star sign is Cancer, and my personality type is STD. Damn. That's tough. I get that depending on the coworkers. I know my coworkers think I'm a dick or stuck up. I don't care, though. What? Legate's trolling. He's trolling right now. He is trolling. I used to hate when they did that. So my parents threw me into situations where I'd have to talk. You know? They made me do things where I had to talk, so I didn't have a choice. You know? So, and they do embarrassing shit to me all the time. Like, one of the schools that I was in was K through 12, my very first high school, right? And so I was in like 8th grade, and I had this huge crush on a senior at the school. And the senior, my mom was her class advisor, so she'd tell her to fuck with me. You know? Like, she'd tell her to fuck with me and stuff like that in front of everybody. You know? Oh my, yeah. Yeah, there's so many examples. Legate's an OG boy. Yes, he is. So many people thought I hated him just because I didn't talk to him. A lot of people assume that. Performing definitely helped me a ton too, but again, it's just reps. It really is. It's reps. I think I never would have come back to school. So, like, here's like an example. So during Valentine's Day, right, they did this thing called singing telegrams. So the seniors would come through the classroom and they would sing like a Valentine's Day song. And so my mom paid extra so that the girl who I had a crush on would stand me up in front of the class and look at me and sing to me and shit. And it was embarrassing. My parents would throw me in a situation where I had to talk. Yeah, man, they did that to me as well. I say, you both always throw me to the wolves. Fun fact, I embrace embarrassment, so I just don't give a fuck how embarrassed I get. Yeah, I don't anymore. That's my name. Good name. Bro, your mom is for it? She is, bro. It was horrible. Hey! Yo, they love Shadow. Thanks for the follow. No fucking way. She did. She did. That's my biggest problem. Most places I work, I see the looks I get, but I can't be bothered to pretend like we're friends and hear details about you I don't care about. Yeah. That's so cringe. Yeah. We have multiple Shadows. I would disown my mom. She did that. We had one where it was like halftime at a basketball game, and she had her come up and hug me and shit. And everyone was like clowning me and shit, you know. It was wild. 444 followers? Oh shit. Yo. Let me go check on my dog named Shadows. This is weird. W444, 222, and 444. Good day. It's like an omen. 444, 444. You know, it's like an omen. That's way too far. I'm telling you. It pushed me out of my comfort zone, though. Everyone is Shadow. It's a good name. It's a good name, to be fair, Shadow. You know, it's a very good name. Paying your crush to hug you. It was the next sequence. You know, it was, no, she didn't pay my crush to hug me. She paid for the song thing. Those are two things. Everyone put a shadow at the end of your name, so I can call everybody Shadow. But you should take that one to the grave? No, she didn't pay to hug. The multiverse of Shadow. Yes. Is Bruce banned? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He is. What an experience, Kratz. Yeah. Yeah, he said hard R on stream, so I knew he was getting banned. I knew he was getting banned. Like 100%. I love this stream already. Thank you. I'm so glad. Permaban? No. No. Not perma. Yeah, he said hard R to DDG. So, yeah, I knew he was getting banned. Oh, for fuck's sake. Every time I want to resub, he's banned. Yeah. It was when he was drunk and arguing with DDG. There's no time frame, though, but it's temporary. You can tell by, I think they said temporary. Because he was drunk and he goes, you know what you are, and then he said the whole word. And, yeah, he got banned. I knew that was coming. Broward Shadow sounds crazy. Yeah, so Lenny said it and didn't get banned? Lenny? Like, I knew Bruce was up out of here. As soon as he said it, I was like, yeah, there's no boys. You can get banned for that? Yeah, you can. Yep, you can. I knew he was up out of here. I knew it. LSF is celebrating right now. Who's Bruce? Bruce, drop him off. I see them Funko Pops in the back. Yes, sir. There's 43 of them. They're blurred, but there's a lot. We got a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? Every white grandpa getting sniped by the Twitch mods. Well, Bruce is black, but yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's why Poe always asks us if it sounds like he said hard R. Yeah, because, like, you will get banned. You dig what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Bruce, drop him off. I can't really show him on stream right now because he's banned. Poe does, though. I don't even know him. It's the guy in the, the guy in the emote you just used? That's Bruce. Right there. Yeah. That's Bruce right there. My sub is about to run out, too. So I got to use these emotes while I got them. I got to... Wait, is it gone? Wait, is my resub gone? Oh, no, it's right here. Okay, we're good. We're good. There he is. I use that as Exhibit A. C. Can't say it either. Yeah. Mine's out. I still have mine for a few more days. Post streams on YouTube was different. He didn't have to censor himself. I don't think you get banned on YouTube. But on Twitch, it's GG's. It is GG's. But he was super drunk, and as soon as he said it, I was like, yeah. That's why you got a copyright strike? Yeah, it's GG's. You definitely could not say that. Sorry, not copyright, just straight up strike. Yeah, I don't think they let you. Regardless of who you are. You got a weak ban. You know what I'm saying? So, regardless of who you are, you cannot say it. But I knew it. He was like, oh, boys night this Saturday? I was like, we're not getting no fucking boys night. He's banned. He's getting banned, bro. He should move to Facebook streaming. Nobody's following to Facebook. Nobody. Like, I like watching Bruce's streams, and I'm not moving to Facebook to watch Bruce. Like, there's not very many people I'd watch Facebook. It's like stream on Facebook. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Yo, Samsky, thanks for the sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. Converting the Prime to a tier 1. Thank you. What's Facebook? It's hell on earth. Facts, MySpace, bro. That's where you stream. That is where you stream. And his best stream was taken down from a few months ago. I streamed on Facebook for a few months. It was bad. Yeah, that's like the worst place. I've heard Facebook gaming be popping, but I hate that app. The thing is, like, see, if you start on Facebook, I think it's different than if you try to move people over. Wait. Only Stone Mountain, in my opinion. Yeah. Facebook is the best streaming platform. I feel like if you start on Facebook, it's different than if you're like, if I was all of a sudden like, hey guys, streaming over on Facebook, come over there. Nobody's moving to Facebook. And I wouldn't blame you, to be honest. Nobody's moving there. Because I would be like, hell no. Hell no, I'm not going over there. Fuck all that. I can't do it. I go live on OF support, bro. Live stream with Sal. Okay. Yeah, I'm only posting shorts on Facebook, and that's about it. I don't even do that, to be honest. I kind of act like Facebook isn't even a thing. I was doing Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Now just Twitch and YouTube. Facebook is my mom's church friends and boomers at this point. Yeah. We would follow you and bully you to come back here again. That is what I love that. Yeah, I wouldn't watch, honestly. I do not blame you, to be honest. Facebook Live Poopy, I use it for work days. I don't even put shorts on there. Me neither. I only have Facebook for friends. I don't ever log on. I never do. You know? I never do. And family and no profile pic so I can smoke niggas. Okay. Like, I just don't use the shit. It doesn't seem worth it. It's just like an inconvenience. You know what I mean? So, especially because, like, can you post on Instagram shorts, like Instagram Reels, and automatically post over there, or no? That Kick vid where the dude was like, it changed my life, tried to get me to jump over, though. It's not. I made an account to stream, but it's dead. Yo, do you remember that guy? Was it that guy who was like, I made this much, and it showed, like, I forgot how many gifted he got that day. I use my Facebook to harass boomers in the comments. That is great. Yes, you do it? Oh, okay. I don't really use Instagram Reels either, to be honest. Petty had the Facebook community pressed that he didn't play Walking Dead sooner. My Instagram Reels do fire. Mine don't do well at all. I don't think Instagram fucks with me. Skate content pops off on Insta. For real, they were so mad. I was called an idiot? Really? Facebook is wild, bro. Facebook is actually wild. That shit was hilarious. Bro called Petty an idiot. They were just like, they wanted Walking Dead that bad, huh? That's crazy. Close this. I have 28K on TikTok. TikTok is where it's at. Damn. Damn, Shadow. Damn. 28K? Damn. We have a celebrity in here. Damn. 28K is crazy. Damn. TikTok is where it's at, though. That's where I met, like, everybody. That's where I met, like, every single person here, almost. No, I posted a clip, and he said I was an idiot for never seeing it before. 28K is crazy. Hold on, let me see. Let me see this. It's Isra. Oh, you do like boxing content. Okay. Damn. What's up, Lando? Except your boy. That's what got me into it, though. My boy almost has 60K on TikTok. Damn. Schnooks brought me here? Oh, yeah. Doc did. I don't remember how I met Doc. How about you May the 4th into some bitches? Box my dick in the mouth. Yo. Y'all celebrities need to shout out Strats. I'm saying. Like, repost a vid. No, I'm joking. You don't have to. I'm joking. Told y'all I ain't cap? No, that's crazy. Congratulations, for real. That's impressive. That is impressive. Like, for real. I was rated in here and never looked back, and I am glad that you stayed, Sheps, for real. I'm not taking that personally. How about I box this nut into your bum? Damn. See, Shadow's about it, too. Love your content? Thank you so much. I actually really appreciate that. I do. I'm not going to lie, guys. I am fading. Like, quickly fading. The Red Bull is almost fully worn off. I am just fading. Shadow got that dog in it for real, bro. Like, I respect it. I respect it for real. Cock, yeah, I need the cocaine. Yep, you're right. I should start streaming already then? Yeah, start it up. I got you. Let me finish this vid. I'll probably play a little Red Dead, and then, not gonna lie, we're going to JT's stream. It's only 12:17. You can't leave us yet? I'm not leaving yet. Don't you worry. All Shadows got that dog in him? True. You leaving? No, not yet. Not yet. We're fighting through the tired. Bro, why are you still awake? I don't know, bro. I'm trying to keep my sleep schedule the same, despite me being up since 1 a.m. You know, it's been great. Do the thug shake. There you go. Yeah, you can't leave us? I'm not leaving yet. There you go, Shadow. Just for you. Because you're new here, you know? Don't forget to drink some water so you don't get a headache. That is a good point. Thank you, Samsky. Stop at me. I ain't listen to the fans. I feel like making TikTok, posting famous people, building it up, then deleting everything and going live. Do that. So you need to stretch? No, I'm pretty good there. But I can't do it. My pride won't let me. Petty, can I show you something? I have an account with 25K on TikTok. I have an alt account with 25K that was posting different content. Do I delete it all? If you get a headache, just tell it to go away. True. W Scratch, I do. Hold on. I'll pull it up on my phone so I can prove it. Well, 24.4. 24.4K. 24.4. Delete all and upload your content. Should I? It's 24.3K. I know a few people that did that. It was a Levitard show account. See? 24.3. I have an alt too that I'm building up just for fun of it. It's doing well. I literally did it just because I like the show. I have an alt was 600, but I stopped posting. And so, like, I could just, like, clear the account, bro. No way. Yeah, 24.3K. But I think I have more likes on my other account. I do have more likes. You know, so I started that one as an experiment. Highest follower count I had was 300. I started that account as an experiment to see if I could learn TikTok and shit like that. You know? And so then I was like, I think I kind of get it. Same. Like, so the alt is crazy. I haven't posted in like a month on there though. So I could. Everyone probably forgot, and I could just be showing up on everyone's shit. Till I started posting famous streamers. Why does everyone on screen have a 5 head? That is a very good question, Lisa. Damn, everyone's famous in here? No, my alt is. Me, myself, I think I have like 6,000 followers. I don't even have TikTok. I'm not going to lie, it's a time suck. It's a time suck. I'm not going to lie to you. Never even used it. It's a time suck. It really is. I'm glad. So at first I was skeptical about TikTok. Me, myself, and 110. I was, drop a dick on a bit. I see you. Yeah, I'm only going on TikTok to post and then I leave. I'm the most famous one here? Yeah, on God you are, Shadow. Those jeans are ugly? Yeah, these jeans are crazy, Lisa. These jeans, everyone's famous here. I'm in the double digits. Like, Shadow's famous as fuck. I'm telling you. What I thought about doing, I successfully deleted TikTok and ended the addiction. I'm proud of you. YouTube Shorts are time. Shadow overtook me. Ban him. We got to have a competition. I only post, I never scroll. So I still scroll, right, sometimes because, well, I didn't find you guys. You guys found me. But, like, you know the concept. Like, what if I find someone else cool? You know what I'm saying? What if I find someone else cool on there? You know, so that's why I still scroll every once in a while. Lisa throwing shade. She's right, though. I will scroll, but that's because I've trained my algorithm well. True. Okay, Mr. Triple Digit TikTok YouTuber. True. Okay, I'm playing it.
Okay, so reindeer onesie. We love
Wolf
it.
a big YouTuber? Oh, God, he is.
Build the big box. I wish I could like touch it, but I can't because then I'll see them.
You want to touch him?
No, touch it.
Touch it?
David. The present, David. So contestant number 1, can you please?
Call me a redwood because I bring shade to all these bitches, and we love it. Do you ever find someone else cool, though? I mean, literally, like, I've met so many cool people on TikTok. Like, legitimately. Blessed for another 24. Amen. Yeah, he is doing the most. He is. But I've met a lot of cool people because of TikTok. Like, legitimately. Like, Phyllis, Petty, JT, Killmonger. Who else came from TikTok? There's other people. Like, there's some people that came from TikTok. You know? And so, like, legitimately, it's been a net positive for me. You know? Like, legitimately. And so, it's been a net. What's your YouTube also? Yeah, for real. What is it? I found Petty from It's Princeton. Really? I came by searching. Appreciate that. I was in the search. Treve, the evergreen. Here we go. Round 3.
Ready? And
I've been a Twitch DJ all along. Me and Scratch go way back since pre-K. Stop playing. True. You know what I'm saying? True.
Turn around.
For some reason, I always thought you found him from YouTube Shorts. I was scrolling and just chatting and you popped up. I am really glad that I popped up. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that you're here, Illy. For real. For real, for real. I'm glad that, like, sometimes the algorithm works here. I told you it was Princeton.
Very nice to meet you.
What I thought of doing, low-key, is starting... That man's shirt skin is super ugly. Yes. I thought of starting a plug TikTok and just slowly building it up and then slowly start putting our clips in there. What you think? Hold up. Play it out a bit. Black Forces is black as fuck. Oh, is he?
Nice meeting you guys.
Dude, you're
Nice
definitely
meeting
on
you.
the
Well,
naughty
what's your
list.
It's kind of funny. I saw Princeton shout him out and follow. I found Petty during his Bridge Curse live stream. Been stuck with him ever since. He mentioned you, and here I am. And I'm glad.
All right, Franny, ready?
His stream was messing up, and he told people to go watch my live. Broward, Poe, and Omen all came that day. Oh. Guys, I told Petty I was going to do that. Yeah, Phyllis, like I literally was like, I'm going to build a plug TikTok with like Kai, Rage, Bruce, and slowly start putting our clips in there. You know?
Turn around. These are your studs.
All right.
Yo, he is. Yo, JT, he's like that. I'm going to make an out-of-context Scratch account. That would actually probably do really well, to be honest with you. That's what I was going to do with mine. Want to see it? Yes. Hey, you can like that? What you like? I'm just petty as fuck. He is.
Okay, so reindeer onesie. We love it. Still the big box. I wish I could like touch it, but I can't.
He's definitely in stomping season and never leaving. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of told who he is. You know what I'm saying?
You want to touch him?
No, touch it.
Touch it?
The present, David. So contestant number 1, can you please give me your best Christmassy pickup line?
Oh, let's hear it. What's the pickup line? Ooh, internet goats. Okay, hold on. Let me look, then we'll get to the pickup lines. Yes, this is exactly what I'm saying, right? So we build up with like big streamers posts and slowly start to post ours. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. Why is the Santa guy next to Ugly Pants acting brand new? He is instigating. Who's your biggest fan? I don't believe I have fans. I'm going to be honest. Like, I know that sounds like a bullshit answer, but that internet goes, I see it. Look at that PFP right there. I see you. I see you. I'm the biggest fan. Been supporting since pre-K. On God. On God. Okay, bottom. No fans here. It's all just trauma bond from what I learned. Exactly. Once you join, you can't leave. Yeah, you know why, right? I'm your biggest fan. Sign my titties. I need a Sharpie. Well, me and Petty and Scratch grew up together. True. Scratch, can I be your plug channel if you get famous? Yes. Yes. We made that. That's good. That's a good one. And you know why? Like, now we got this, so.
One of us. Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept that one of us.
We got the sound.
Gobble, one of us.
You know what I'm saying? So, now that you've heard it, you're one of us. You can't leave. You know? Oops. Hello?
Left leg was Thanksgiving and your right leg was Christmas.
Oh, this is that pickup line. All right, let me start over. Let me hear these pickup lines.
Build the big box. I wish I could like touch it, but I can't because then I'll see them.
You want to touch
This,
him?
I think Will
No,
says he
touch
put the
it.
pin on the head.
Touch it?
The present, David. So contestant number 1, can you please give me your best Christmassy pickup line?
If your left leg was Thanksgiving and your right leg was Christmas, I'd come visit you in between the holidays.
Ooh.
All right. Okay. Trauma bonding. That is what we do here.
That was clever. I've never heard that one. That was the first.
What do you mean you've never heard that one? Now that you heard this, you can't leave. Dang, I was about to dip out, but the door shut. Yeah, you're locked in here. It's like a horror game. If you're a burp, I'm a burp. Wait, Illy, Illy, what's your YouTube channel? I just changed the color of PC fan lights for the first time since I got it. What color is it now? Ouch, I just bit my tongue. What color is it now?
First time I heard that one.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah,
by
that
the
was
way.
good.
Okay.
Hey, what'd you think about that?
I know damn well they've heard that pickup line before. I feel like everybody's heard that line. It's purple now. Good color. Lakers game tonight, Phyllis. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's heard that pickup line, bro. I did smash my wallpaper. I just say I'm single digits because I don't post nothing. Only shadows, booty. Stop. Purple, my favorite color. I mean, JT got the purple name on my screen, you know. It's like we know. Lakers game. Although I'm not gonna lie, I feel like they're gonna get their ass whooped tonight.
What did he say?
Okay, who's the blind date? The dude? No, so he's like the moderator, right? She's the one who's picking the guys. Purple's my setup color. We love it. Go Warriors though. Somebody say purple. Dick Ryder. She's the one choosing. Oh, ugly pants. Yeah. She's the wing woman. He's kind of just the guy who organized it. Purple, the superior color. She wore the wrong pants. Yeah. Yeah. Green is a good color. Although I hate the Celtics, so I can't co-sign it.
That.
She has no words.
I have no words.
Dude, you made her speechless. That's good.
No words.
I think.
Ayla. Okay, so contestant number 2 has some PJ Christmas.
One of the 2% remember me. I'll always remember you, Wolf. Purple's the color I turn on for my LED lights when I get freaky with a guy. I feel you. Damn. Okay. W Green. Ugly pants needs bangs for real, for real.
Situation going on.
Rip Wolf's phone battery. We'll always remember you. We'll miss you, Wolf. The This Dance emote is so good.
What is your best Christmassy?
All right, what's the pickup line?
You should come over to my place for breakfast because my milk and cookies taste better.
So we're all into sex jokes.
What the fuck? That was... God, not in the Black Santa shirt, bro. Grabby the Lappy Toppy, yes. Purple's royalty, it is. What the fuck was that pickup line? At least I've heard the other one. That was awful. I need to hear it again.
You made her speechless. That's good.
No words.
One more time.
Okay, so contestant number 2 has some PJ Christmas situation going on. What is your best Christmassy pickup line?
You should come over to my place for breakfast because my milk and cookies taste better.
What is that? What is that line? He said it. He said it with not very much. Like he didn't have much confidence. I don't even get it. He fumbled. Boo. L line. No Riz. Back on Yu-Gi-Oh. Good. L confidence. Yeah, he didn't even say it with confidence. You can tell he fucked that line up. L line. The hell was that?
So we're all into sex jokes here.
Boo. Thank you. Boo.
Do you like milk and cookies?
I like almond milk and chocolate chip cookies, yes.
Yeah, we can arrange that.
Oh.
See?
He's full of nuts.
He's full of nuts.
Almond milk.
Oh.
Great joke. Oh man. So much great content. Here's a poem, Scratch. I know it's fat. I know you got it black. Even though you're not the one, I just want to tell you to flip up my rum. W poem, Shadow. W. Boo. Why is the girl in a bodysuit looking like a little sister? I actually don't know why she is. She's not a very good wing woman, to be honest, either. She's just kind of standing here. And for most of the video, she's been zoned out.
Nice one.
She's tiny. She is tiny.
I'm so stressed.
Yeah, she just, like, she only really talks when she's hating. W hater.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Lisa, did you see the bodysuit with the boot? Oh, yeah, you didn't see the boots. Hold on. We're at 2011. Hold on. Just so I remember where we are. Let's see if I can find the boots.
People make mistakes.
Wait, can
Christmas.
What the?
Being but.
Oh, there it is. There she is. It's with the boots. There she is with the boots. Mm-hmm. There it is. It's with the there it is. The boots are not made for her. Yeah, they're too... I like the confidence to try, though. I do respect it. I respect the confidence, you know? It was an attempt. It was an attempt.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Those boots look like something my grandma would give to my sister for Christmas on a low budget. You know she got smelly, sweaty feet? Yeah.
All right, contestant number 3 with
Yeah. All right. Please be better than the last two. Then again, none to the thigh gap. Shit ain't real. I feel you, JT. I hope his pickup line is better, bro. It's gotta be, right?
nude pink Sweater.
They're nipple tassels.
What is your
It just means extra bank on Feed Finder. True.
best Christmassy pickup line?
Did you ask Santa for a rhino this Christmas? Because it looks like you could do something horny.
Bro, I'm getting frustrated with these pickup lines. I'm getting frustrated. Look at the faces, bro. Look at the faces. I'm getting frustrated with these pickup lines, bro. Did you ask for a rhino for Christmas? Because you could use something horny. Great line, man.
Okay.
So he's horny.
I think we're looking for a one-night stand, not a boyfriend.
Whoa.
Boo. L-line. L-line. She's flat, has no cake. Her mother, you shall take. W poem. No way. You know you'll hear. I just want to see the sweaty feet. I won't ask anything else. Gives it to him. Now I want more. Yeah, we hate this guy.
Who said I was looking for a girlfriend?
I don't know these answers.
Are you looking for a girlfriend?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, contestant number 4.
Okay. I hope he looks like the Santa Claus in Friday After Next. That would be great.
Santa Claus, dude.
We have Santa here.
Will has a smart fetish. I do love people who are smart.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
He's chained up Santa. I like that.
I didn't really have a pickup line, but I was wondering if you were a candy cane because you have me hooked.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I think his is the best one so far. Not great, but it's the best one. Will has a fart fetish. Not me.
That's actually not bad. We're
Isn't
happy
it?
with that one.
Yeah.
Does he have you hooked, dude?
Midline. Yeah, his was mid. It wasn't great, but it was not an L. You know, he kind of stepped it up from the other ones.
Maybe a little. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Contestant number 5.
Remember SpongeBob? Yeah, I do. Force's got a bit of race. A little bit. Yeah, these pickup lines have not been great. But yeah, compared to the other ones, that one was great, right? Compared to the other ones, he stepped it up. Bro said me. Watching stuff like this makes me feel like the Rizzler. I found out yesterday that Petty's a Riz god. He's trying not to show it off, but yesterday I learned that Petty is a Riz god.
Are you a reindeer? Because I'm trying to whip that ass.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Petty doesn't like to flex his Riz.
You what?
Yeah, Petty doesn't like to flex it. Are you man? Because I want to smack that dumbass face. Is it just me or Scratch looking too cute today? Yo, stop, Shadow. Stop. You're embarrassing me. One more time. What the fuck was that line?
Have you hooked, dude?
Maybe a little. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Contestant
W Riz, right? Shadow's the Rizzler.
number 5.
Are you a reindeer?
Oh, you're glowing. Thank you. You're embarrassing me. I'm blushing.
I'm trying to
Blushing.
whip that ass.
Does he have you hooked, dude?
Maybe a little. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Contestant number 5.
Are you a reindeer? Because I'm trying to whip that ass. Respectfully. Respectfully.
How would you do that respectfully?
Yeah.
I don't know. We can find out.
How do you do that respectfully? Is it me or Scratch looking kind of stuff today? What? These pickup lines are something my cousin would tell to me, my second grade crush on Valentine's Day when we're passing goodies. Exactly. These are like kids ones. Scratch, you look like Giga Chad? Thanks. I'm trying. That's because he's ready for bed in an easy mode. You know how it goes. I will smack you disrespectfully. Just two to the face. Just Scratch is Giga Chad. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Oh, mysterious. Fun.
All right, so who's leaving though? That's my question. Who's getting cut here? The only one who's safe is Black Forces, I think. Black Forces has to stay here. Maybe it's time for him to get up out of here. Black Santa shirt? You right. Oh, he is the gaslighter. That's true. They don't like the guy with the belly shirt. That's true. Brown. If you're an adult male wearing a onesie, you got to go. But he did say he's a gaslighter. Remember? He said he'll gaslight you.
The one I'm eliminating is contestant number 3.
Yep. Okay, you called it. You called it. I don't care. It's all good. You called it. Samsky, you called it. Belly shirts up out of here.
I kind of felt that.
Why'd you eliminate him?
Gaslighter over the cornball onesie goofball.
was a little.
I'm sorry. I had nothing else.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It didn't really have to do with Christmas, like Rhino, Christmas.
Well, I asked Santa. You asked Santa for Rhino. You know.
Oh, you asked Santa for
Yeah. You want to take back your answer or no?
It's fine.
She gonna pick the gaslighter for sure? I think so. I want to see his face so bad. Oh, it's coming.
Okay. I guess I have one thing to.
All right, what do you think he got her for the gift? That's what I'm curious about. These jeans are pretty bad.
Oh.
Okay, what is it?
Whoa. What is happening?
What's going on?
Oh my God.
Holy shit, it was a ring. Apocalypse was right. It was a ring. Oh my God, he was right. Are you Flintstone? Because I want that hard gummy. Damn. That guy is giving me gay vibes a little bit. Yeah, run. Run.
Oh, it's a rose.
Rose quartz.
Oh, it's a crystal. It's a crystal.
Cute.
It was a rock.
It's a crystal.
Oh, it's a crystal. Aww.
Promotes love and trust, enhance friendships, purifies
God, that's so cute.
Thank
It could
you.
happen. It's okay.
Bye, boss.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
W line. That's her first good contribution this whole time. I'd have given her a dildo. Like, that's her first good line. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. It's a rock. Someone punched a little lady.
All right.
Easiest gift to give white girls a crystal. Yo, codename Hitman. Thanks for the follow. Cool name too. Yeah, a crystal's an easy gift. It is. It just is, especially now. W follow. I'm taking the pretty rock home. Still, I don't care. Judge me all you want. It's okay, Samsky. W follow. Thanks. I like your name, yeah. That's all right. I was talking to this girl, and it was going good for 21 days. And today, she just leave me undelivered out of nowhere. Does someone know why? Well, what's the last message you sent? I bet someone bought her a candle. Oh, I bet. What's the last thing you said? It could just be busy, but I got to know what you said first to know if it's a busy day. Yeah, I got to know what you said. Because last time someone asked me this, they sent a Minecraft sex meme. So I got to know. And that's real. That's actually a real thing that happened. So I got to know what you said. If it was normal, just let me know if it's something normal. If I wanted to give my girl a crystal, I would have gone outside and gotten a shiny rock. Minecraft sex meme? Yeah, it was just a snap. He sent that showed over. Do you remember that, Curse? The Minecraft sex meme? It 100% got sent. Don't message her till she messages back. True. Yeah, don't double message. Either she's busy or stuff, didn't go as good as you think, or she has another guy. Many possible reasons. But don't double message. You know what I'm saying? If you last sent a message, just wait it out. Wait it out. Getting no reply after Schmoinka pick is the spookiest feeling. Yeah. Yeah, that's a... Alright. Yeah, you'll be good. You know what I'm saying? Just try not to check the message thread too much. You know, I get how sometimes we're like, let's see if they replied. Just try to ignore that. Definitely wait it out. Don't pull a Dave and ruin the good thing with Doja Cat. Yeah, just wait it out. You'll be good. Especially with a cool name like that. That snap was nuts. All right, here we go.
It's the Christmas season. If you were gonna take me out on.
My dick is little, but it's like my money. Let's play with it till it grows. I gotta ask a legit question. Why do guys send dick pics all the time? Why? Honestly, because they're weird. They're weird. Honestly. People who just send dick pics at random need help. I'm not gonna lie. They do. They're weird people and need help. Just do you and check later and see if she messages back. Yeah. Yeah, don't. People who just send random dick pics are weird. Only to my wife and after she took the ring. There you go. I'm sorry, but I've never seen a good dick pic. That's because there aren't any. My dick is too small for that. You know, somebody will appreciate it. But don't, especially, like, don't send them unconsent, like, without consent. That's the weirdest. I'm really JK, by the way. No, I feel you. But, you know, yeah, dicks are ugly. They are. There's no good dick pic. Most of us don't do it unsolicited, but a good amount do. Yeah, there's a lot that do it. There's a lot that do it unsolicited, and they're weird. Mine is so schmoll. You know, they're just weird people. And I don't understand what goes through dudes' minds where they're like, okay, things are going well. Let me just send an enhancer. The audacity to send a random dick pic, it's crazy. You do that without asking me, I'm taking screenshots. That goes in a group chat, huh? Does it? I've never sent a dick pic because that's haram. Allah is watching. I see you. Like, I don't know. I've just never been that guy where I'm like, man, this conversation's going really well. You know what's needed? A photo of my dick. That's what this conversation's really missing, you know? You know, like, damn. I feel like something's really lacking in this message thread. Let me just solve that real quick with my phone camera. Weirdos. It's very weird.
On a date.
Wait, what's the question?
What are we doing?
It's okay.
Bye, boss.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
May the 4th, Jedi Crypt Day,
All right.
You know what it is? What up, Killmonger? What up? What up? My question is, how often does it actually work? I think it's a lot like what I said earlier. Like, want to get a girl's attention? Send her a pic of food to share. True. Yo, is it me or is it not normal for a girl to send a dick pic? Yo, is that the meta? If a dude sends you a dick pic, just like send them one off Google back? Is that the meta? That may be it. But I think, JT, like, there's probably like a numbers game that they're playing at here, right? There's probably a numbers game, I'm guessing, that they're going at. A bigger one, yeah. Yeah, a bigger one. My girl sent me a dick pic the other day. I looked at it for hours. See, it works sometimes. I would only send disease-looking ones. Yeah, that's the meta. Yes, but it has to be larger. Yeah, it has to be like a ginormous one. If I send my Badlands Shugs me, she just gonna think I'm fat. We about to stomp LeBron out tonight? Okay, I don't like what's happening in my chat right now. It's getting toxic. I don't appreciate this. I need chat rules. You know me? Yes, sir. If you get a dick pic, send back STD vat. Oh, what's the term? Blue waffle. Send that back. Send blue waffle. How did this turn into dick pic chat? I don't remember. Don't ban me. I'm not banning. I'm just giving warnings. Lakers suck. Whoa, Shadow. Whoa. Lisa, blame Lisa. Oh, yeah. Shadow. I thought we had something good going here. What happened? I thought we had something good going. That's my. Oh, yeah. But what's also fun when you get a dick pic, just be like, ew, why does it look like that? Damn. Shadow trying to cop a timeout from scratch. I'm trying not to abuse. Oh, sorry, guys. No, you're good. You're good. We just. Clippers on top. Oh, my God, Shadow. Not Clippers. Not Clippers. I'm not going to lie. If I ever, which I don't really. Mod check. If I ever sent a picture and they said, ew, why does it look like that? God. When you get a dick pic, bro, I found a charger and come back to hear this. Hey, Wolf. It's not really your fault. It's Scratch ADHD. Yeah, true. It is. It's infectious. Okay, so Scratch, what are you going to eat today? That is a good question. I'm not going to lie. I have no idea. I think what's happening immediately after stream is a nap. Because I'm tired. I'm not going to lie. I've been up since 1 a.m. All I've had today is a Red Bull. Do you have any suggestions? I'm open to suggestions. I'm just playing. I fuck with the Lakers. I met LeBron. Did you? Did you see Cash? You need to eat? I do. Chinese food? I do. Chinese food would sound good. Then I can make a TikTok like making fun of the UKers. Make a poll if you should eat dick, small dick, or no dick. I mean, I already know the answer to that. I wasn't conflicted. I wasn't conflicted. Chinese food be good. Have you seen like the UK? I think we talked about this yesterday. Chick-fil-A for the revenge from the earlier poll. Yeah. Nuggets. Nuggets, maybe. You know? My expression is the girl in the green facial expression. I've been wanting to ask you this since the day we met. Can I get your number? Yeah, bet. Whisper me. Hey, who's running this account? Oh, I know who it is. Popeyes? I do love Popeyes. The strawberry biscuit is good. The strawberry biscuit is good. I kind of want one. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you, Kyogo. May the 4th be with you. I'm so mad that I thought about having a Star Wars screen too late to make one. Papa? Dr. Schnugg's physical doctor is such a great name. Okay, here we go. Next question.
All right, it's the Christmas, Christmas season. If you were in
L Popeyes, L KFC, Church's Chicken on top. Church's is too far. Tomorrow is Revenge of the 5th. Here where I live, it's Cinco de Mayo. So, Cinco de Mayo is going to overtake Revenge of the 5th. You know what I'm saying? Church's Chicken's too far for me. That's racist. It is. It is Cinco de Mayo, where I'm from. Tomorrow is Slap Ass Friday. I didn't even think about that, Chris. It is Cinco de Mayo, though. I've seen ads everywhere. Sorry, I'm still holding my... Texas used to be part of Mexico. It did. It did. I'm still holding my practice chopsticks. You not coming back from that milk? Run was a W anyway. All right, here we go. Next question. El Cinco de Mayo. Yep, tomorrow's for tacos and beers and margs. Exactly. It's a good day. Bro has chopsticks? Yeah, it's because I can't use them, so I have to practice holding them. We talked about earlier. I suck at using them. May 5th was Mexico's Independence Day? I don't remember the history. Cinco de Mayo is for sure racist, though. Yeah, I don't think they like the term. Think doctor needs a little time out? I got you. There we go. Don't worry, Kyogo. All right, next question. She's a healthy lady. Honestly, who started that? I don't remember who made the term Cinco de Mayo. I don't remember. If Texas secedes from the U.S., get out ASAP. On God, I'm leaving, cursed. Cursed. I will be the first person out. They try this shit every year. But the moment they're like, we secede from the U.S., I will move so fucking fast. I don't need this shit. I don't need any of this shit. I'll be out. I'll be gone. I'll move back to California or some shit. Actually, who else doesn't have state tax? Florida? I'm not moving to Florida. Vermont? Or is it Delaware? It's one of those two. Cinco de Mayo, pronounced Cinco de Mayo, in Mexico, Spanish for 5th of May, is a yearly celebration held on May 5th, which commemorates the anniversary of Mexico's victory over the Second French Empire at the Battle of Puebla in 1862, led by General Ignacio Zaragoza. Interesting. Oh my God, why not Florida? Florida's a little wild right now, I'm not going to lie to you. They kind of wilding out down there. I think Nevada doesn't have state tax. Oh, Vegas it is. We need to start a timer again. We will never finish the video, but it's so fun still. You're right. I think I've said next question like 4 times. Samsky. Physical doctor being a mean person? Yeah, he's timed. Too bad I'm moving. I know. So America just ruined it like everything else. I go, did you see overtime Megan leaks? I didn't see them, but I come to New York, this tax fire. I lived in New York for a year, and I'm not doing state tax like that again. Congrats if you move. East Coast, my dude. Which East Coast state doesn't have state tax? That's what I need to know. Because where there's no state tax, I'm there. I'm not paying state tax ever again in my life. Read my last 2 messages. So 2 messages ago. I know this streamer that's been doing daily streams for 4,070 days. It sucks he doesn't have any following, but he doesn't try to do like expanding or anything. Interesting. So you and Lev making a road trip at the end of the month? Is that when you will be on I-20? You go to Florida and get that BDL. Go to Canada. I don't do taxes. IRS, I'm sorry. Yo, there's an IRS worker in chat. Shadow. Be careful. Yep. We need to. Or Hawaii. Hawaii would be gas. Come to New York. I'll let you stay over. Yeah, but state tax. You know what I'm saying? State tax. State tax would be not great. 10 minutes, Kyogo. Who doesn't pay their taxes? I'm not snitching. I'm not snitching on nobody. Okay. Next question.
Bye, boss.
It's not just.
As I love Florida, by the way. There's cool parts in Florida, but your government's wildin'. Hawaii's the shit. My favorite place by far that I've lived. Hawaii's so gas. I've never been. That's a long time. Yeah. Arkansas has them, but they're low. If they're low, that's not bad. As an accountant, I can show you some things. Ooh, I may need that. Thank you, Florida's top tier. Let's play the vid. I am. Next question. All right, dating question number 4.
All right, it's the Christmas, Christmas season.
Let's see what we got.
You're gonna take me out on a date. What are we doing?
An accountant has entered the chat.
Christmas? Well, personally, I kind of like keeping things personal.
What's this
maybe
date?
Stay at home, cozy. Probably like unwrap a couple gifts underneath the tree and then have you be underneath me.
This guy, bro. This guy. They're low in Arkansas because of child labor. That is a good point. This guy in the onesie, bro. This guy in the onesie is fucking killing me. This guy's nasty. He's got to go, right?
What are we doing? What are we doing for Christmas?
Well, personally,
He's
I
an
kind
L.
of like keeping things
More like W-Dade County, but I fuck with Broward too. Okay?
Maybe stay at home, cozy.
I don't pay my taxes,
Probably,
W admission.
Unwrap a couple gifts underneath
I keep getting flyers in my mail from Tyson and my son's name.
the tree and then have you be underneath me.
Yeah, her face. Her face is not fucking with. Did you see that there's a McDonald's that had like 10-year-olds working till 2 a.m.? I heard that this morning. Yeah, that's a wild line. What the fuck? Yeah, that's a real thing. Why is she thinking about it so hard? No way. It's a real thing. Hold on. Let me show you. I know I'm getting distracted. Samsky, we do need a timer. Scratch your cap? No, hold on. "10-year-old workers." It's right here. Look. 10-year-old children were found working at a Louisville McDonald's until 2 a.m. See? Know your cap. Look. You see what I'm saying? Child labor is wild. I was on team Huck No, opposed to Huckabee Sanders. Oh, God, I'd have been on the same team if I lived there. Maybe the owner/manager kid. So it was 2 10-year-old kids. But not. Oh, they weren't even paid. They weren't even paid. Like, not even paid. Yeah, no pay either. That's crazy. Any good Asian restaurant owner has their kids taking the orders? Yeah, they do. That's crazy. Damn. The fry maker can watch them? Yeah, W free labor. W. They just pay them with Happy Meals. They're like, "Here, kid, eat this shit." It was a Hyundai plant too, and either. Wait, what did I miss? Hold on. I was on team. Oh, it was at a Hyundai plant too, in either Carolina or Ohio. That's insane. And I also heard that at other McDonald's they had like 12-year-olds or 13-year-olds working the fryers. It's fucking crazy. And feeding them unhealthy food every day is their labor. Child labor. They watching each other, but make some burgers while you at it. Yeah, they good. They got each other, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to do nothing too bad. Cook them motherfucking fries, my boy. Cook them. Where's the sound? What happened? Hold on.
Give me some of that burger.
There it is, which is late. That's so crazy. This America needs a remix. They're like, hey, they complaining there ain't enough salt on these fries. What the fuck are y'all two doing? The fries ain't good because you always on that damn phone. Give me it. Give me that damn phone. I'm calling to the IRS worker. Yo, may the 4th be with you, gang. Yo, Reg, may the 4th be with you, man. They be like, hey, that damn phone's, you're not as productive. Give me that shit. Give me that shit. There's an immigration service at the center at most of it. I would imagine so. I don't pay taxes. What the IRS gonna do? Oh, the IRS does not fuck around. Yo, I see I got that badge. Yes, sir. All right, next guy. Next guy.
It was like you're
you had us
so
in the
close.
first. You had us in the first
I wanna
ad.
go home.
W shit on God,
All
yes,
right,
sir.
contestant number
They sent in the Eagles. And by the Eagles, I mean the police.
2.
Not you said that when there's an IRS Fed in here. I'm saying, like, I'm just warning.
Have you been to New York?
I have.
Please make this good.
I'm from Jersey.
Damn, the friend Hayden. Oh, you TikToking while you taking orders? What am I paying for? Why I see you on my For You page? What you think this is? Give me this. Give me this shit. Dumbass kids not fucking working. Back in my day, I was walking to work with no fucking shoes on. Bitch.
All right, contestant number 2.
Have you been to New York?
I have.
Please make this good.
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, me too.
Oh, really?
Uphill. Both ways in the snow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been in a helicopter?
I have.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be mad. This is gonna be bad. Have you been in New York? Have you been in a helicopter? Here we go.
Oh. Then.
No. No, he didn't. No, he didn't just. No. I want to talk to these kids. They must have some stories. They need to be on a podcast. We need to book them. We ain't had no fancy schmancy wheels. We had horses. Oh my God. He's shooting a shot right here. Let's watch this crash in action. Did you hear it? Did you hear that?
I wanna go home.
All right, contestant number 2.
Here we go.
Have you been to New York?
I have.
Please make this good.
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, me too.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been in a helicopter?
I have.
Oh. Then we could just watch movies at home.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was bad. He just won. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I'm screaming here. Oh. We can just watch movies then. Nutted on himself. Oh my God. That clinched it for him. Gaslighting and then just, he definitely wins. Yeah. Holy. You been on a helicopter? Yes. Oh. Reveal this motherfucker already? Let's see who he is. Wow, they ate that shit up, huh? My first stream back on me titled, I don't pay my taxes. IRS workers, where you at? It's raining. It's actually raining here too.
Wait, what?
I'm confused.
He was gonna try.
That's crazy. That pathetic Riz be working. They ate that shit up. We're illy with the berry the bee.
Try this whole thing, and you kept saying yes, so now he's like, we could just watch movies.
Okay, contestant number
Next.
3. What are we doing?
Yeah, Curse, you were right. They ate that shit up. I can't. They ate that shit up.
On our Christmas date.
Do you want?
Because the other guys are so horrible. That's true.
He was gonna try this whole thing.
I'm hella good at reading people. You are. Lame Riz works sometimes. I guess so.
Contestant number 3. What are we doing on our Christmas date?
Do you want to build a snowman?
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Get your black Air Forces and walk. Get the fuck out of here. Imagine the motherfucker that's saying them trash pickup lines in someone's stream. Yeah, what if he's like in here? Especially when you're a diamond among trash. The girls ate that up and the other guys were like, we gotta save our brother. I cannot believe he just did that. See, the helicopter guy in comparison is so much better. And you know what's crazy, Samsky? He openly admitted to gaslighting people. He said he's a gaslighter. Taco meat out too. Yeah, get this motherfucker out of here, bro. It's easy to look good when you're among shit.
Come on, let's go and play.
Dude, now you're getting creepy.
At least he's honest. That's true. That's true. If the admitted gaslighter wins, L girl choice, L wing girl, L guy who set this up, L gaslighter. It's the Santa from Friday After Next. Killmonger, I literally made that reference. I made that reference earlier. I literally said that same thing.
Maybe he just sang it wrong. Let's hear it again, dude.
Do you wanna build a snowman?
All right.
Come on, let's go and play.
All right.
My name was called. What's up? Oh, we needed the honeybee nutting emote. I'll show you why. I'll show you why.
Then we could just watch.
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
really?
Let me go a little bit back.
All right, contestant number 2.
I did. I made the same
Have you been to New
reference.
York?
I have.
Please make this good.
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, me too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been in a helicopter?
I have.
Oh. Then we could just watch movies at home.
Damn. I'm telling you, man. 1, he was honest about it. 2, he was admittedly somewhat abusive. That is crazy. She ate it up. Anyway, fuck the IRS. I hate the outfit for the Asian girl. Gotta get naked just to pee. That is true. This is inconvenient. Thank you, Illy. Thank you. Honestly, this shit has to be staged. It has to.
Wait, what?
I'm confused.
He was gonna try this whole thing, and you kept saying yes, so now he's like, we could just watch movies.
Okay, contestant number 3.
Damn.
So what are we doing on our Christmas date?
Do you wanna build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play.
You got to go on here and
Now
leave
you're
with the
intrigued.
contestants.
Maybe he just sang it
I
wrong.
couldn't do a show like
Let's hear it
this.
again, dude.
Do you wanna build a snowman?
All right.
Come on, let's go and play.
All right.
Yeah, she's not fucking around anymore. She's not fucking around anymore. She's not with this shit no more. She's getting fed up. She's getting fed up, bro.
Okay, so we would build a snowman in the snow?
Absolutely.
And he's gonna throw you in his car and.
Damn. Okay, now she's being more realistic here. Olaf has more riz than any of them. Oh God, Wing Girl's had enough. You can tell. Listen to this response. Ready?
Saying it wrong. Let's hear it again, dude.
Do you wanna build a snowman?
All right.
Come on, let's go and play.
All right.
Okay, so we would build a snowman in the snow?
Absolutely.
And he's gonna throw you in his car and take you to the middle of nowhere.
She's picking it up. She about to cook him. She did. Internet booth. She saw the black Air Forces that are scuffed the fuck up. You know, she knows what's happening here, bruh. She's not fucking around anymore. She's not. She's had it.
What? Ayla.
The Asian girl reminds me of those pick-me girls. She's had it. Wing Girl has seen some things. Yeah, she has. Or his baby mama showing up and it's gonna be a fight. Could you imagine? I'm gonna take notes on the shoes. Yes, the Black Forces. You see, it's the Black Forces.
Contestant number 4, what are we doing on our Christmas date?
I'd fly you out to the.
Jerry Springer. Rest in peace. I'm saying. Rest in peace, Jerry. This would have been perfect.
North Pole, and if everything's going good, I'll let you go down on my South Pole.
This motherfucker, bro. Oh God, he got more than one? Yeah. Asian girl got them bitch friend vibes that you hate, but holy fuck is she fun in the sheets. Mm-hmm. She's a hating ass wing woman, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's hear it again, dude.
Do you wanna build
She's
a
been hating like the whole time.
All right.
But you're spitting.
Come on, let's go and play.
All right.
Okay, so we would build a snowman in the snow?
Absolutely.
And he's gonna throw you in his car and take you to the middle of nowhere.
What? Ayla.
Contestant number 4, what are we doing on our Christmas date?
I'd fly you out to the North Pole, and if everything's going good, I'll let you go down on my South Pole.
Dude, come on.
He's taking you to both ends of the world.
There you
from
go.
What I'm getting.
North and
Exactly.
And that started off real north and then it went south real fast.
All right, 2 people are getting eliminated here. Who's leaving? Who leaves here? Who leaves here? Santa and the South Pole guy? Yeah, I think these 2. Black Forces and bodysuit. You think onesie and Black Forces. Trash cans, all of them? Yeah. Yeah. Onesie is gone. All of them gone. Okay, I'm back in this bitch. Welcome back, Alu. We need a new set, period. I agree. Let's see.
I literally don't know who to pick from these answers. I can't decide. So I'm deciding based off of the gifts.
Okay.
Off the gifts?
Okay, Okay, contestant number 3.
No, please.
Yeah, get him out of here. She's deciding off the gifts.
Santa, no.
I'm so sorry.
No.
We're so sorry, Santa.
No.
I'm sorry.
Deciding off the gifts, L female. Wing girl's fed up. She is. Scratch, you can practice your chopsticks with Chinese food. That is a good point.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it.
Grab what?
Big old sack you missing out on.
Oh. It's Jonah again.
Oh my God!
It's black. Like,
why'd you do this to me?
It is Jonah. Hi.
Damn, she regrets that shit. She's regretting it. Look at her. She's regretting it.
Missing out on.
Oh. It's Jonah again.
Look at her. He gonna be like Peter Parker. Wait, go back before she comes out. I got you. I actually, I felt that.
So I'm deciding.
His
based
beard
off
looks
of the
stenciled.
gifts.
Yeah.
Okay, contestant number 3.
I got you, Cursed.
No, please.
Jonah's kind of cute, but he
Santa,
ruined everything with
no.
the shit he
So
said.
sorry.
No.
We're so sorry, Santa.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it.
Grab what?
Big old sack you missing out on.
Oh.
Sweater girl was flustered. She played with her hair. That's what I'm saying. Look at her, bro. She's regretting it. She's regretting it.
Again.
Solid cough? I thought so. I want to see what's in the sack. Oh, we're about to. So who is Jonah to Ugly Pants? I don't know.
Oh my God!
I haven't seen this series very much. Hello, dearie. How art thou on this fine day? I'm very good. How are you, Red Fox? How are you?
Why would you do this to me?
It is Jonah.
Look at her, bro. Twirling her hair and shit. Look at her. She regrets it. Scratch, you not slick? I know why you paused it right there. What you mean? I had a cough. There was this itch in my throat. What you mean?
Yeah, nice to see you again.
I'm heartbroken.
W cough, like my throat was itchy. Yeah, okay.
Again.
I'm sorry.
So I was really excited to give you this gift. So the gift I got you is thoughtful and meaningful.
Okay.
My grandmother gave this to me.
Oh shit. His grandmother gave it to him?
It was Silly Putty.
Silly Putty?
Just in case you ever were out and had
didn't I?
Did I get to keep the gifts? I think she kept the rock. So I think so. Silly Putty.
Guess that? Didn't I say it was like
Slime. You
slime?
said slime.
You did? Yes.
Just in case you ever had to.
Okay, I'm taking the Silly Putty and the shiny rock. What's your Insta? Let's link up. Yo, I'm gonna have to let you know. You know what? I'm about to DM you, Shadow, for real. To bash yourself with.
Fart, you could just play with the Silly Putty and then blame it on the Silly Putty.
Wow.
Now,
so grateful for
honestly,
this.
now I hope you fart and everyone makes fun of you and calls you Fart Boy.
Damn.
So,
I'm sorry. Jonah, I didn't know it was you.
See?
Nice seeing you.
Look at it. She regrets it, bro. He got her. I think she kept the rock. She kept Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Then why is she still on here? She's picky. It's just a boulder. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. I hope both sides of your pillow are warm. I hope next time you put a fresh pair of socks on, you step in some water. Everyone is already too busy calling her ugly pants. He deserves the right to do her like that? Yeah. I guess this is the second time she's gotten rid of him.
Seeing you again.
Hey, you didn't get eliminated first.
Not
this time.
not first,
Let's
but
go.
heartbroken again. So.
This is the why I love Shadow Insta. Hit me up, y'all. Got you.
Bye, Santa.
Bye, Jonah. Bye, Santa.
All right, who else?
I don't know.
Quick question here. I'm just gonna start asking questions. Do any of you snowboard?
Yeah.
Nope.
Who said no? You're out.
Damn, Gaslighter's gone. The best friend got rid of Gaslighter.
Wow.
Damn.
Sorry.
That's crazy.
We're on a time crunch. Then you're out.
All right.
Wow. He does look like a gaslighter, I'm not gonna lie to you.
He's got dimples.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Here you go.
If the best friend hadn't interfered, he looks toxic as shit. On God, he does. He looks like a gaslighter, right? That's a baby. Like he seems like a gaslighter, right? Like he looks like it. But let me tell you, if that friend had L. Edgar.
Folks, Lino
Yo,
just
Lino,
resubscribed
thanks for the
3 months.
resub. Follow Lino, follow Lino, follow Lino. Follow Lino if you don't follow Lino. Yeah, he seems mean. W. Lino. He looks like someone that's cool but gets annoying over time. He looks like a grill gaslighter. We love you, Lino. We do. We do. Follow Lino. Follow Lino. You see him, click that name and follow. Follow Lino. Follow Lino. I'm telling you, bro. Back shots. Man, I'm a Curly Edgar. Don't make fun of him. Hey, I'm not making fun of you, Shadow. You're good. You know? This guy just kind of seems like he is a gaslighter. You know, he looks like it. He said it and I believe it, bro. He looks like a gaslighter. You know what I'm saying? Lino backshot is so good. That is such a good emote. That emote is fucking good, bro. Okay. Friend's a hoe for fucking with my pick. I'm telling you, Cursed, if the friend had not interfered, he was staying. He was staying. You know what I'm saying? Accepticated. Like, he was staying, bro. He was.
You have to split it up.
What was it? What is it?
It's just a candle.
Oh.
Oh my God, Lisa, you called it. A candle. You called it. A candle.
Why'd you? That was like the light, like you turn on. It's like.
Oh.
W gaslighter. W. His toxic ass would buy a candle.
That's, this was really.
Look at him. Look, now they regret it. Now she def watched this vid already? I don't think so. Hold up. Why he got a dumpy?
It's just a candle.
Oh.
That was like the light, like you turn on. It's like.
Oh. Thoughtful. This was.
He buying a candle in every situation. It's a good gift. It is. Candles, you can't really go wrong unless you pick a shit scent. He needs that candle to scrub the toxicity out the room. It's a distract, you know?
That really good.
I don't snowboard, so.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's a good gift for sure. Like, it was. The way he looks, his mom got the candle, so he has a gift to give. Yeah.
Wait, what was your name?
Alejandro.
Alejandro, nice to meet you, Alejandro.
Bye, dude.
Oh my God.
All right, you guys can step out.
All right, let's see the faces.
3, 2, 1.
Since he's a gaslighter, of course he would gift a candle. True, because of the lighter. I'm sort of a candle man myself. Honestly, I feel that. I feel that. I like to go down the store, like the gift aisle, and smell candles sometimes. So I get that. Like, a candle is a very good gift, you know? But in this situation, it's also toxic. You know what I'm saying? He the type to fall for the you trying to chill trick with the best friend. Thanks for the pause. We need the recoil. You see you're too good. Take the fucking hood off, bro. Take the hood off so we can see what you look like.
Are you on the naughty list or are you on the nice list? And why? But let's switch it up. Contestant number 2.
Whoa. Boo this nigga, right? The worst ones for last. They really did.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's my show, god damn it. What's up? Sorry, I'm just insecure by your height.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm a good boy. I say I've been a good boy.
I'm a good boy. Have you heard literally every single one of his answers today? She regrets dismissing black Air Forces. Yeah, she does. She's still thinking about him. Take the hood off, Reindeer Games. Like, come on, bruh.
This year.
Or why?
Stay out of trouble, you know, been single, so, you know.
Failed.
Kind of looking around for somebody to keep me.
She wants toxic. I know she misses black Air Force and candle guy. Gets on one knee. I'm a good boy.
Keep me out of trouble, but
Okay.
yeah, I'd say I've been pretty good.
You haven't fucked around or anything?
Nah, you've heard some of those answers. Yeah, usually they go after one of the two of them.
Right one look-alike,
Yeah.
a long-haired
What about
Humpty
you,
Dumpty.
contestant
Nah, I'm on the naughty list. I ghost to like 5 people like this.
I ghosted like 5 people. If she leaves now, she might catch him in the parking lot. True, she should run after him. Shorty is toxic too? Yeah.
Pretty good.
You haven't fucked around or anything?
Nah, you've heard some of those answers. Yeah, usually they go after one of the two of those. So.
Yeah. What about you, contestant?
Nah, I'm on the naughty list. I ghosted like 5 people like this year.
Well, the honest.
I ghosted like 5 people this year. I think she's choosing him. How's that a flex? That's a crazy flex, but I just kind of feel like with how this is going, she's choosing him. I feel like that's the winning answer right there, you know? That's got to be the winning answer.
See though, did they?
Oh no, I'll never lie to you. I would never lie to you.
Why did you?
Why'd you ghost them?
It's hard for me to, feel like compassion towards a lot of people.
Okay, so I ghost because I am unable to feel compassion. No matter who wins, we all lose. True. Oh boy. Honestly, they both suck. Yeah. That was a flex. Like he's trying to say my DM's full, so I don't respond. No, he's saying like I'll go out with you for a little bit and then just stop talking to you. Completely. Like it's worse than that. And then he says it's because I don't feel compassion.
Just because, I'm a closed off person. Okay. But I hopefully, like, you can be the person to, like, bring me on my show.
Okay. All right.
He's going to play you and not appreciate you. Exactly. Picking between a douche and a turd sandwich. This is the best of both worlds. We love us some commitment issues.
The contestant that I will be eliminating.
She should just bring back Black Forces, right?
Is contestant number 1.
Let's go.
No, just because the whole, you just ghost people really easily, that's, major red flag.
Let's see what you got.
That sucks. You would have really loved my gift. I'll put it right here for you.
I love how we're still on this. Yeah. It takes me forever. It takes me forever to get through these.
A handicap.
Wait, pull it out?
No, well, the thing is I
He should have been eliminated? Yeah. The only reason I think he'd have been eliminated sooner, but the friend picked the gaslighter.
Got it for you, because after one night with me, you're not gonna be walking the next day.
All right.
This guy, bro. This guy. He got her a handicap Oh, ugly pants. I hope you get a camel toe every time you go out in public. I can't believe he got her a handicap sticker. Because he's going to cut your legs off. Yeah.
Two of those.
Yeah. What about you?
I knew he was corny by that lame-ass onesie. My face hurts so much face palming.
On the naughty list, I ghosted like 5 people and towards a lot of people just because, I'm a closed-off person.
Dating. Number 1.
Yes.
Let's go.
No, just because the whole,
Let's hear the gift again. I've been saying get rid of this guy. You did, since, jump.
You just ghost people really easily. That's, major red flag.
Let's see what you got.
That sucks. You would have really loved my gift. I'll put it right here for you.
A handicap.
He won and lost.
Pull it out?
No, well, the thing is I got it for you, because after one night with me, you're not gonna be walking the next day.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, see, she's fucking had it. What makes ugly pants the ultimate prize? That guy deserved the fart? He did. Best friend is Wing Woman has fucking had it. He's like, let's go.
Police!
Oh.
Police! Help! Police!
Yes.
Help! Police! Help!
Extra corn in that line? Yeah.
She's like, can you go? Can you leave?
It was good meeting you, though.
So
it was good meeting
What's
you.
your name?
I'm Nick. It was good
Nick,
meeting you,
nice
too.
to
Take
meet
care.
you.
Ayla,
are you happy about the decision?
Yes.
Honestly,
I'd rather have the green. Yeah. I was hoping for a flex gift. Give me that PS5. Could you imagine?
be careful because she might kick you out too.
On the way here, I actually forgot it at home, so I had to go out and then re-get it for you.
Wing Woman is a W, though?
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, let's go.
A Switch? He got her a Switch.
A Switch, said switch it up and play video games. And
Whoa! A Switch? Yo. Okay. I love flowers, only the kind that burns. Whoa. W gift. Whoa. I'd rather never get any ever again than have to pick one of these lames. He getting the buns after. Yeah. He got her 2 Switches. That's a flex, bro. That's a flex. Okay. He might get both. Look at her face. She like, oh shit. A fucking Switch?
What?
You know, we could smash all night. Like Super Smash Bros. Super Smash Bros.
Super Smash Bros. It's a
Super Smash
game.
Bros. The video game. Super Smash.
It's fully real.
Double Toppy Supreme. Green Hat is flustered. Yeah, look at him. He's like, you know what he's doing right now. Hold on. Let's look at his face. Hold on. Hey, that man's a Sucio boy. Green Hat wants to switch. Yeah, he wants the girl too. I'm not going to lie to you. He wants the girl. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. This man, now he saw the switch and he's just.
I should call one and go home. I've been in this club too long. The woman that
Look
I
at
would try.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Look at him, bro. This man is sad as fuck. He's sad as hell, bro. He ain't getting no hoes. A switch with a big green hat when he sees a switch. He's so fucking mad, bro. He's Red Brothers floating in the air. Honestly, I'd not take that guy though. He's not good with his money, but I'm taking the switch. No, I feel that.
That's fully
What?
Yeah,
Wow.
I wasn't kidding. I picked it up on the way
Okay,
here.
great.
He's so salty. You can tell he's like, that's actually new, bro. What the fuck are you doing? You see that clap? Look at his face. Look how mad he is. Look at him. This man is mad as fuck. I got money to blow. Look at him. You motherfucker. You think you can do this to me? To me? He's just hoping she gives him the switch. Look at him. Damn, he's mad as fuck. He is mad as fuck.
Hey, it's cute. Oh my God,
Put your arm around her, dude.
No,
And he's tall. Yeah. Yeah, it's up.
Yes! I'm the victor!
How do you feel?
Feels great. You ever play Fortnite? You know when you got your first like victory royale and you're like, yeah!
Yeah.
That's exactly what it feels like.
How'd you feel about getting eliminated?
You know, it hurts. My grandma.
Yo, he's still here. They need to run. He seems like a nice guy. If he's still here, they need to run, bro. If he's still here, get the fuck out. This guy's insane. This guy's actually insane. They need to run. Oh, God, I'd eliminate him first, too? Yeah, he was the first person. Like, he needs to... Let me show you his reaction when he got eliminated. Hold on. We're at 28:54. Let me show you his reaction. Where was it? Was he here still?
All year season. It's getting cold.
A win. Pretty big to me.
Right? Which get first one?
How are you? Can't wait to get to see you.
Where is
yeah,
it?
so I got you something.
Just because.
Oh, here it is. Ready?
Contestant number 6.
Oh, that's a crock of shit.
And
what the?
just because
Black
I
slacks?
just felt
Mhm.
like the answers weren't like straightforward. They were a little all over the place,
Right.
and I couldn't really.
Yeah.
This works out because I can take him later. So.
Yeah, you like the come on me joke. No, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I just feel terrible about this.
That's a crock of shit.
No, it's cool. You like the come on me one. That was a good one. Yeah.
It's okay. You process this however you need to.
That's scary, not gonna lie. Maybe I'm just sensitive though. No, it is, Samsky. It is. And look at him.
Why are we
This
fighting?
motherfucker's insane. Look at him. Yeah, I need security to escort me out. This motherfucker's crazy. He's insane.
Friday. How are you?
I'm Ayla.
Hey, Ayla.
Nice
Franny,
to meet you.
Franny, what's
nice
up?
to meet you.
It hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
No, it's,
You wanna
I'm
see
so
a
sorry. Sure.
How you open it?
He looks like he's trying to Christian Bale in American Psycho. Yeah. No, he's a payday. See how she's hiding behind green hat? Yeah, like they're scared. They're actually scared.
Honest dating expansion pack.
He's a psycho. See that head tilt? Yeah. That guy looks like his dad has money and he shoots people for
We
fun.
were like gonna get to know.
And his dad takes care of it and makes it all go away, you know? Did he say, how do you open it? Yeah, he did. Even though that's his gift.
Each other.
Oh.
But to be fair, I lied to deceive you to get further in the round.
Oh,
Because I'm not a
okay.
voice actor.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a fraud. So your
Okay.
intuition was great. I'm low-key a terrible dude. You're awesome at this. What happened to number 7?
Wait, what is?
You were like, he's done. And then I was
Wait,
like, let's
what's
fucking
your
go.
name? What's your name?
Christian.
Christian. Nice to meet you.
Looks like he has foreskin. Yes, that's definitely a lawyer, bro.
I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
He giving big doing coke at a kid's birthday party vibes. On God.
You were like, number 7, that was unacceptable. I have morals. You're out of
It looks like him and his daddy go hunting people. This is so uncomfortable. Can you just leave? That's what I said earlier. Samsky, I was like, walk off, bro. He looks like he thinks Youngboy isn't a goat.
And then you were like, number
True.
6. And I was like, okay, nice little switch up. Totally bamboozled me. But
He looks funny.
Yeah.
Intuition was right.
intuition was right.
That's good.
Intuition was right.
He does look like he sounds like a surfer douche. We're at Chuck E. Cheese, bro. Ugh. You were like, then I was like, then we were like, and then they were like, the pause is horrible. Look at him.
Thank you so much.
I think you look like a stud.
Hey, thanks.
Sir, this
That
is
doesn't
a
make
Wendy's.
sense, but I'm out.
Kayla is sweating. The wing girl is mad.
Still gonna DM you.
Okay.
So, ta-ta. Right? How do we do this? Huh?
I know,
Good
right?
luck.
Yeah. Okay.
Number first out. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll fuck off.
Okay,
bye.
You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? So he's still here at the end. I'm still gonna DM you a dick pic too. Flaccid. Nice guy vibes. Yeah. That's pretty wild. This is where we were. And he's still here. You see what I'm saying?
Play Fortnite, you know, when you got your first like victory royale, and you're like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it feels like.
How'd you feel about getting eliminated?
Flaccid is wild. Why did he stay? Right? Go home, bro.
Eliminated.
You know, it hurts. My grandma. She's sick. Yeah. I wanted to win this for her.
I bet he got a green peen. Oh, you know he does. It glows in the dark, bro. You want to see? The lip lit.
How'd you feel about getting eliminated?
You know, it hurts. My grandma. She's sick. Yeah. I wanted to win this for her. She said, Christian, you go out there and you get the girl. I said, yes, Grandma. Just lost my job. I had to drive here. It's in Burbank, you know. Gas is expensive. I just wish the good
Why would
guy
you point that out? You paid actor.
could have won one. You know,
I feel it.
the good guy never.
His grandma's dead, probably. Sorry, but he's lying. Yeah, he's lying. I hope him nothing but failure in life. Terrible paid actor. He looks like he parks near playgrounds to take pictures. On God.
Wins. She liked the come on me joke, you know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like she had bad taste. I guess I should just try to be shittier. Yeah.
I should try to be shittier. Damn. This was a crazy episode. See, nice guy vibes. You called it. Up every time you go pee, your peen gets stuck in your zipper. Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah. I love you, Grandma. You mean a lot to me. I'm rooting for you.
He for show in jail right now? Yeah, like literally right after this shoot, he went to jail. Like literally after. Now that makes me kind of want to watch the button. I gotta look. Where's the button? Man, I hate this guy. He was horrible. That was crazy. Then pointed to heaven. See, she's dead. I told you. Yeah, he waited at the car just to talk. The button is always good. Kinky singles try and find love. Why my dick hole look like lips? I don't know. Genetics, I guess. Surprised he didn't plug whatever reason he was on there. It's probably because he's killing people, to be honest with you. He gives me big serial killer vibes. My question is this. Did the crew keep him so others could leave?
What's the kinkiest
That
thing
is
you've
a
ever done?
good genetic, right? It is genetics. That's a good point. Let me go back to the bottom. That's a good point. Have you seen MILF Manor? No. I've heard little bits and pieces, but I need to see it. Have you seen it, Lisa? Is it good? Don't do it. Oh. How many episodes have you seen, Lisa? Because I'm too curious. I'm so curious about it. Enough. I'm so curious. You know? Are dick hole lips good? I mean, to some people. All right, finally completed my deck. There we go. MILF Manor's heat. Is it? I saw one clip where they had the moms pin confessions up on a wall, and the sons had to pick it. And one of the confessions was she slept with her son's best friend, and the son was like drunk in a pool after that. That's all I saw. It's a first turn kill deck? Ooh. That's pretty solid. That's all I saw, though. So I'm not entirely sure. It's about moms and their newly adult sons go to date these other MILFs and sons. Yeah, I've seen that. I just haven't seen how bad it gets. Besides that, they pin the confessions. Oh, and I saw the one where they were blind. Yeah, it's weird. There was one where they were blindfolded and they had to touch the guys and pick which one was their sons. That was fucking weird. I saw that too. That's like, I've seen those two clips. So, yeah. That's about the extent. But those two kind of weirded me out. They had to what? So they were blindfolded. All the sons were in a line. Actually, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I'm going to show you. People named Shadow got foreskin. Let me see. Hold on. I'd be down if I didn't have to go with my mom. Oh, you had to. She had to find you. Last one I saw was their activity where the moms and sons had to pick out their son's undies from a pile. What? They have blindfolded button too, and that one was kind of bad. I saw one where they were vibing, and she took the blindfold up and immediately hit the button. That shit was embarrassing. I think it's this.
Woo!
Nope, wrong one. Hold on. That's not it. That's not it. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Let's see. Goddamn TLC. It's crazy. MILF Manor. It's on here somewhere. Son, is that you? No. Call me dad. Nope, that's not it. Here it is.
You're not calling him dad, you're calling him daddy.
Let's get to the line.
No, I'm calling him daddy.
Okay, so here it is.
Voice. Gabriel's a twin.
Oh, wow.
It's not even about learning anymore. They need to change the name. Yeah, this is no longer the learning channel. It's not, bro. These witches are thirsty.
Thanks.
On God, they are.
We get a text, we have our first challenge, and all the young men take their shirts off.
I want you, and you.
Everyone but me.
Sorry.
Everyone but me. That was his mom that was talking, by the way.
Get a blindfold, and you have to go up and touch all of the young men and figure out
what the fuck
by
kind of laugh was
touching their
that? Roger
chests
Smith
and
from
abs and
American
shoulders,
Dad.
which one is their son. The two moms that figure out who their son is the quickest win.
I'm just saying, if my lunch is packed and my bills are paid for, hear me out.
The best sweets in the whole house.
I couldn't be on this show, but I understand what
I
you're
need
saying.
you guys to help me find my son if you want to hang out with me tonight.
Oh my God.
So this challenge is very important for you to win, okay?
Yeah, this is weird.
Be focused and we're gonna win.
I want to stay in the suite, so we have to be careful.
Quick.
Who wants to win?
You've never rubbed me up and down.
Oh my God.
If your mom wasn't there, yeah, but that's a huge... Yeah, my mom being there is the deal, like, that's the deal breaker. You know what I'm saying? Like, this without my mom there, I don't give a fuck. But my mom being there, I can't fucking do it, bro.
Yeah, you don't know who's who, so it's gonna be a scary time.
I'm ready.
I just hope she doesn't go below the waist whenever she's broken.
Yeah, because you also know that your mom is also going to Pound Town here. Like, you're actively seeing other dudes hit on your mom. You know what I'm saying?
That will be out of line. Out of line.
Why'd she sound excited? Oh, they're excited. We can make a show, bro. These creators are on drugs. Come on, girl. We can make a great show. Just touch the hair should be easier to pick. Yeah, but you know they're not. You know they're not. Look.
If I pick Joey, hopefully I don't pick him first because then, yeah, we'll have a nice room, but it's like...
Oh, she doesn't go below the
I kind of want more
waist.
than that. Not Ricky in it. Nope.
Give us the check and we do it. On God, we can make a better show than this.
I don't think so. Nope. Nope. Ow!
I've never experienced
See how weird
something
this
like
is?
this. My mom never really shows me like the younger guys that she dates, or especially like touching them in front of my face. I mean, that's pretty weird to me.
Joey? It's my son.
He got you. I knew he would.
Yes!
I knew he would.
I wanted you to be my son. Yes! Woo!
You see what I'm saying about how weird this is, bro? You see what I'm saying? You see how weird this is? But God, come on, we can make such a good show. You see what I'm saying? A lot of Giga Bro energy. Like, it's weird, bro. And it went on for the rest of this video. I wanted you to be my son. You see what I'm saying? What do you mean by that? Like, bro, I knew it was my boy by his third nipple. You see what I'm saying? How weird that is, bro? It should be stepmoms at least. I guess that makes it easier. You're not my son. He's much smaller. Mm-hmm. You see how weird that is? Back to this, though. Let's go to the button. Here we go. This is Kinky Singles. Try and find love. On the button.
What's the kinkiest thing you've ever done?
I'm very into the kink community.
Would y'all let your stepmom fill you out? No, I would not, actually. That whole trend has actually, like, no kink shaming has been really weird to me. What is a kinky single? I have no idea. Yep, we about to hear some shit. You can tell by how it started. I would let my stepmom before my real mom, though. Yeah, on God. If it had to choose, stepmom all day. Hope no one is as kinky as the girl who licks her poop off other people. Yeah, I'll never forget that. Or that dog girl yesterday. Or that dog girl. That was wild.
What's the kinkiest thing you've ever done?
I'm very into the kink community, so
Okay.
tying people up, clamps, peeing on people.
Would you ever be
Hey.
into someone peeing on you?
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show.
Yeah, we're in for a ride here, boys. Yeah, peeing on people. We are in for a ride here, boys. That's rude. We are. What y'all doing if you're eating on a girl and she has farts in your mouth? Definitely backing up for a second. You feel me? The look she gave her after that question, she did. If someone gonna pee, I'm gonna jump out the way. Exactly. You know who said that? Riley in the Boondocks. He did. Plug it. Yes.
When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Okay. Get
outta here.
If two
Being is
people
crazy.
can last on a date for
Yep,
10 minutes, they win an all
Riley.
expenses paid second date.
Riley
This
said it best,
is
bro. Depends on if Megan Thee Stallion mentions me in her next song. If there's a gas leak, it needs a plug. That is very true.
My name's Gabriel. I'm Lonnie.
Scratch, would you pee on someone? Nah, that's weird for me. I can't look at someone the same. I couldn't. And I would look at myself in the mirror and be like, you sick motherfucker. As soon as she said peeing, I would choose a different day. Yeah, you gotta hit the button.
Hi.
Good to meet you.
You too. Fun fact about Gabriel. Sometimes he farts during sex.
There you go. Man, I got fart on this thing and he eat it. There you go.
Okay, that's
Everyone does though, right? Everybody does. Like everybody does.
gross misrepresentation.
You fart during sex.
Is that weird? No, like everybody does that. Yeah, everybody.
Not regularly. The time that I lost my virginity, I was terribly nervous.
Okay.
And I just farted out of nervousness, and she laughed at me.
How did that even end?
What? I never do that. Okay, everybody except Petty does that. I've never done that. And Broward. What if a girl's queefing? I mean, that's natural. That shit, like, that doesn't bother me at all. That happens. Squared as peanut, so that's true. That's true. That's a good point.
It was just very much over at that point. I mean, there's really no coming back from that.
What do you two look?
Who just farts during sex? Like it's not like it's a planned thing, right? But sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like it happens. Everybody does. Like almost everybody does. It's not like it's a let me prepare for this, you know. But like it happens. Like sometimes you just can't hold it in. You feel me? Yeah, we're not talking about like ripping one crazy, but like sometimes you silence. Feel me?
Looking for in a relationship, right?
Congrats. Okay, bet. Hold on. I'm back. Had to do something. Welcome back, Codename. Girl, I've been holding this all day. Let's go. Like some people are a little risky. You feel me? Trigger warning, Shrek. Okay, I'm scared. Yeah, I just saw it. A little toot on accident if you're going crazy. Yeah, I saw the trigger warning, Lisa. I'm scared.
Yeah, of course you could just use a normal one, but I just feel like...
That's okay. I did not expect for that to be what I was seeing.
Like it's not as intimidating as the...
Not Shrek. Yo, be real with me. How do you react if they're like, yo, I got a little surprise for you? And they turn around and you see Shrek. What do you say there? You hit him with the life, like, it glows in the dark? Okay, wait. So if they told me it glows in the dark, yo, low key, I'm back in. I gotta see it glow in the dark first. Get out my swamp, donkey. I would nut in Shrek, no cap, okay? This girl's the main. Oh, I just realized Yo, there's Patrick right there.
Do you know what I mean? Nothing.
If it glows, I'm staying.
More than
she got an elephant truck in the back. I did not even notice. Damn, white girl's really banging horses.
Do you remember secrets? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I did not even notice the background. I was so caught up in Shrek. No walls left. Hold on. That was a tentacle, a horse D. That's crazy. And Patrick. Did you not see the Patrick one? There's a Patrick one on there. I noticed that one. You're so very welcome, my man. That was an amazing one. When you said Shrek, that's not what Patrick. It looked just like that. Patrick was the least weird thing. That was crazy. Okay. Hold on. How did we end up here? It was a whisper. It was a whisper. It was a whisper. Hold on. Girl had a butt trumpet back there. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Bottom. It was a careless whisper. Okay.
It was just very much over at that point. I mean, there's really no coming back from that.
You to go for that one? Oh, God. I'm telling you, man. Lisa has the best suggestions.
What are you two looking for in a relationship right now?
Good question.
I mean, I was like monogamous for a long time, and
yeah, Lisa has the best. She does. She has the best.
Now I'm not. I'm just kind of enjoying being single and dating around, to be honest with you.
She hitting that button.
What about you?
She hitting that button.
I'm an answer, but I can't do the dating around.
I knew it.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good.
What are your red flags?
I can get
Yeah, you could tell she was already bored. She was hitting that fucking button.
pretty hot-headed.
Okay.
Follow easy. Also, the Dario pick is top tier. Like, right? I fucking love Daria, bro.
When I'm mad, I don't want to talk.
I feel like that's more mature than trying to like
Those bangs?
be heated in the moment. For me, probably that
Why am I thinking of Zoe Deschanel right now? My kiddo loves Daria too. That's how you know you're raising him right. W parents. I thought I was pale. She's literally glowing.
make everything into a joke.
Not the baying.
Like I do stand up.
What's your best?
Why'd she have them glued down? I was looking at the other girl. I was looking at the other
more
girl.
mature
I
than
was trying not to mention the girl on the left's
Kinda,
hair.
Like be heated in the moment.
She got the spritz on the bangs for sure because I just noticed it's all really, these are crisp right here. It's crisp. She thinks those are her edges. Like, this is crisp. I could tell. Like, look at it by the light. It's a little crispy right there.
For me, probably that I make everything into a joke. Like I do stand up.
What's your best joke right now?
I hate when people do that. I hate that, bro. I don't know why people do that. They go, you know, I tell jokes for a living. Tell one right now. Come on. Right now. Where's your joke? Come on.
Funny. I have a joke about how collecting lovers is like collecting rocks.
All right. This ain't about to be funny. I just feel it. I just feel it. Come on, funny person. Be funny. Right now. On the spot. Normally you plan these jokes, but give me one off the top of your head. Okay, let me hear it.
Make everything into a joke. Like I do.
Do a funny.
What's your best joke right now?
It better be funny. I have a joke about how collecting lovers is like collecting rocks. Like you can never have too many. If you bring a certain number back through your apartment, like your leasing agent gonna start looking at you kind of funny. Like, damn, this bitch got a lot of rocks.
All right, let's check out Lisa's Whisper. I see it. I need a reprieve. I need a reprieve. Stand-up comedy got to be the worst. I just got to be funny when it's in the moment. Yeah. I agree with that whole let's hear a joke being cringe, but I know she's not funny. Yeah, you just heard that joke. You heard that. Having lovers is like bringing rocks back to your apartment. Like, you can never have too many rocks, but people look at you funny.
God damn, I just missed my fucking exit. Well, you fucked, because you ain't gonna be able to turn around till you hit New Mexico. Your ass over.
That's a lot of rocks.
GPS say it's a service road coming up here on the right. Can I just get off right there? Because that shit don't lead nowhere. It just take you to a dead end that's right off the highway between the street and the bushes. Well,
This is true as fuck. This happened to me when I was in Houston a couple weeks ago.
Fuck did they build it for right off the goddamn highway? Because this is Houston, Texas, bitch. And you know the city like building shit. Fuck where or how. Just, we build shit. Damn, I gotta make it to a fucking wedding.
It's true. That's true as fuck. That's so true. That is so true. And that's why Dallas is better than Houston. That is why Dallas is better than Houston. And I'll keep saying it. Oh, bottom. That joke was so bad, bro. Saw it this morning and thought of you. Like, it's true. Hope I won my first online duel. There we go. That's so true, though. Like, for real. That happened to me a couple weeks ago. Okay, let's see.
What's your best joke right now?
It better be funny. I have a joke about how collecting lovers is like collecting rocks. Like,
there we
you
go.
can never have too many. If you bring a certain number back through your apartment, like your leasing agent gonna start.
Does she look like she's like, please laugh? Like, come on, please. Come on.
They're looking at you kind of funny. Like, damn, this bitch got a lot of rocks.
Oh, oh, so funny. It better be funny. Bitch, look at your bangs. Those are funny.
Stupid.
What if she was the kind of comedian that roasts the audience? You know? And then she just like started flaming the fuck out of her hair. Hey, stand-up sucks. They slay at the geological conference. Yeah, that's where they really laugh. If she was one that roasts people, that'd have been great. She was just like, oh, it better be funny. You know what's funny? Those fucking bangs. What'd you use, Elmer's glue on them bitches? What the fuck is that? That'd have been great. She dresses like she stole clothes from the Sister show. Oh, God. Lisa would have had a way better joke. Like a way better joke. Lisa would have had a way better joke.
Okay.
Yeah, she wasn't fucking with that joke.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask why?
You're not my type.
What's your type?
God, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not asking why someone hit that button on me. Why she just sit there and let her push the button? You had to know it was coming, right? Yeah, oh God, she's hurt. I'm not asking why you hit the button on me. I'm just not fucking doing it. my pride's already a little hurt. I'm not asking why. She wants that chocolate. She's like, you're not my type. What's your type? Stop asking questions. The type that doesn't ask this shit. Just go.
Thicker women.
No hard feelings. I got a plywood board body.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Leilani.
Leilani, I'm Sid. What kind of music are you into?
Okay. This is not gonna work. I know this matchup's not gonna work out. You know. Almost got a kitty shot. On God, we did. How good is that tea, bitch? Yo, what's up, Yoru? She back? Yeah, like.
Everything except for Screamo.
I'm more of like into like dark wave, kind of like.
What's dark wave?
So it's like sexy.
I think I have one of these. I think I have one of these. Actually, I do have one of these. Final Fantasy soundtracks. Does she have a Hitler mustache? Kind of. The piercing. Go get it. I think it's. Hold on. Where do I put it? I use it for my photo bag. Where is it? I don't know where I put it, but I know I have one. I have like one of these right here, but it doesn't have the twist. Wear it. Yeah, I need to. Let me switch out my hoop, and I'm going to match her. I'm going to match her. I have one of those chain links on Shadow. My dog. Why does she have it on her ear? She has two. She looks like a dungeon mini boss. Oh, God. She looks like you just went to the room, and you get a cutscene. And she's like, I like more hard wave music. She's a rock climber. She's always prepared. Like Bowser Jr., right?
Dungeon, like club music.
Okay.
She looks like the boss on Ocarina of Time. Dungeon club music. She's way into vampires. Yeah, dungeon club music is telling. Like, if we're on the same page, Patty, are you talking about the witches? The witches boss? I'm into hardcore wave music. Oh, so you're that chain links can what? Let me see. I wouldn't let her tie me up. She would sell my organs. On God, she would. I think me and Petty are thinking of the same person. Hold on. Let me drag this over here. Let me full screen this. Let me get a better. Right? No, y'all found it Twitter. Right? That's what I thought. Desert flashback. You know, that's just me though. That's what I saw. It's too accurate. I was gonna say she looked like Gerudo. Okay, hold on. Woman like one would wake up surrounded by candles and laying in a pentagram. She's a Sith Lord. Gerudo. Let me see. Oh. Gerudos are the tribe. Yeah, like this. Like this. Hey, Beck. How are you? Ganondorf? I can't search the new one. Ocarina. That too? Guys, I sent you what she reminds me of. Okay. But I keep my opinions on very quiet things. you've been talking about today? Oh, you're good. There we go. Definitely a Zelda character. I do love Zelda, by the way. Just to be clear. I'm not slandering Zelda, to be clear. Let me close the MILF Manor thing. Hold on. Hold on. After Puppy Fiasco? Oh, you can definitely say stuff. Lisa. Oh, man. Lisa's so funny. Oh, man.
Dungeon, like
bottom.
club music.
Okay.
We going straight to hell? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. Here we are.
How do you two handle pain?
Piercings and tattoos don't hurt for me. I have my nipples. My nipples didn't even hurt. It hurt after.
It hurt after, yeah. I just
She said piercings and tattoos don't hurt. Oh, yeah, Beck. Beck, can you do us a favor? That just reminded me. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Could you do this reading test, like, out loud? We want to see how fast you can read. We feel like you're a really fast reader. You know? Thank you. Thank you, Apocalypse. You know? You feel like you're a very fast reader, so we have to know. I'd forgotten. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, what up, Trip? What up? I see your bunghole. I mean, we're not on the right site, you know what I'm saying? Like, Twitch will ban me, you know what I'm saying?
recently got one of my nipple rings ripped out.
Wait, but she said piercings and tattoos didn't hurt. Don't tattoos hurt like a bitch? Well, I know some of Curse didn't, but don't like... Out loud reading, I'm slow, but I'm hella fast in my head. Yeah, I know I'm faster in my head than I am out loud. Wait, what the fuck? I mean, in some spots they hurt, because I don't have one yet. I don't have one yet, but I want to. But I've heard they hurt like crazy. But I guess it depends where you get it.
Piercings and tattoos don't hurt.
Is it possible to get a dick piercing? Yeah, I think that's called a Prince something. Anywhere there isn't a lot of meat and near bones. Prince Albert, thank you. Yeah, Prince Albert. It is. Yeah. There's many kinds. Yeah.
For me, I have my nipples. My nipples
Sounds
didn't
painful?
even hurt.
Yeah, I would never do that. Ever.
It hurt after.
It hurt after.
Jacob's Ladder's another one. That one sounds worse than a Prince Albert. That one sounds terrible.
I just recently got one of my nipple rings ripped out.
Ow. Which was a wrestler name? Nipple ring ripped out? Ow, bro. By what? That's a good question. Let's keep going.
And that hurt.
So you have...
We're not getting backstory. My tattoo sleeve, the coloring is the absolute worst. Okay. Is that because they're just like that?
Have no nipple?
No, I have a nipple. It
Oh,
just
okay.
like kind of has like a little split in the center of it.
Oh.
Ouch.
I just got caught on the door and it just ripped it right.
Her nipple ring got caught on the door? Not a lot. 369? Out loud? Damn. Damn. Yeah? Beck, that's fast as... Can you screenshot it? We need the screenshot too. Can you screenshot it? Yeah, Beck fucking murdered us, bro. Beck fucking murdered us. Jeez. I just closed it. Oh. 369. Beck fucking murdered us, bro. Nipple piercings can be cool, but what do they do when they have a baby and want to breastfeed? Does it leak? I don't know. That's a good question. Nipple split. Got a peacock feathers on my back. Did it hurt, Lisa? Like, scale of 1 to 10. It does? I can read it faster, no cap. All right, you got to read it out loud, Shadow. Read it out loud. Shoots out all the holes. It does leak. I'm sure you can. I can see how it leaked because there's multiple holes, right? Back tattoo sounds like it hurt. I had them and took it out before having the baby because I was worried about all that.
Right out. Anyway.
Are you two vibing with each other?
I am, but I don't think it's going any further.
Why did they just let each other hit the button? What do you mean read it out loud? I mean quite literally, like, read it out loud. Don't read it in your head. Read it out loud. Why did they just let each other hit the button, bro? Scratch, you get tattoos? I don't have any right now. I wanted to get some, though. Back tattoo hurts was 6 hours for lining and 6 hours for coloring. Ooh. Did you do them in multiple sessions or did you do them in one session? Sorry, I ask a lot of questions, but... Yes? Okay. So they close back up. I'm sorry if my question's too much. I'm genuinely curious. But I would read way slower if I was reading to a class. Yeah. 360, that's so fucking quick. Damn. 369. Good number, too, by the way. I got 222. Beck can read. Like, damn. She killed us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leilani.
Tattoo says queen, huh?
I am a queen.
Oh, well, that's really cool. Thanks for answering. It was separate sessions. Apocalypse Women Me. W husband and wife team. Hey, that's great. 222. While I was doing it on stream, Beck, I was literally in my head. I was like, you are reading so slow right now. Speed it up. But I kept running out of breath. So, you know, an asthmatic kid.
I'm also divorced.
Interesting.
Yes.
What's the key?
My head was too. I was literally like on stream doing it, and I see chat going. I'm like, we're going so slow right now. We're going so slow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leilani.
Tattoo says queen, huh?
I am a queen. I'm also divorced.
Interesting.
Yes.
What's the kinkiest thing you've ever done?
Probably be like
Biggest thing you've ever done is a stupid question.
tied up with
It's probably hard to quantify that, right? Because it's different for everybody.
rope or like handcuffs.
I'm very into the kink community, so
Okay.
tying people up, clamps, peeing on people.
Yeah, it's different for everybody.
Would you ever be into someone peeing on you?
Yeah, she's hitting the button. She's hitting the button. You can tell she's not into it.
Definitely not.
Varying degrees. Right. Like, it's different for everybody, you know?
It was a special occasion.
I really like this tattoo you have. Can you tell me about that? Is it?
Why do they just let each other hit the button? Like, come on, bro. Getting a sucked in plug pulled out of me. Okay, yeah. That's a good answer. That's funny, too. I hate this. She's like, what do I look like? Young Miami. I hate how nice they are. W husband. W husband wife team. You love to see it. I'm telling you. J. Cole's replacing the Jada Will line with you two. Oh, Lord, she's looking for something to pee on. I just, like, I hate
Definitely
this
not.
part. Hold on.
It was a special occasion.
I really like this tattoo you have. Can you tell me?
You see the buttons red, and you know you're not vibing. Why do you let her hit the button? You know she pees freely when she drinks. Yes. I can actually see that.
About that? Is it?
Like, hit the button. Hit the button. Why do they just let each other, like, me, I'm reflexes. Like, come on, bro. Hit the button.
Oh, I didn't realize it went red.
Serial pisser.
Why'd you press the button?
I think you're just a little
I also, again, I'm never asking, why did you hit the button?
too shy for me.
You'd be surprised when
Probably doesn't wear undies because it'll slow her down.
you get to know me.
You shouldn't have said no to pee.
Yeah.
Should have said no to me.
You'd be very surprised.
What do you like to do?
Hold on. She make this? If so, that's cool. I think she made this. I don't see this being a matchup, but I never know. I never know. She look like a closeted freak? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you never know She looks like this is a costume. You know what I'm saying? It's a little too innocent. What do you like to do? Piss on faces. The ones that look harmless are the most fucked up shit. Yeah. Like I feel like she's getting wild.
I'm really into baking, which is hilarious because I don't actually like sweets that much.
No, I feel the same way because sometimes I like try to pawn it off to my roommates.
So do you still live with roommates then?
She's hitting the button. It's over. It's over. She's getting the button hit on her, bro. She's getting the button hit on her.
I still live with roommates.
Are you looking forward to having a place of your own?
Yeah, she's hitting the button. She's hitting the button.
I probably will stick with having roommates.
You like roommates?
I go a little crazy if I'm alone.
Yep, told you. Easy. We didn't even get to find out. That was easy. Easiest button press. I knew it.
I don't.
She doesn't want witnesses. True. There was one of these I saw on live stream. They hit the button before it lit up. Yeah, those are awkward as fuck. It's always, I can find the most awkward one. I'd press a button for roommates too. Oh, I know. That's why I was like, she's hitting the button. She's hitting it. She just didn't pick up where this was going.
I don't want to live with anybody. I don't like roommates.
Okay.
I feel like such a bitch. Like, truly.
Hi.
You think you'd feel bad hitting the button? I swear, it's always the undesirables that constantly press the buttons. You are? I just feel like I wouldn't feel bad pressing this fucking button. She's like, I'm in the drafts anyway. Got to be 15 feet or nothing. You feel me?
I'm Reno.
Hi, Reno.
Fun fact about Reno.
In this economy?
They like to step on their partners.
Oh yeah, that's fun. You seem like also a kinky person. Is that a correct read?
I am. That is a big part of my life, but like.
They get paid to be on this show? I don't know. That's a good question. Because I know it's not for the clout because their socials aren't in the descriptions.
I'm also interested in other things.
What are you passionate about?
I've kind of always wanted to be.
You see her pits? Step on like massage or giant fetish?
You seem like also a kinky person. Is that
Let's see if they answer it.
a correct read?
I am. That is a big part of my life, but like I'm also interested in other things.
What are you passionate about?
I've kind of always wanted to be like a smoky jazz lounge singer.
Ooh.
Can we hear you
I can actually see that. I could see her doing the jazz lounge thing, actually.
sing a little?
Gloomy is Sunday.
Yep. I knew it. I let a bitch set up on me. I see you, Broward.
With
I see
shadows I spend it all. My heart and I have decided to end it all.
you. Damn, she came ready. Okay. Okay.
Dang.
Think she's hot? I don't know what y'all mean.
Dang. That was pretty fucking good.
What are you passionate about? The blood of the
Are
innocent.
you attracted to Sid?
Button, I don't know.
Yeah. She's hitting the button on him. She's hitting the button. She looks like a madam. That singing was nice. It actually was. I could legitimately see her doing the jazz lounge thing.
Attraction's hard.
It's okay.
I want to be your friend.
Okay.
Really bad. You're so fucking.
Hit the button.
Okay.
Why do they let each other hit the button? I'm not letting I'll be like, sorry. Next.
Come here.
They're too fucking nice, bro.
Guys, you're like really fucking cool.
They're too nice, bro.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Do you smoke weed a lot? No. Okay. No. Okay.
He's hitting the button.
Okay. Like I'll do edibles.
I knew it. It's easy to read on these. It's so easy. I think he was the last one. Oh. The neon butt was weird? Yeah. But I do. Fuck, weed her out. Like I knew it. As soon as he goes, do you smoke weed a lot? No weed? Button. So they would have took her off and put too many people. That's true. I think she'd ran through like her compatibles.
I hope you find who you're looking for. You too.
Hi.
How are you doing? I'm good. How are you?
It's okay.
Oh, she's back. She's back.
I like EDM. This is so important to me. I'm
EDM?
sorry.
Like music?
Yeah.
I think it's fun to dance to.
Okay, I hate it.
Okay.
Damn. All right. She really set him up for that one, huh? Because what if he doesn't actually like EDM, but he was just, feeling it?
I hate it so much.
I mean, it's not my favorite type.
Hate EDM monster? She's like, oh, do you like EDM? And he's like, all right, I'm really trying to get a match here. Yeah, I love EDM. I fucking hate it. This person looks like they're 12. Yeah. Ooh, easy layup. Yeah, I love it. Rejected. Hate that shit. Blocked by LeBron.
Type of music, but I can dance to it.
You're not one of those people that only listens to EDM?
No.
Oh, he saved it. Okay, hold on. He saved it. He saved
EDM,
it.
like music?
Yeah.
I think it's fun to dance to.
Okay, I hate.
You know what? He kind of creeps me out. She hit him with the nah, not in my house. His voice, like the way he's speaking, kind of creeps me out. It's too nice. You know what I mean? The way that he's talking just makes me uncomfortable. I don't know.
Hate it.
Okay.
He's too young looking and then braces. It's fake sounding. Yeah. He's robotic. It's making me uncomfortable.
Okay.
So much.
I mean, it's not my favorite type of music, but I can dance to it.
You're not one of those people that only listens to EDM?
No.
Okay.
I dare you to hold hands,
Why is the button voice different? Why'd the button voice change?
look at each other, don't say a word for 20 seconds.
As someone who's autistic, eye contact is hard for me, but...
Gotta go, but much love to you all. Lisa, we love you. Thanks for stopping through. We love you, Lisa.
You need to look away.
No,
Okay.
I'm open to trying hard things.
Cool.
So.
Okay. Oh, you have nice hands.
Clock is starting.
Pikachu. Are you guys good at eye contact? Could you hold eye contact for 20 seconds or you start to feel weird? Because I'd have to look away. Like, I have to break eye contact every now and then. It's weird. Yeah, I'm good at maintaining, but I have to break it every once in a while. Yeah, like I can look you in the eyes, but then I'm just real quick. Eye contact with people I know is fine. Even if people I know, 20 seconds feels like, I don't know, I don't really like to stare at people. You know what I mean? The only time you'll catch me staring is if I zone out. I'm into it if it's like a kink thing. But like in this situation, right? So you're just like sitting down with somebody and they're like, let's stare at each other for 20 seconds, just right here. Right? Just like a regular convo. Right? I don't think I can hold it. I can't hold it for 20 seconds without feeling weird.
How'd that feel?
Good.
Very vulnerable, but nice.
Very vulnerable. I know.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it's too vulnerable. The situation here is very awkward. I'd probably laugh. Yeah. Maybe I'm not comfortable with it because I'm not very comfortable with vulnerability like that. Damn. I just learned something about myself.
I am not a person with autism, but like I've dated a lot of people with autism.
The only 20-second stare I give to is the ops as the light fades out of their eyes. That's a better way to do it. That's the only real way to do it, Apocalypse. I feel that.
So it's really comforting to hear that, actually.
Why shouldn't someone date you two?
I'm too honest. It's really hard when like somebody's like, do you like these shoes? And I'm like, no.
I think that somebody looking to date me should be aware of like my past and like what I've gone through. I mean, I have been in recovery for like multiple reasons, and I'm doing really well now. I was dealing with a pretty severe eating disorder that I was in recovery for about 6 months. And there are some other issues too that I've been dealing with, just drugs and not being nice to myself. And
she's looking at that button, but I think she feels bad. I think she's in a spot where she feels bad about hitting that button.
I don't know, it can be a lot for someone to handle.
I mean, congratulations.
They match?
First of all, I was never diagnosed with an eating disorder, but definitely.
That was a guilt hit? Yeah, like, I feel like, I think they matched, to be honest. Sounding like let's be friends, yeah. Is he playing the feel bad for me card? Like, it feels like that was a heavy answer, and so you kind of look like a dick if you hit the button, right? She doesn't press now, it's guilty.
I have experienced some disordered eating, so that's not something that is like scary to me.
Okay,
yeah.
That's really good to hear.
She is really empathetic, though. She said she is honest. That's true. That's a good point.
The energy you both are feeling right now.
I mean, I'm kind of nervous, but I feel like I'm able to be
Like, they actually match?
open with you, and that you won't be too freaked out by anything.
W vulnerability, though, you know? W vulnerability.
Now.
I couldn't do it. I'm not that vulnerable. They look like they could go together. I agree, actually. I mean, it's important that someone knows about my eating disorder. I agree.
I'm about to say, what about you?
I'm shaky.
Me too, me
as
too,
fuck,
yeah.
literally. Did you see this?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna light up one more time. If you don't press
Yeah, I think they
I'm
match.
gonna consider it a match.
Maybe not on YouTube, though. Yeah.
There she goes.
Being vulnerable gets easier over time. It's practice. Yeah, I suck at it. It's not my thing. I'm very good at like listening to people's vulnerabilities. Could never be vulnerable unless it's the Kodak song. I feel that, Broward. That's
Turn
it right
off,
here.
bitch.
Well, damn. You have won the button.
They won.
Perform a pass.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very good at listening to vulnerabilities, but I'm not good at projecting them. You know what I mean? I'm not very good at it's not my bag. I don't have that DLC. You know what I mean? Close this. What is this? You know what I mean? I just didn't get it. It left with the crying DLC too. I tried to do Phyllis's homework yesterday and couldn't. I just went to sleep. So I tried to cry and just fell asleep. You know, so I just don't really have that. I don't have that in my bag, unfortunately. You know. Is there any other video that I wanted to watch? Is there any other one I wanted to watch? Let's see. I don't really see any. Hoarders? I can't watch Hoarders. That one's bad. Let me see. Catfish. There is a Sunny V2 video. Watch Rage New Vid. Which one was it? Because I probably watched it this morning since I was up at 1. Was it the update to the DMs? More furry stuff? Oh, God. Oh, God. That was crazy. I mean, the YouTube Shorts one. Okay, hold on. YRG. Your Rage Gaming. I'm JK, please don't. I can't. I don't know if I can. We never finished up the baby one. You think parents should kick their kids out? Okay, hold on.
Who is this young lady over here? Denise.
Hi.
What are you explaining to us right now?
For one, I got kicked out today.
Why you got kicked out?
So basically, I've been going through some shit, and my family let me stay with them. I guess my mom didn't like.
Furry, wait, what did I miss? Yesterday we watched a video about a girl who prefers to be treated like a puppy. And so she has like a cage with a dog bed. No, I meant the video he made about your shorts. What? The video I made about what? Oh, about YouTube Shorts. What video was that? Hold on. I went down a rabbit hole of YouTube Shorts. Oh, this is 40 minutes though. I'm not gonna lie. 40 minutes. I didn't watch this. This is an hour ago. We can watch some of it. But yeah, we could try to speedrun the video. That's what I'm saying. Like we could try. We're not the best. Rage's cam is usually, where is his cam? Okay. W 40 minutes. Let's see where his cam is positioned after the full screen.
Y'all about to maybe go through these cringe. Been taking the leftover.
Wait, sorry. That just reminded me. He said cringe. I found a cringe video. I did find one yesterday, I believe. Hold on. Did I add it to watch later? Because we have not done one of those, and where is it? 10 minutes of cringe. W 24-hour stream, May the 4th to Cinco de Mayo. No. No. I swear you need a distraction timer. It would be funny as fuck. I do need a timer for Hispanic Jamal's people. I mean, I'll be back tomorrow for Cinco. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back tomorrow. You know? Scratch. What's up, Illy? What's up? What's up? Nah, stream got to be from 12 to 12. You up for a vid? What vid? What vid? TikTok vid? All right, Whisper. The minimum. I got a story to tell y'all, motherfuckers. I'll show you. All right, bet. Bet. Then I got this 10 minutes of cringe video. You feel me? Those producers and those album documentaries. Then a 40-minute wired shit.
Man, I think it's cool. But you gotta come in punchier, bro. Yes. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna pull back the compressor. All right. No, bet. Let's run it back, man. Man. You take your time. Take your time.
I love
Yeah, man. Yes. That's the only question.
Don't they act like that for real? They do on God. They do. You know, in real life, they wasn't doing any of that shit. But in the documentary, they're like, yeah, you know, I straight up told them, like, you know, we need a better verse than that. The first verse he put wasn't that one. You know, never seen anyone act like that. And these in the documentaries for like stuff like this, they're always like, I told him, you know, I do not watch these. What if I got another one? Okay.
We ask him, right? Man, we might have some.
Does he kind of look like Kyrie Irving or no? Like he kind of looks like Kyrie, right?
Yeah. What is it? It's 3:30.
He kind of looks like Kyrie. That's the vibe I'm getting from him. Yeah, he kind of does. Like he's Kyrie's cousin. Yeah, bet. This is fucking Timbaland. This is how Timbaland acts. He even does this shit on TikTok. That's Timbaland. Except Timbaland's camera angle is lower.
Yes, good. Can we increase the EQ by 5 dB?
Timbaland.
Yes, 94 hertz. Thanks, guys.
That's how Timbaland be acting.
It's good. Let's run it again. Let's run it back. We're close.
That sweatshirt's fire, though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Close.
That just reminded me. I think this year I'm gonna be a ring wearer. I think I'm entering my ring wearer phase. You know, right now I just wear my watch, but I think I'm gonna be a ring wearer. Just how they act when the camera's not there. I know, like, I think I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. That's cold. Yeah. It reminds me of this one time I was in the booth with MJ. And he's like, just play the beat with your chest. I said, Michael, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just play the beat with
This is a Timbaland TikTok.
your chest. That's how we came up with Stranger in Moscow. Yeah, he came up with the whole track in 5 minutes.
That's a fire song, by the way. Fire song. All right. Here we go. Get ready to cringe. I swear they be bringing it up. On God, they do, Illy. They do. That's a Timbaland TikTok. He does that. 10 minutes of cringe. Get ready. W cringe. Me just trying to move on after crushing on Mass Effect 3 characters. All right, we're starting strong. Well, I just need to get over this whole thing. I'll play Call of Duty instead. Falls for the Call of Duty characters. Interact with the cosplayers on TikTok. Okay. that happened. That one wasn't that bad. That one was not that bad. His face just asked for cringe. That one wasn't super bad. Okay, that was bad.
Hey guys.
That was bad. That was bad.
Guys, it's Maynard time, right?
Ew. This is worse than cringe. Oh my god, no, bro. Ew. Ew. See, I told you this is not gonna be a 4-hour stream. Jaden, get the fuck out. I mean, it was close. It was close. This is why we've never been back to the moon? Yeah. My personality, also my personality. Me.
Okay, we're gonna see what my personalities are.
Why is it always white people? Just stop. I hate chewing noises. Same. Then he gagged like he gagged. Yeah, I don't know what I just saw, but I leave here. Fucking you.
Tractable and forgetful. Baby? Stop staring at me like that.
Go. Attention, movie lovers. If you see my popcorn flying in the air, please don't be startled. Thank you.
Looks like Penguin from Batman.
Looks like a cinnamon roll could kill you. Looks like they could kill you is a cinnamon roll. Looks like a cinnamon roll is a cinnamon roll. Looks like could kill you.
Gagger reminds me of Chili Boot. I'm still traumatized. Yo, Samsky, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for that.
Would kill you.
The start of the relationship versus 1 year later. I'm scared.
There's no need to be afraid of me. I don't bite.
Yeah, but do you...
We're only a minute in. We're only a minute in. We're only a minute in.
Stab?
I don't bite.
Okay, attraction scale.
Princess Peach at the end
I love this song.
of the line. I'll make you mine. Oh, peaches, 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 peaches. Mine. I'll make you mine. Oh, peaches, 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 peaches.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I know like a lot of people were upset about how our government handled TikTok. And I've said this a few times. But after seeing videos like that, I honestly get why they want to ban this shit. I get it. I get why they want to ban it. Can I just slap it? I think you can. Justin Bieber on this day, 4/25/2022. TikTok needs to go. It's ruining the youth. It's ruining them.
Justin.
It's not even cringe. It's just
Bieber. Please notice me. Notice my singing. Notice my TikTok and follow me.
TikTok before 2019 was different. I refuse to get it. Ban this shit. Yeah, I feel like this stuff is why they want to ban it. I need my TikTok. Don't take it from me. No, I feel you, Samsky. I just feel like, well, I mean, you're safe, right? You're EU. So in EU, you're good. But here, she got decent singing, voice and singing. That's a plus. True. I feel like this is about to get bad.
Look fine.
Yeah, what we trying to do about it?
I think you should take that fucking... What's that? A shirt?
Yeah, you're safe.
Sweater? Take it off. Take it off for me. Take
I'm just jumping on the boomer wave, bro. These videos got me twisted.
it all off.
What the fuck was that noise? They should just pay me a lot of money to just bam the cringy stuff like this. That'd be a good job. Germany doesn't really ban stuff like this. They don't care. It's too much paperwork. I wish our senators were that lazy. They're just slow. They'll get to this eventually.
Take it off. Take it off for me. Take it all off.
I was never brave enough to do Omegle video. And not just brave, but I knew what I was going to find on there. So I never really did Omegle video. You know? You tried it? I feel like it's a nightmare on there. Bunch of weirdos? Yeah. Bunch of dudes yerking it. That's exactly why I didn't do it. Do Omegle. I don't think you can do it on Twitch because of the chance of dicks. I heard it's just a bunch of scrolling through dicks. That's exactly why. Kermit showing pickle. Omegle streams sound fun, but it's also risky. Yeah, it's too risky. Like, it'd be fun if you actually found someone normal, but the amount of dicks you'd have to wade through to find somebody. You should do it on YouTube.
Okay.
Damn, I can't. Heart attack high note challenge. Here we go. Not trying to get permabanned. I'm almost at 700. Yeah, we got to keep Petty's YouTube going strong. Keep going. Let's push through. Got it. 800. Damn. Okay, he's just a little off pitch. That wasn't cringe. He was just a little off pitch. Oh shit. Okay, W jumps. W curb jumps. That was the least cringy video so far, right? Like, that bike one wasn't bad either.
You got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you? Oh, it stinks.
Hold on, we're going crazy.
Nice and good.
I don't think I can finish this video. I don't think I can finish this video, bro. I just don't. I don't think I can finish this video, bro. That was fucking crazy. That was actually insane. W40 minute YRG vid. Let's push through this, guys. Scrats, we don't need so much trauma to bond. Please stop. I think that's where we stop for now, huh? Let's go watch Rage, watch some YouTube shorts. I'm in little pain. Yeah. I don't think I can. One more? All right, I'll give you one more. One more cringe video. One more. Peach's song cover by Sierra Green.
Understand, I wanna love you till the very end. Peaches, 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 peaches,
My bad.
peaches, 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 I love you. Oh, peaches, 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 I love you. Oh.
So that wasn't bad. That's not cringe to me. That's just a kid singing. You know what it reminded me of? You've probably seen this video. She can't sing, but it's not cringe. Exactly. Let me see if I can find it. It reminds me kind of this video. Do you remember this?
Yeah. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Let me do it again.
Who finds the time to find these? I have no idea. Yeah, so we sort of survived. Thank you, Samsky. I don't know if you've seen this video before.
Oh, fuck! Right. And I will always love you.
Gotta clear that throat, yeah. She needs to hydrate. That voice sounds dry. At least she knows she's not hitting it. Yeah, she's getting.
And well, no, I can do this. Don't. And no. And no. And
Maybe we should stop showing kids think. Oh, that's true.
will always love you. Oh, fuck off.
There it is. She's in a battle with herself. Poor girl. She was going through it, you know. Sometimes you don't got it in you. You don't have that kind of voice in you. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not watching this. I changed my mind. I saw the furry, I quit. Let's go to Rage.
Over for food or something. Yeah.
One more. Skip it? Alright. The next one looks just as bad.
Why'd he do that? Why wouldn't he?
He likes the torture. This is the literal last one.
You know what? Chicken bot.
Rage. We're going to Rage. We're going to Rage. Yeah, we're going to Rage.
I'll take it.
How much?
Wait. That's a no. We have to watch Connor. Was that Connor? Was that Connor on the next one? He's fucking that dirt up. All right. Here we are.
When they're chasing you down with an old bloodhound and you're running through the fields for your life.
I want to stick my tongue so.
Nope. No more of this guy. No. I'm not watching another one by this guy, bro. I'm not watching another one. I'm not watching another video with that guy, bro. I'm not watching another one with him. Back to Rage. Go on. That's definitely it. He's the guy making the vids. Bro's tooted up. Yeah, I can't. Hunter x Hunter, though? All right, Patty. If this one's bad, I'm exiting the tab completely. Here we go. Prepare yourself.
Far up your ass. I can taste all this shit these motherfuckers been putting you through.
I would. They say if you live.
I've never seen God look so big in my life. Wow. Okay. I listened to every word of this sound. Petty likes torture, huh? Okay, hold on. What did he say? I actually don't know. Yo, this girl's TikToks, I love this one. This girl's TikToks are great. I'm going to have nightmares. I'm watching this girl's TikToks. I flipped the switch. This girl's TikToks are, I love them. Just listen to these. She's so funny. I love her shit.
The TikTok challenge, my wife's.
This is the exact one I was going to show earlier.
Simulated bang bang strokes just to prove that.
Hold on, let me start it at the
lasts
beginning.
Longer than me. Started with a TikTok challenge. My wife stimulated bang bang strokes just to prove that she could last longer than me. She couldn't. Then she wanted to try something different, a strap with a fake dingling attached. I said no. She promised $100 if I let her try. I needed the money badly. Well, it went horrible enough, but my wife standing behind me and yelling, "Shut up and take it like a man," really made me feel small, and she only gave me $40. I don't think our marriage can survive this. Advice? I don't know how to help you, sir, because if you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to do it. It took $100 for you to spread the Bucci cat wide open. And it sounded like she was rough. Sound like she ain't used no lube, and just to give you $40. I don't know what you want.
$100 is crazy. Yeah, $100 is wild, bro. $100 is crazy. Ain't no way, bro. $100? Nah. $100? Nah, hell no. Took him to Pound Town for a 40 ball and didn't even get half. She said, "Here's $40, bitch." Only 40% in, he didn't take it all. That's probably why she's like, You didn't go to the base. What you want? Here's the 40. Here's the $40. That's tough. That's tough, man. Her TikTok is just so funny. Every time she pops up on my For You page, I get excited. Because I know it's about to be something crazy. You know? It kind of makes me want to watch. See if I can find a confessions vid. Let's see. Not a crime vid. Let's see. Ripwire G. Oh, yeah, that's right. That is right. We'll do that one. Okay. Here we go.
How much? I paid like okay, 300, 300, okay. So, okay, wait,
Bro, my man's just gonna buy another vape. What the f was that in it right now?
Split that shit.
This is Jesse in 2023.
Kai's so goofy. He really is.
This is
Kai
Jesse in
is
2023,
goofy.
nigga. This is getting sturdy shit so fucking whack. And let's Casting that does it. Casting that does it is so fire. Oh my god.
Rappers caught in 4K. Starting off with NBA Youngboy, who was caught rapping a hilarious line on his song Trolls with Nicki Minaj.
Hey yo, throw that bag, I'm a bad little bitch. I'm a bad little bitch, nigga.
Pretty sus, but not as sus as this clip of
Even
Offset,
rappy.
who was caught hiding his phone from his wife, Cardi B.
I remember that
She
clip.
came in on him streaming on Twitch.
I remember that clip.
Yo.
And to make matters even worse,
I remember that
this is
clip.
what he did after she walked out.
I see it, man. Love you too.
Believe it or not, that's not as bad as Lil Baby, who was caught liking adult content on Twitter. Lastly, we got Ruby Rose, who
Bro,
was
the
caught
little baby not that bad, bro. You see a bad bitch girl or something, you like this shit, bro.
lying about being flown out by rappers. Here's a clip.
I hate when niggas try and say they can fly me out. My response is like, nigga, I will fly you out. What are you talking about?
A few moments later.
No. Hey, Rage Pie, can you react to the MTK?
Something about Ruby Rose we don't
freestyle?
know about.
It's
Like when
3
she's with
minutes
Kai and
cringe.
like she seems like such a cool person. And this is some clips I be seeing like
Rage's tweet back to Ruby Rose before Ramadan had me dying.
You don't like what
It did.
are you even doing?
Like people always ask me about college to the NFL. I'm just like, bruh, NFL is night and day difference from
It's not even the
college.
same game.
It's not the same. It's not the same,
bro. Like
I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared to see what the YouTube shorts on this YouTube channel are gonna look like. Like the ones on the channel where I've been watching these videos because the videos we've been watching have been so weird. I'm actually kind of scared to see what those look like because I haven't looked at all. You know? YouTube shorts on mine are crazy. I wonder what mine look like. Hold on, let me go to Where are the shorts at on here? Let's just click one and go for it. You get a short. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this one. He slapped the shit out of him. I've seen this.
Y'all are locked in.
I don't know how we're able to comprehend this fact.
Yeah.
Damn. 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 He slapped the shit out of him, bro. Damn. Damn. That was... Bro got to run the... Yeah, like, you got to fight me after that. You have to fight me after that, for real. Because that's insane. Where was I at? This is a TikTok video. I can close this. Close this.
Oh yeah, folks, as I sit here and enjoy this succulent burger, it's time to do the drink of the week. And this
Okay, what's the drink of the week, Badlands?
Something from Sprite, folks. It is
Sprite Limonade? W for short, right? Sprite Limonade.
Limonade. I had this when it first came out, but it's time to try it again, all right?
That low-key sounds good, though. That actually sounds good.
Enough talk.
I can't chug carbonated beverages. I just can't. I can't.
Oh yeah, it tastes like lemonade with a little bit of lime. Oh yeah, folks.
Back to be making my throat burn, no homo. Yeah, I can't do it.
Jesus Christ.
Let's do another one. Come on.
Hey.
That's
Now do a
impressive.
double. I didn't even like stick the single.
No, but your foot made it.
You do a double. That's about how I thought that would go.
You've inspired me.
I don't think that's something I would think is fun. I don't think I would enjoy this very much. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because of shit like that.
I landed almost flat. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like something I...
Now they wanna know.
Damn. Damn. Damn.
Whoa. Finish him.
I told you.
Oh.
Damn. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
Now they wanna know.
Oops.
Now they wanna know.
Good evening.
Hello, what's your name?
My name's Eugene.
All right, do you want to get on with it?
I'm here tonight to share with you my passion.
It's got to be good, right?
Poetry.
Damn.
May I present to you my ode to Britain's Got Talent. You'll never make it through, they said. They're bound to choose another. You are a loser, always were. So I said, thank you, mother. But I am no contortionist. I can't juggle with a ball. I haven't got a friendly pet. I've got no friends at all.
Damn.
Or I could do some magic. Oh, that much is clear. For when I enter a crowded room, the girls just disappear.
I used to hate when people would come in and ask me to make them whatever I want. But these guys made it fun and they wanted me to surprise them with 3 different kinds of waffles. This one's gonna be s'more themed. It's vanilla custard filled with chocolate syrup and then rolled.
I don't really like s'mores. I'm not a big fan of s'mores. You know, it's not like my go-to sweet.
In graham cracker dust. I wish I would have done this on the inside first and on the outside, but I completely forgot. But we're gonna put some marshmallow fluff on it and then we're gonna toast
Probably because I'm not a biggest fan of marshmallows.
that with our blowtorch. After I was done, I gave it to him. He said it was pretty good. It ended up being a lot of fun, but I used to hate when people would come in and ask me to make
Dry ass crackers, yeah. S'mores good when you camping. I've never been camping before in my life. Like ever. Straighten your hair and you'll get 700,000 likes for real. They weren't lying. 1.6.
Okay, stop.
Hair's long as fuck.
Oh my god. I became so numb I can feel.
It's good he's cool with it. A lot of people wouldn't be cool with this. Hey, question? What's up? What's up? A lot of people wouldn't be cool with this. You know? Like, it was good that they found someone nice. What's up? What's your question? I'm gonna lie. If you was born on February 28th, how can you celebrate your birthday? You mean the 29th? Oh, on leap day? On leap year? I think they celebrate it March 1st every other year. I think. That is what I would guess. I think. I believe that you either the 1st or the 28th. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, here's a leap year baby answering questions.
Hey guys, I'm Olivia, and today's video is going to be me sharing my experience. What does being a leap year baby mean? Being a leap year baby just means that you're born on February 29th. Birthday on it, February 29th, 1996. All of my IDs have that birthday. They can't deny you. It's the day that we were born on, so our IDs have that day on it.
Gee.
4th question. What day do you celebrate when it's not a leap year?
That's all I needed.
So this one is like a personal preference. I know.
Yeah, so they say they're 6, right? Because their birthdays only come around. It comes around like every 4 years, right?
Leap year babies like to celebrate on February 28th. Me personally, I like to celebrate on March 1st. I just feel like the 28th is a day too soon.
Yep, I figured. March 1st seems to be it.
The leap year babies that celebrate on the 28th like to do so because...
You know what's bugging me about this video? And I'm sure she didn't realize it. She's out of focus. This is in focus, and she's out of focus. I bet the Baby King people love that shit. They're like, oh yeah, you little 6-year-old, you like that? And they're like, yeah, ooh woo. So much. Yeah, like, she is out of focus. It's actually bothering me. Hey, we need to do away with the archaic ass shit. Yeah, like, I think do we still need leap years? I think it's kind of, I think we can just retroactively, like, change all that to March 1st, right?
Because they like to keep their birthday.
Scratch, you're my favorite trans streamer. What?
In February. Like I said, me personally, I just feel like it's one day too soon. So
Like, she's actually way out of focus now that I'm looking at it.
I go with the March 1st. All in all, I think most of us tend to celebrate
Trans streamer?
on both days. We get like
No.
a birthday. Facebook always notifies people to wish a happy birthday on the 28th, which can be kind of like, I don't know, frustrating a little bit because it's kind of like a day too soon and you're like, oh no, like it's not today, it's tomorrow. And
All right, I got my answer. So yeah, it's okay, guys. Yeah, Incog's trolling. Incog's trolling, obviously. So now we know. So She was born 96, so she's technically 6. You know what I'm saying? Incog, we need questions. Yeah, Incog's trolling. All right. We did that. Now, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm fading. I'm fading fast. And so, I think we're going to raid. I'm fading. I'm tired as hell. Being up since 1 a.m. Go nap? Yeah. I've been up since 1 a.m. Unwillingly. Yeah, I'm fading. I'm not going to lie to you. And so, it's good, Dr. Ski. Yo, what up, Leandro? Sleep? Thank you. Scratch, you're my favorite low-wage streamer. You know it. Only broke hoes over here, buddy. Scratch, stay awake? I don't know if I can. I feel like I need a nap. I'm joking, by the way. I know. He folded. Interesting. All right. What song was I going to play today? Let's see. I'm feeling... What song do I want today? Let's see. Kale's dad? No, we gotta raid JT. JT never streams during the day, so we gotta raid JT. Scratch, you're my favorite knitter streamer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's play some Cochise. I ain't listening to Cochise in a minute. So we're gonna raid JT. JT's on, right? Before I do this. I know JT is on, right? No, I'm saying Kale's dad. Oh, Kale's dad. Oh yeah, that's right. His name is not Kale's dad. L 2-minute stream. I've been streaming for 7 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, JT is streaming. Cool. All right. That's his song? We got to. Copy. Wait, let me do the raid message first. Well, artist name. Oh, yeah, I got him. JT will. Please go take a nap on your grass bed. I think I'm going to do it on the hay bed, to be honest with you. So we're going to raid JT. Bye, Jits. See you, Broward. Thanks for coming through. Copy the raid message. We never get to raid JT, so it's a big day. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all. I love y'all. See you, Leandro. Thanks for stopping through, even though it was short. I appreciate you. I'll see y'all tomorrow. W stream. Thank you so much. It was fun. I'll see y'all tomorrow. 10 a.m. I'll be better rested tomorrow. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Make sure you got that raid message copied. Let me pull up his stream so I got it ready to go. Alright. We're going to spam the shit out of JT's chat. Ready? 3, 2, 1.